Diaz found himself on a vast and majestic plain that could not be seen even by the most careful gaze. This spacious place was now his territory. Despite this honor, he saw before him only endless grass that covered the entire land without exception. His mother had often told him that he needed to remain a person who could protect those who were dear to him and close to him in spirit. This instruction turned out to be her last wish before she died. The father, in turn, repeated that one should become a person who is ready to protect those who are weaker than oneself. These words also became his last request to his son. Trying not to tarnish the good name of his parents, who died tragically when he was still young, he decided to live in accordance with their last instructions. With a heavy heart and sadness in his soul, he said goodbye to their memory and left. When he was 15, a bloody war broke out between his country and neighboring states. Following his parents' wishes and seeking to protect the innocent, he voluntarily enlisted in the army. This protracted conflict lasted for 20 long years. By the time the war ended, it had been 35 years old. At that time, the parties concluded a peace treaty, putting an end to active offensives and military actions. Finally, the moment of long-awaited peace and a chance to rest a little came. At some point, he received the title of hero, which was an official recognition of his merits. Perhaps this happened due to his exceptional combat skills and marks in reports that distinguished him from other soldiers. His Highness personally expressed his gratitude to him for all the victories he had won, and considered him worthy of an even greater reward. He was granted the title of feudal lord, and along with it, an allotment of his own land. He was, however, an uneducated man, valuable only as a warrior on the battlefield. He did not understand why he had been given such an honor and responsibility. Later, it was explained to him that his main task now was to guard his lands, protect their inhabitants, and collect taxes for the kingdom. The first step he considered necessary was to visit his new possessions. Despite internal resistance, he nevertheless collected everything he needed, loaded it into a cart, and set off. He had almost no time to pack, because the departure from the capital took place very soon. Throughout the entire journey, he was watched by an official who, apparently, was supposed to control his actions. Eventually, they arrived at their destination. They walked to the very center of the new territory and stopped there. The official began to show him the boundaries, outlining the perimeter of the area. All he could see in front of him was an endless plain, completely covered in grass. Thus, his domain mainly consisted of a flat, grassy plain. The idea came into the official's mind that this was a suitable place for someone like Diaz, and that all he could do was try to do his best. The official named the plain Neutros and specified that the man's name was Diaz. From that day on, he was given the name Diaz Neutros. Diaz later expressed relief at finding a source of clean drinking water. He had been forced to drink dirty and muddy water throughout the war, so having a source was a great blessing. He walked a considerable distance and, to his surprise, did not see a single tree. His thoughts were occupied with wondering whether this herb had any practical use, but the reality was frighteningly bleak. Everything around was simply awful. He decided that tomorrow was the time to think it over carefully. It was necessary to find a way to avoid death in these lifeless conditions. He gave himself 2 more days. The plan was to stay here for this short time and then leave the plane. He hoped that somewhere he could help another person. In that case, he would fulfill the last wishes of his parents. After a while, a voice suddenly rang out and called out to him, demanding that he wake up. He opened his eyes and saw a girl in front of him. His first thought was that there was a person standing in front of him. However, his gaze caught on the horn protruding from her head, which completely changed his initial impression. The girl insisted that he explain who he was and what he was doing in this place. Diaz introduced himself and explained that he was asleep, as could be seen. The girl asked why he had chosen this particular place to sleep. He honestly admitted that he could find nowhere else to stay for the night. Then she expressed her indignation that he had ended up on this plane. He calmly replied that he had been told to live here. Her reaction was insulting, and she called him an idiot. He did not deny her words, but added that this was his home now. Then she wanted to know what his purpose on this earth was. He said that his purpose was to survive if the situation reached a critical point. In response to his words, the girl took out her bow and aimed an arrow. Diaz got scared and asked her to stop. She said that if he wanted to live, he would have to tell the truth. He replied that he was sincere, and then he added that his main goal was to fulfill his parents' last will and help other people. He sought to protect those weaker than him. This was how he saw his life's path. The girl accused him of lying. Diaz confidently stated that he had no reason to lie to her. Then she wanted to know who he was, an enemy or a friend. Diaz solemnly declared that he declared himself a friend and protector of the girl standing in front of him. He added that no matter who was in front of her, he was not an enemy. He confidently promised that he would protect her and keep her safe from any threat. At that very moment, unexpectedly for both, the girl's horn began to glow with a mysterious light. Diaz was surprised to notice what was happening, noticing how a strange blue light began to emanate from the horn. The girl began to say with confusion and anxiety that the blue fire should not have appeared, and all this, in her opinion, was a mistake because something like this simply could not be true. Then she suddenly grabbed Diaz's hand and pulled him along. He tried to stop her, trying to understand her intentions and actions. The girl said that she was going to take him to her village and urged him to simply follow her without asking any questions. Hearing the word village, Diaz wondered to himself if there really could be a settlement somewhere on this barren plain. He continued to follow the girl until the evening. Eventually, they reached a village, and what he saw amazed him. The village was so beautiful that he had never seen anything like it before. There they began to lead him to the head of the village. The chieftain standing before him noticed that Aruna had brought a stranger with her. She wondered if this man was the one who had caused the blue light to appear. Aruna confirmed this and said that she found him sleeping. She interrogated him, but he was stubborn and continued to behave strangely, asking what she considered pointless questions. At one point, when she asked him who he considered himself, an enemy or a friend, a blue light suddenly appeared. The chief asked again if there was another shade of light, perhaps red. Aruna reported that the light was purely blue, without any impurities. Then the chief expressed surprise and interest. She addressed Diaz, calling him a blue man, and asked him to explain the meaning of his name. He hesitated a bit, but introduced himself, saying that his name was Diaz. Hearing this, the chief thought for a moment and said that the name Diaz echoed in the depths of mystery. She noted that Diaz called himself a friend of Aruna and wanted to know if he would show the same goodwill to her. At that moment, Diaz finally learned the girl's name, Aruna. Diaz explained that everyone on this land, including the villagers, could by definition be considered his friends, since the entire plain now belonged to him, and he, in turn, treated everyone on his territory as a friend. When the chief asked why he held this position, Diaz replied that such concern was his duty. Then the chieftain asked from whose authority he had received such an important job. Diaz hesitated a little, but said that he had probably received it from the king himself, His Highness. Suddenly, Aruna raised her bow and aimed at Diaz. The chief called her to calm down, asking her to be patient. She turned to Diaz again and asked him to tell her in detail how everything had happened, starting from the very beginning, and how he had received such an order from the king. Diaz noted to himself that he did not quite understand what was meant by the story from beginning to end, but he still told them the story of his life from childhood, especially the part that took place after the death of his parents. After listening to the story, the chief expressed understanding. She said that now the reason for the blue light was clear to her. The chief admitted that she did not expect to meet a person with such a soul, except for those born with a horn. She named him Diaz of the Blue, and recognized him as a feudal lord whose duty it was to protect all his subjects. Then the chief expressed a difficult and important doubt. What would Diaz do if the villagers did not recognize him, did not want to be his people? Even if they did not become his subjects, it was still possible to consider them friends. Diaz confidently said that if he had no choice, he would share the plain with them as neighbors and help them when needed, as a good neighbor. Such coexistence, in his opinion, would make them friends. After these words, doubts arose in Diaz's mind. He began to wonder why the chief was asking such questions. He suggested that perhaps the inhabitants of this village were not really his subjects, despite the fact that they were on his territory. This thought shocked him, because logically everything on his land should belong to him. The chief confirmed his guess. She explained that the villagers were indeed not Diaz's subjects. Moreover, they were enemies of his king. For many years, they had been waging wars with the state of Diaz. However, despite their past enmity, for Diaz himself, they are ready to become friends. She emphasized that Diaz belongs to the rarest of the blues, and thanks to this, he can live peacefully among them. Then the chief called him to raise his head and offered to listen to his own story. She called herself Moru, the leader of the Oni people. The Oni people had fought for years for control of these plains, one war after another, for 50 years. In the end, they were defeated and driven from these lands. Diaz wondered how it was possible that after being driven out, the inhabitants were still living on the plain. Moru explained that they had magical powers concentrated in their horns. Thanks to this power, they could use magical abilities that were not available to ordinary people. One of these abilities is fog magic, with which they can hide themselves, their homes, and the entire settlement. Using this magic, they returned and began to live in secret from the royal power. Diaz admitted that he was astonished by what he had heard. He wondered if he should tell the king he served. Moro replied that she had decided to share the secret because Diaz was glowing blue. She added that the magic called the Soul Judgment would have revealed any feelings of hostility by showing them as red light, but in all this time, nothing of the sort had happened. Red meant that the person was evil and dangerous, white meant not dangerous, and blue meant the one who gives luck and happiness. Mora asked rhetorically if people his age were often so devoted to their parents' final wishes. She admitted that in his long life, he had never met a more stubborn yet sincere person. Diaz wondered if that was praise. The chieftain acknowledged that their people were lucky to have such a man as the feudal lord of these lands, although their people's ability to hide was limited. Diaz noted that they could go far and live in peace without fear of persecution. Moru explained that they could not leave the plain because their livelihood depended on a type of cattle called memu that lived only there. This made migration impossible. She urged Diaz to protect his subjects and become a worthy feudal lord. If he failed, no one knew who would replace him. When Diaz asked about the previous feudal lord, Moru explained that he had indeed existed, but lived elsewhere. He was a man obsessed with vices, and had recently died of illness. The chief then approached Diaz with an offer of help. She said that Diaz had no house or supplies, so the village was willing to share with him everything he needed, including livestock. However, the chieftain set a condition. No one from the capital, including the king himself, should know about the existence of the village. From now on, its existence would be protected by Diaz's silence. In addition, she said that Diaz could use Aruna's help. The girl expressed surprise at this. Moru explained that to live on the plains, one must have certain knowledge, and Aruna would live with Diaz to teach him everything he needed. Since she had brought the stranger to the village, she was now responsible for his fate. Diaz thought to himself that this moment was his first step as a feudal lord, and the beginning of his life under the same roof with a girl named Aruna. He thought about the animals called memu. They were special creatures, a breed of livestock with 2 horns and completely covered with soft, thick, fluffy hair. Their value was not in their meat, but in their hair, which was taken from them and exchanged for other useful supplies. Aruna explained that the more the memu ate the local grass, the faster their bodies grew new fur. Once cut, the villagers traded this fur for food and other vital goods needed for survival. Diaz, hearing this, expressed genuine surprise, but his intonation sounded as if he had not fully grasped the importance of what was said. Aruna reacted with displeasure, believing that he was mocking or simply did not understand anything. She reproached him for his inattention. Then Diaz hastened to assure her that he understood everything, and did so sincerely. Diaz's inner thoughts confirmed that he indeed had many new things to learn: the care of memu, the organization of the household, and the construction and maintenance of yurts. He realized that Aruna might not be there by choice, but she was nonetheless responsible and diligently teaching him survival skills, as Chief Moru had promised. To confirm the trust the Oni people had placed in him, he was given his own memu. Diaz took this as an incentive and decided that, as a feudal lord, he had a duty not only to govern, but also to develop his territory. He began to think about how to increase the population of these lands. Turning to Aruna, he asked her if she could suggest what he should do to increase the number of people in his territory. To this, Aruna sarcastically replied that he seemed to want too much at once. Diaz internally noted that her response sounded disapproving. He also realized that the local culture did not keep strict records of population, and so the number of people in this area was still unknown. Aruna reminded him that there were more important things than just population growth. She pointed out that he needed to worry about supplies, since he only had one yurt and only enough food for one person. She emphasized that if Diaz gathered many people around him without providing them with anything, they would be doomed to hunger, disease, and death. She insistently demanded that he understand the seriousness of the situation. Diaz belatedly understood the essence of her words. He admitted that he had hoped for more help from the village if he could gather more people. However, Aruna had abruptly cut off such hopes, sternly telling him not to even dream about it. Diaz then regretfully admitted that he had made a mistake and asked him to forget about the conversation. He realized that he had to deal with the issue of housing and supplies first. Aruna, calling him a foolish, feudal lord, handed him a bag. Diaz asked what it was. Aruna explained that the bag contained earth matabi, a substance made from a special herb that wild animals particularly like. If this mixture was scattered on the ground, the animals would quickly come running towards the scent. Diaz again expressed his surprise, but Aruna had already gotten used to his reaction. She explained that hunting with the matabi could not only yield meat, but also valuable skins and horns. All of this could be taken to the village and exchanged for food, or even a yurt. Thus, hunting could become the basis for the development of his territory. Diaz found the idea appealing, enthusiastically noting that he felt confident in hunting, because he didn't have to think too much in such situations. Aruna gave him one last instruction: to keep the wind at his back and use the matabi only at a sufficient distance from the village. Otherwise, the animals could attack the settlement. Later, Diaz found a suitable place and decided that they could begin. He wondered how much matabi he should use. Aruna had not specified the exact amount, but he decided not to hesitate. He emptied the entire bag onto the ground at once. Having finished, he thought that now all that was left was to wait for the animals to arrive. He became curious about how many animals would be needed to exchange for one yurt. Perhaps one animal would be enough, or maybe 10 would be needed. Then, to build 10 yurts, he would need 100 animals. Diaz realized that the task might take more than one day. Suddenly, a whole crowd of wild animals appeared in front of him. He was amazed. He couldn't understand where they all came from, but if he could deal with them, he could achieve his goal right away. Diaz was confident. His tactics were simple: swing his battle axe with all his might, relying solely on his instincts. It may not have been the most sophisticated method, but for him it worked. He had once been taught how to use a sword and a bow, but these techniques seemed too complicated to him. He had difficulty reading his opponent's movements, choosing the right moment and line of attack. It all seemed confusing and incomprehensible. He did not want to call himself stupid, but he understood that he had difficulty coping with such tasks. But the battle axe opened up new possibilities for him. With this weapon, he didn't have to worry about tactics. If the enemy had a shield, he would pierce it. If the enemy had armor, he would cut through it. It didn't matter what the enemy had on, the result was the same. When some of the animals began to run away, he realized that he had killed at least half of the entire pack. It was even easier than he had expected, because their movements were predictable. Then he realized how big the loot was. He had no idea how he was going to carry it all back to the village. He could have carried them one at a time, but he had overlooked that detail and started the fight without thinking about logistics. Diaz predicted that Aruna would call him a foolish feudal lord again, and knew that he would not be able to resist her icy gaze. Soon, Aruna appeared. She was impressed. She said that the result of his first hunt deserved praise. He managed to kill a black buffalo, which was considered a worthy feat for a man. Diaz, hearing this, was a little confused. He did not even know that there was a black buffalo among the animals. He said that he did not manage to catch all who came running, and that he managed to kill only half. Aruna clarified how many he had killed. Diaz, after a quick calculation, answered that he probably destroyed about 30 or 40 animals. Aruna watched the results of the hunt with genuine admiration. She was amazed by the number of animals that had been killed, and she admitted that she saw Diaz in a whole new light. She sincerely admired his actions, noting that he had done a great job without bragging about it. Aruna stressed that she was telling the truth because she had never met such a courageous and strong man before. She promised to tell the other boys in the village and let them know that the black buffaloes that Diaz had killed were now to be transferred to him. Moro acknowledged Diaz's strength with respect. She noted that hunting 30 black buffalo at once was indeed an impressive display of manliness and bravery. Diaz considered this and clarified for himself the meaning of manliness, since his understanding, he realized, was at odds with that of the village. Moro explained that in their culture, masculinity is a holistic concept. It means a set of qualities, including hard work, reliability, and resourcefulness. All of this combines into one important quality: the value of a man. Diaz tried to understand whether Aruna's attitude towards him had changed precisely because he had shown this masculinity. Moro confirmed with a slight smile. Aruna was considered the most desirable girl in the village, and it was only natural that she would be interested in a man with such qualities. She even added ironically that if he had been a little younger, perhaps she would have tried her hand herself. Diaz tried to clarify whether he had understood correctly that possessing masculinity would make him popular with women. Moro replied that for women in the village, masculinity was the only criterion that really mattered. Other traits, such as external beauty or eloquence, were of no importance. She explained that a pretty face would not feed a family, and sweet talk would not increase the men you heard. The women of the tribe believe that if you marry a man who lacks masculinity, both the husband and the wife and their future children will starve. Diaz realized at that moment that this culture had a completely different perception of common sense, value system, and social norms. Moro, moving on to a new topic, mentioned that if Diaz really wanted to marry Aruna, he should prepare a bride price. Diaz tensed up inside when he heard this. Moro explained that Aruna was not only beautiful but also hardworking, which meant that the price for her should be high. The chief suggested that all the spoils Diaz had gotten during the day would be a worthy price for Aruna's hand. Diaz was very surprised to hear this, because he did not expect such a turn of events. Moro confirmed that individual conditions would need to be met to form an alliance. Diaz realized that the Oni people's views on marriage were very different from what he was used to. His inner voice told him that now was not the time to think about family. Right now, he needed to prioritize getting settled, strengthening his household, stockpiling supplies. Moro tried to reassure him, assuring him that the Oni people were biologically compatible with many races and capable of producing offspring. But Diaz was quick to say that was not the issue at all. Morning came. Aruna greeted Diaz, informing him that she had prepared breakfast for him. He noticed with surprise and pleasure that the food looked very appetizing. Aruna, hearing this, was embarrassed, but pleased. Diaz tasted the food and confirmed that it was delicious. After the meal, Aruna asked about their plans for the hunt. Diaz expressed the opinion that they already had everything they needed, but reminded them that if more people came to the village, they would need a well, a storehouse, and equipment to raise water. Aruna explained that they could hire artisans, but that would require more tradable goods. Diaz suggested that they hunt black buffalo again. However, Aruna noted that the village no longer needed them. She remembered that Diaz had told her about hunting monsters, and suggested that they do just that. Diaz's inner thoughts immediately turned to monsters. He knew that these creatures could emerge from black miasmas, dungeons, or forgotten ruins. These creatures hated the very essence of life and, falling into madness, attacked all living things, destroying everything in their path. Their flesh and blood are poisonous and unusable. However, their skins, claws, horns, and especially the demon core, an organ located near the heart, have value and use in everyday life. Diaz expressed his concern about the presence of monsters in the area. Aruna responded that there were indeed monsters, although few in number. She assured him that she could use magic to find them, and offered to accompany him, as she would make the hunt safe. Diaz initially tried to refuse, considering the hunt too dangerous for her. He suggested that she simply point the way. However, Aruna confidently stated that if she went with him, the hunt would truly resemble a simple walk through the village. As the morning progressed, Diaz greeted Francois and Frances, the two memu that Chief Moru had given him. One was a male, and the other a female. Diaz saw the villagers approaching and realized that they had brought supplies that they had traded for the buffalo. He felt uneasy, as he had not yet finished shaving and looked unkempt. Meanwhile, Aruna came up and said that she was completely ready. Diaz responded briefly, making it clear that he was ready too. However, all the men froze when they saw Aruna. Her appearance was completely different. She'd applied makeup that was different from her usual makeup and looked different. Diaz quickly realized what was going on. Even he, who considered himself a simpleton, figured out the essence. Aruna said that she had assigned the other boys to watch Memu, which meant that she was going to spend the entire day alone with Diaz. Seeing the other men's reactions, Diaz realized that he should leave the village immediately. He thought that they needed to go monster hunting quickly before anything awkward or dangerous happened. It occurred to Diaz that the northern part of the plains was known to have pockets of monster activity from time to time. The area was notorious for the appearance of dangerous creatures. Diaz was confident that if they could extract useful parts from even one or two of these monsters, it would be enough to provide enough resources to begin construction of a well and a warehouse. Aruna expressed her willingness to search for monsters using her magic. She emphasized that her talents are not limited to housekeeping skills, as she also has considerable power in the magical arts. Diaz, understanding her mood, gave her the green light to use magic. Aruna immediately began casting the spell with concentration. After some time, she discovered the presence of the creature. The monster was large, and she believed there were no others around it, perhaps because it overwhelmed the others with its presence. Diaz concluded that the enemy was a serious threat and suggested that they go ahead to investigate. He asked Aruna to find a safe place to hide for now. However, Aruna refused to stand aside. She reminded them that she had camouflage magic that would help them hide or retreat if the situation became too dangerous. Diaz noted to himself that the girl had an unbending character. One thing was important to him, that Aruna remained safe. In the end, he agreed to go with her. As they approached the place where the noise was coming from, Aruna realized in horror what they were up against. Diaz first thought that he was looking at a giant turtle, but Aruna clarified that it was not just a turtle, but an earth dragon. It was a particularly dangerous kind of monster, and she couldn't understand why such a creature would be here. Diaz wasted no time in immediately joining the fight. He ordered Aruna to hide and not interfere. However, she objected, calling him reckless, as fighting such an enemy alone was an extremely risky undertaking. If necessary, they could retreat, but if the dragon began to pursue, the consequences could be catastrophic. Diaz swore to himself that he would not let the monster catch up with them. He considered tactics. Perhaps if he struck at the neck or legs, the monster would try to defend itself by hiding in its shell. Then it only remained to find out whether his axe could penetrate the creature's defense. Only practice could answer that. He began the attack. At the first blow, he felt how hard the enemy's shell was. Then he decided to change the target and struck at the neck, but the creature immediately hid inside its shell. Diaz was surprised. He didn't expect that the monster was capable of blocking its vulnerable spot so reliably. Aruna screamed, begging him to retreat, as she believed it was impossible to kill the earth dragon alone. But Diaz had decided otherwise. He was not going to run away without trying his best. He foresaw that Aruna might call him a foolish feudal lord again, but he had no other choice. He believed that if one blow does not produce results, you need to strike again. And if the second does not help, then strike a third time. This was how he was used to fighting. As long as his body could move, Diaz continued to strike at the shell. Over time, a crack appeared on his weapon. Diaz noticed the damage, closed his eyes, and mentally said the command, "Repair." After that, a magical light flashed on the surface of the weapon, and the cracks began to disappear. Aruna did not hide her surprise. She watched what was happening with amazement. Diaz remembered that he first used this ability during his military service. That axe was a trophy, taken from a warrior of an enemy country in battle. He kept the weapon for himself because its durability and appearance made a strong impression. The axe had a rare function. It could automatically restore minor damage, but if necessary, Diaz could mentally reactivate the restoration. Inspired, he exclaimed that he was ready for the second round. His strength was waning, sweat was beading on his forehead, but he did not give up. Despite all his efforts, the shell remained impenetrable. Nightfall was becoming a real threat, and then they would have to retreat. He scolded himself for not being able to handle the turtle, even if it was so strong. Diaz noticed that Aruna was beginning to shiver from the cold. This made him wary. He struck again, and this time he succeeded. The shell cracked. This was the turning point. Aruna noted with surprise that Diaz had actually managed to break through the monster's armor. The dragon jumped out of hiding, its body began to glow, and it immediately went on the attack. Diaz, having fallen to the ground, immediately jumped up and struck back. The creature tried to hide again. Aruna noticed that the earth dragon had begun to emit magical miasma, which even from a great distance reached her and made her dizzy. But she could not understand why it had no effect on Diaz. Diaz, meanwhile, continued to methodically strike at the crack. He noticed that the dragon showed no aggression at all. This was probably the first time that someone had actually harmed it. Enraged, he began to attack furiously and chaotically. From the movements, it was clear that the creature was enraged. Diaz concluded that if everything continued in the same spirit, he could win and get the most valuable prey. During another powerful attack, Diaz suddenly noticed Aruna lying on the ground nearby. He immediately realized that something was wrong with her. Her body looked weak, and she was clearly in a very bad state. Diaz's thoughts flared up with rage. He realized that the monster had not targeted him. He was not the target. Instead, the monster had directed its aggression at Aruna, and that enraged him. Diaz couldn't afford to stand aside. He swore to protect her. It wasn't just his duty, it was a promise he made from the heart. After all, she was more than just an acquaintance. She was his friend, someone he took responsibility for. Diaz decided that no matter how strong the enemy was, he would still stand his ground, stand firm, and fight to the last. With these thoughts in mind, he charged into battle and brought down a crushing blow on the monster with full force. His determination was at its peak. Every muscle in his body was subordinated to only one goal: to protect. After that, he ran to Aruna, trying to understand what state she was in. He leaned over her, addressing her with concern and hope that she had come to her senses. Aruna, shaking from the experience and weakness, embraced him. Her arms wrapped tightly around him and she pressed herself against him, unable to hold back her tears. Tears flowed from her eyes and she cried silently, her whole soul responding to what had happened. Diaz was taken by surprise. He didn't know how to react to such strong emotions. He said her name quietly, trying to understand what was happening to her. Aruna, without taking her eyes off his shoulder, murmured the words that turned Diaz's whole world upside down. She said that she wanted to marry him. These words sounded sincere, pure, and confident. At first, Diaz didn't believe what he heard. He was surprised, because he hadn't expected such a confession. But Aruna repeated her words, this time more confidently. At this tense moment, one of the men from the village approached them. He raised his voice, trying to attract attention. He called out to Diaz and Aruna, saying that they had not returned for too long. Other villagers also approached, worried in their voices, not knowing what had happened. When they got there, they were shocked to see the earth dragon lying on the ground, defeated. Surprise was on their faces. They couldn't believe that such a creature could be defeated. Meanwhile, Diaz, still holding Aruna in his arms, tried to comprehend what had just happened. His thoughts were racing. He noticed how tightly she was holding him. Her embrace seemed even stronger than the dragon's own blows. Diaz tried to free himself a little, but all his efforts were in vain. He realized that it was almost impossible to get out of her embrace. Diaz tried to carefully address her, hoping to calm her down a little. He called her by name, trying to gently bring her to her senses. However, Aruna, still hugging him tightly, continued to repeat the same words. She firmly and with deep feelings said that she would marry him. The men of the village were amazed when they saw the fallen earth dragon. A powerful creature lay before them, and the fact that it had been defeated by a human caused a violent reaction. They learned that it was Master Diaz who had defeated the monster, and they shared this event with each other with genuine delight. Diaz reflected internally on how hard the battle had been. Even when all the men of the village had joined forces to drag the fallen dragon back to the village, it had taken all night. It was not until the next morning that they had managed to get the body to the center of the settlement. When they arrived, Moru greeted them. She expressed genuine admiration, as no one would have thought that one person alone would be able to defeat such a powerful enemy. She was especially amazed that the magic miasma emitted by the dragon had no effect on Diaz, despite its deadly concentration close by. Diaz noted that most of the monster's body could be recycled. These materials were incredibly valuable, but the village simply did not have the resources to buy them for the same price. However, he offered to recycle the carcass for a small fraction of the cost, and used the resources to immediately build a well, a warehouse, install a yurt, and organize a storage facility for the remaining materials. Moru agreed, but added that some of the materials should be kept for herself. They could be used for exchange with visiting merchants. It would be strategic for him as a feudal lord to establish profitable relations with them. She began to think about her next steps. However, Mora reminded him that it was time to talk about a wedding gift for Aruna. She suggested that Diaz give the girl's family at least some part of the dragon as a gift. This, in the chief's opinion, would cause her parents genuine admiration and respect. Diaz tried to object, trying to clarify what was meant by a wedding gift. Moru, smiling slightly, said bluntly, "The wedding will take place, even if Diaz himself is against it. After all, he has now become a dragon slayer who is not part of the village, and this can give rise to mistrust. And mistrust in such places can quickly turn into fear. Besides, after defeating such a monster, Diaz literally radiated an aura of masculinity, and refusing to marry Aruna would only spur other girls to seek his favor." In confirmation of Moru's words, a little girl ran up to Diaz's leg, hugged him tightly, looking at him with loving eyes. The other girls in the village also looked at him with genuine admiration. Moru explained that the girls are holding back only because they know that the men of the kingdom only take one woman as a wife. They are also sure that this one is already called Aruna. Diaz realized he had no real choice. He proposed the idea of an engagement as a temporary measure to avoid rushing into marriage. But Moro explained that in their culture, such a concept simply did not exist. Meanwhile, Aruna had already gone to her parents to announce the upcoming marriage. All that was left for Diaz was to decide on an exact date for the wedding or find a compromise that would suit both parties. At that moment, Diaz realized where Aruna had disappeared to. So, without further ado, his union with Aruna became official. He realized that there was nothing he didn't like about her. She was beautiful, kind, thoughtful, sweet, and always treated him with kindness. She ran a wonderful household, and the more he thought about it, the more he became convinced that the idea of marriage didn't seem so bad at all. Remembering that he was already 35 years old, he thought that it was time to think about starting a family. And then a new question arose: how old was Aruna herself? He decided to find out and asked one of the local men. He, respectfully calling him the Dragon Slayer, answered that Aruna was 15 years old. She had just reached marriageable age and met Diaz when she was ready to marry. Diaz shuddered inwardly. He had assumed she would be young, but the reality was unexpected. The age difference between them seemed too great to him, almost like that between a father and daughter. According to the laws of the kingdom, a girl can only marry at the age of 18. This means that marriage will only be possible in 3 years. Diaz decided that during this time he would be able to become a worthy feudal lord, and by the time of the official union, he would be completely ready. However, he immediately realized that simply accepting this as a delay would be disrespectful to Aruna's feelings. Diaz felt the need to commit himself to this idea with complete seriousness, to prove his loyalty both as a feudal lord of this land and as a man. A month had passed since Diaz and Aruna found themselves in the status of engaged. During this time, a well was dug and a warehouse was built. Their life improved. Conveniences appeared. However, one thing remained constant. The total number of new residents in his domain never increased. He had ideas about increasing the population, but he was not sure of their effectiveness. Despite this, he now perceived Aruna not only as an assistant, but also as part of his family. At one point, it occurred to him that it would be nice if new settlers just fell from the sky. He acted frivolously, but deep down he felt uneasy. At that moment, Aruna ran up to him with a beaming face and told him the big news. She said that they were going to have a baby. Diaz was shocked, asked again to be sure. She confirmed with a smile. Now they will have a little one. They were both happy and joyfully celebrated this news. Inspired, Diaz went to his memu. He gently praised the female Frances, saying that she was a good girl, and noted with admiration that she was pregnant. He turned to Francois the male and thanked him for his efforts. He realized that nature had done its job. In his mind, he recalled how Aruna had told him that memu were very intelligent creatures, capable of understanding human speech. Thanks to their ingenuity, they were able to survive in a harsh world. Even a wild memu could understand the basics of human language in a week. This explained why these creatures had become domesticated. It was their conscious decision, because with humans they received protection, food, and care. But Aruna warned him that it was not that simple. Despite their intelligence, memu were still sensitive and prone to fear, especially when pregnant. Sometimes, to cope with anxiety, they need the presence of the strongest member of the herd, and in this case, that leader was Diaz. She advised him to spend as much time with them as possible, especially at night, because in his presence they felt safe. Diaz took her words in stride. He realized that his job now was not only to care for the people and the land, but also for every creature that had trusted him. He accepted it as a new responsibility to sleep next to memu, to help them feel safe and secure. Aruna calmly explained that despite all the inconveniences, they would have to carry the pregnant memu directly to their yurt. This practice was common, but not all the men in the village accepted it with joy. Many found it unaesthetic. Some complained about the smell that the animals could leave behind. Others felt uncomfortable because the memu seemed to be watching them all the time, never looking away. It disturbed their peace and prevented them from relaxing. But Diaz took it all in stride. He laughed and said that for him, none of this presented the slightest problem. He sincerely believed that both Frances and Francois were full members of their family. And since they would soon become parents, any inconvenience seemed insignificant in comparison with the importance of their well-being. Aruna was enlivened by his words. She felt not only support in them, but also deep concern. She was happy to realize that her husband possessed such rare kindness, and at the same time, courage. Her heart was filled with joy. After all, this was the man she called her husband. Diaz was internally thinking about how strange the memu's speech sounded. To him, all their sounds were the same, identical and indistinguishable. However, Aruna claimed that there were differences between the intonations and tones of the voices of these creatures, and it seemed that she could actually recognize them. Sometimes she even responded to their speech, as if she understood the meaning of what was said. At one point, Aruna reacted with surprise to what Frances allegedly said. Her reaction was emotional. She began to explain that things weren't that serious between her and Diaz yet, and slightly sheepishly asked the animal to stop making innuendos. Her speech almost sounded like an attempt to convince the other person to leave their personal life alone. Soon her horn began to glow. Diaz noticed this, and noted to himself that it was the first time he saw a green glow. He realized that the magical barrier had reacted to something from the outside. Aruna immediately reported that in the east, from the direction from which the kingdom usually came, a group of people on horseback was moving. She could not tell their exact number, but she estimated that there were about 10 of them. Diaz realized that the green color of the magic horn indicated an invasion. He noted to himself that if someone was approaching from the east, it could be either a delegation or a potential threat, especially if they were bandits. And if they were armed horsemen, the situation could become serious. He said that he would go himself to check who was approaching. At the same time, he asked Aruna to use her magic to camouflage the settlement and anything that might attract attention. Memu at this time began to worry, feeling the tension of the situation. He tried to calm them down, promising that he would return soon. He was confident in himself. There were only 10 enemies, and he believed that they could not be more dangerous than the dragon he had recently defeated. Aruna, in turn, assured him that she was taking responsibility for the house and emphasized that she was counting on him. These words filled Diaz with determination. As he walked, he took stock of his surroundings. He noticed 3 horsemen and 4 on foot. Aruna had mentioned 10 figures, so she must have counted the horses as well. Diaz figured that the likelihood that they had come in peace was slim, especially if there were archers among them. In that case, he was going to attack first to prevent possible losses. However, as he approached, he heard a familiar voice. One of the men called out his name, joyfully and with surprise. It turned out to be Klaus, his former comrade in arms. This man had shown respect for Diaz from the very beginning of the war, despite the fact that he came from common people. Klaus had always been a reliable ally, to whom Diaz could even trust his life. Diaz was delighted to see him. He was genuinely happy to see Klaus again, and asked what he was doing there. Klaus wasted no time explaining that he was currently working as a guide and guard. He was accompanying these people because they were nobles. And they had a request addressed to Diaz personally. Diaz tensed. He immediately realized that the nobility did not come to such places without reason. He began to wonder who these people were and what exactly they wanted from him. Klaus, maintaining a polite and respectful tone, addressed Diaz with a request. He said that he would be very grateful if Diaz agreed to guide them to his domain. The people he was accompanying were very tired after a long journey and needed rest. Diaz agreed without hesitation. He specified that if it was the place where he lived, he would gladly take them there and offer to follow him. Klaus laughed, happy about what was to come. He began to fantasize enthusiastically about what a place like Diaz's would be like. Images of impressive buildings and a prosperous land were already forming in his mind. However, when they arrived, they were met with only a modest dwelling, a single yurt. This sight left the newcomers confused. Everyone expected to see something more, especially considering the status of the man whose domain they were called. Diaz noted that they had camouflaged almost everything, with the exception of the yurt, which had originally been built only as a training exercise. He had to admit that the camouflage magic had been astonishingly effective. He hadn't expected such a result, but he had been pleasantly surprised. Diaz tried to remain calm as he invited his guests inside. He suggested that they feel free to come in. One of the girls stepped forward. She introduced herself as Diana, the third princess, and expressed her honor at meeting the hero. She noticed that what lay before her was neither a fortress nor an estate, but merely a tent. Making a guess, she expressed her confidence that the estate was probably still under construction. However, she was confused by the lack of workers or even signs of construction. Diaz began to explain, but before he could finish, the man standing next to him flared up. He rudely scolded Diaz for what he considered to be a disrespectful way of addressing the princess, pointing out that she should be called Royal Highness. However, Diana told them to leave it and not interfere any further. Maintaining a low profile, Diaz explained that he did not actually have a team of craftsmen or even the materials to build it. The yurt that stood before them was all he had. He noted that although it does not look majestic, he built it with his own hands, and at the same time received injuries more than once while working alone. Diaz's words surprised Diana. She asked in amazement if he really built it himself. Her interest was further fueled by the next question. Where were the carpenters who were supposed to be with him? Diaz explained that there was simply nowhere to get carpenters on this desert plain. The princess expressed doubt because she knew that Diaz was entitled to capital from the kingdom, significant funds for the development of the territory, as well as other gifts in keeping with his title of hero. All this was to be granted by the will of her father, the king. Diaz bitterly admitted that, despite rumors and official decrees, he personally received no coin. He saw no financial support, no supplies, no aid. He frankly said that he felt abandoned, like a dog on the side of the road. And even the side of the road did not exist in these parts. Klaus, standing next to him, clenched his fist, not hiding his indignation. He knew the truth, and this injustice touched him to the depths of his soul. Meanwhile, Diaz, remaining calm, decided to change the subject. He politely asked Diana what business she had come to these lands for. The princess explained that war was breaking out in the kingdom again. The situation was becoming tense, and so she came personally to ask the hero for help. She asked for assistance in military affairs and added that she was ready to reward Diaz with herself, or, if he wished, with one of the two girls who accompanied her, Priscilla or Merida. Either of them could become his wife. These words shocked Diaz. He felt irritated. Diaz thought to himself that there was no question of war. Now that Frances was pregnant, he simply could not give up everything. He was also confused by the fact that the princess, having barely met him, was already talking about marriage, as if it was just a deal. He remembered that he already had a person with whom he was connected. Having collected his thoughts, Diaz firmly replied that he had his own plans and did not intend to participate in military conflicts anymore. He honestly admitted that he could not send even one warrior to help, because as a feudal lord, he had neither an army nor sufficient resources. Princess Diana, trying to maintain control of the situation, expressed hope that Diaz might change his mind. She offered an additional reward, hoping that it would influence his answer. However, Diaz remained adamant. He firmly stated that he could not help, no matter the amount of the reward offered. Diaz made it clear that if this request was the only reason for their visit, that he was asking them to leave his land. The reaction of one of the attendants was sharp and aggressive. The man, angry at the refusal, drew his sword and pointed it at Diaz. He furiously accused him of insolence, declaring that refusing the princess was a direct insult to Her Majesty. Klaus tried to stop him, but he was already seething with indignation. He continued his accusations, claiming that Diaz had become too conceited after receiving the status of a hero. Diaz did not tolerate the threat for long. He quickly threw away the enemy's sword with one swing of his battle axe, and it shattered, unable to withstand the blow. The enemy was stunned and could not utter a word. Diaz, feeling the tension inside, noted to himself that he could easily detect the bloodlust in the man's actions. He realized that he was not seriously planning to attack. It was just a pose designed to intimidate. But even so, he did not give in, and ordered them to leave his land immediately. Klaus intervened, agreeing with him. He called for everyone to leave immediately, so as not to escalate the situation. He warned that if Diaz was angered any further, the consequences would be much more severe. The man tried to object, but Klaus made it clear that even together they could not match the hero's strength, and if they decided to start a fight, they would suffer a crushing defeat. The group, realizing the danger, decided to leave. Diaz mentally noted that as a result of the incident, he had damaged the floor inside the yurt. He knew that now Aruna would scold him because he would have to fix what he had damaged again. Diana did not hide her inner rage as she walked away. It was not as she had been told. Instead of a hero willing to do anything for the kingdom, she saw a man who had rejected her and humiliated her in front of everyone. She seethed inwardly, calling him worthless trash and promising to make him regret what had happened. Meanwhile, Aruna approached Diaz and shared the information that the magic had given her. All the women who had arrived were glowing red, which meant hostility. One of the soldiers was glowing blue, the rest were red or white. She knew one of the women would cry, and that's exactly what happened. Frances cried and wanted to be there. Aruna, using her disguise magic, brought her in to watch what was happening. Diaz apologized to Frances for not being able to stay with her at that moment. He placed his hand on Aruna's head and thanked her for keeping them safe. He also clarified that the women whose glow was red were indeed a threat. Aruna confirmed that the soul judgment magic had clearly shown that these people were dangerous to both Diaz and her, since they were now family. Diaz was finally convinced that he had done the right thing by driving away the uninvited guests. He thought that among them there was only one person who could be relied upon, and most likely it was Klaus because he was glowing blue. Aruna, meanwhile, brought him back to reality by reminding him that the damaged floor needed to be repaired. Diaz, with a slight sigh, agreed and promised to do it. Morning arrived, and Diaz greeted Frances and Francois with warm concern. Aruna also wished him good morning. At that moment, her horn began to glow, and she reported that she had found one intruder. It was a man in the east, moving in circles as if he was lost. Diaz was wary. One person who didn't look like a traveler was already suspicious. He asked Aruna if she was going to come with him, but Aruna confidently stated that their presence would be well hidden by magic. She also added that she did not want to see Frances cry again, so they would go together, regardless of his opinion. They came closer and discovered that the intruder was Klaus. He himself admitted that he had lost his way and could not find his way back. Diaz realized that on the plain, where everything was covered with the same grass, it was really difficult to get his bearings. He assumed that Klaus had returned to the kingdom with the princess and her entourage, and was surprised by his presence there. He also noticed that Klaus was not wearing any equipment. Klaus laughed and explained that he had simply been thrown out. He had been ordered to hand over his armor and sword. Diaz immediately wondered if it was his fault, since he had been the one to throw the guests out. But Klaus assured him that he had made the decision himself. He didn't want to go back to the front, because every day the probability of war was growing. Klaus used the situation to find a true friend and start a new life. He said that there was something he really wanted to achieve. When Diaz asked what exactly his ambition was, Klaus, overcoming his nervousness, admitted that he wanted to work for him. He hopefully asked if Diaz could accept him as a soldier. Diaz remembered how they had fought side by side in the past. There was complete trust between them, and in battle there was no one he trusted more. He felt that he would be happy to have such an ally again. However, he still hesitated. Aruna, as if reading his mind, assured him that Klaus was safe. The whole time he was emitting a blue light, which meant good intentions. Klaus finally saw Aruna and was shocked, not only by her, but by Memu's presence. He could hardly find the words. Diaz smiled in a friendly way and said that it was all a long story, and so an important event had occurred. Diaz had a new ally. His territory had been replenished with a new subject, Klaus. And now the total number of subjects had increased to 1. The updated report on the status of the Neutros territory looked like this. The subjects included an Oni girl named Aruna, 2 Memu, Francis and Francois, and a former soldier, Klaus. Diaz himself is the feudal lord of this land. The objects included yurts, a storage facility, a small cattle pen, a warehouse, and a dug well. Klaus's memories relived the scene from the past. He screamed at his commander, begging him to stop. Klaus couldn't understand how anyone could just abandon civilians in a village full of women and children and run away. He didn't believe that the captain was actually going to retreat, but the commander cut him off, saying that this was just a temporary maneuver to gather reinforcements. This was not a flight, he said. Klaus, however, could not accept that answer. He knew that if they left, there would be no one to protect those who remained. In response, he heard only a cold phrase that their fate was now in the hands of the gods. He tried to stop the captain once more, but he was already leaving Klaus with a difficult choice. Diaz watched as the new yurt was completed. It was meant for Klaus. Although Klaus himself would not have minded living in the old, damaged one, Diaz could not afford it. He considered it unfair to offer his friend a damaged home, so he decided to build him a new, solid one. Aruna, meanwhile, called everyone to dinner. There was black buffalo on the table, and Diaz thanked her for the food. He encouraged Klaus not to be shy. Klaus, having enthusiastically tasted the dish, was delighted. The food was so delicious that he exclaimed that it was quite suitable even for a feudal lord. He added that Aruna would make a wonderful wife. Aruna shyly waved away the compliments and offered to eat. There was plenty of food. During the meal, Diaz brought up the topic of weaponry. He asked Aruna if the dragon parts stored in the warehouse could be used to create armor and weapons for Klaus. Aruna answered in the affirmative. She said that a craftsman named Peter in the village had already begun work on some items. Nothing from a dragon's body goes to waste. Fangs and claws are used to make swords and spears, tendons are used to make bowstrings, and shells are used to make shields and other forms of protection. Diaz noted that when exchanging materials in a village, more resources can be lost than gained. Therefore, it is more logical to use them on the spot. He noticed that Klaus was preoccupied with something. When he named the dragon parts used, Klaus froze in shock. He was amazed that Diaz actually had trophies of such a level. He asked, in amazement, if he really defeated the dragon. Diaz calmly confirmed that it was an earth dragon, similar to a huge turtle. It did not fly and did not breathe fire, but it was still dangerous. He managed to break through its shell and defeat it. Klaus was shocked. He knew that to defeat such a monster, a whole squad of knights and siege weapons were needed. And here, one man managed alone. He felt unworthy of using such valuable materials. However, Diaz assured him that he was doing it consciously. He wanted Klaus to be the captain of his future army once he had warriors. If the dragon parts were simply lying around, they would be of no use. Klaus accepted the offer with fervor. He swore to give his life for Diaz, for his land, and for his people. He said it with deep determination and respect, calling both Diaz and Aruna with all the honors due. Diaz noted that it was possible not to use the Sama form of address, but Klaus stood his ground. He believed that he should show respect to both the ruler and his companion. Diaz smiled inwardly. It was clear that his new ally was very inspired. 10 days passed. During this time, Klaus trained hard. His spear and armor were made entirely of dragon parts. These items were so valuable that even a nobleman, and sometimes even the king himself, could not afford them. All this was possible because Diaz placed his complete trust in Klaus. Klaus thought about this as he continued training. He knew he had to live up to the trust that had been placed in him. At the same time, the capital was immersed in political intrigue. Each nobleman supported one side or another in the struggle for the throne. In the provinces, feudal lords did whatever they wanted, taking advantage of their distance from the center of power. On his way to Diaz's land, Klaus witnessed the cruelty of a feudal lord named Kazdex. He saw the suffering of the common people. Klaus also suspected that the reward intended for Diaz was stolen by the second prince, driven by greed. The third princess, Diana, was said to have had great political influence, but her military might was poor. She likely came to Diaz hoping to win his support through her charm. This situation could escalate into a wave that would shake all the lands. This is what prompted Klaus to decide to come here. He knew that if the war started again, then as a soldier, he would probably die. But he was ready to meet his death with honor, if it was for Diaz. At that moment, Klaus saw Diaz leave the house. He immediately realized that something serious had happened. Diaz confirmed his guess. Aruna, with her magic, detected an approaching group. 12 people were moving from the east. One of them was in critical condition. Diaz decided to go to them before it was too late. When Diaz was about to go to the approaching unknown people, Klaus expressed his willingness to go with him. However, Diaz stopped him. He firmly asked Klaus to stay and guard Aruna and Mema if the situation became dangerous. In case of a threat, Aruna and their furry companions were to retreat, and it was Klaus who was supposed to protect them. Klaus nodded silently, accepting the responsibility. He assured that he could be relied upon. Inwardly, Klaus watched as Aruna used concealment magic. He was amazed. They disappeared, as if they had dissolved into thin air. Aruna's strength never ceased to amaze him. However, unexpectedly, Diaz and Aruna returned earlier than he expected. The reason for the visit was unexpected: a group of elderly women abandoned by their village. It turned out that the women had been exiled to reduce the number of mouths to feed. Their village was suffering from famine and unrest caused by the rebellion. Duke Kazdex's second son rebelled against his father, wanting to take his place. Unrest continued in the neighboring territory. The leader of the exiled group was an elderly woman named Maya. She used divination to find a safe place and led her companions on a long journey that ended at Diaz's domain. Diaz was delighted. He happily informed Klaus that in one day, he had increased the number of his subjects by 12 people. Klaus, who had expected such a reaction, was not surprised. He understood that Diaz could now decide their fate himself, since they had been exiled and did not belong anywhere else. However, he also realized that the elderly women would not be able to make a significant contribution to the development of the territory. Diaz, on the other hand, looked at the new settlers with admiration. He noted that they were all over 70 years old, and Grandma Maya was 90. He was amazed by their longevity. He began to wonder if they could share the secrets of their health and long life. Klaus tried to bring him back to reality. He reminded him that women of that age could die any day. That was the reason they had been exiled. But Diaz, full of enthusiasm, was already thinking about building more yurts. Klaus, desperate, asked if anyone was listening to him. An episode from the past came to Klaus's mind. Several years ago, his camp had been surrounded by the enemy. When it became clear that the village was in danger of being overrun, he had shouted to the other soldiers not to leave. He felt inside that it was their duty to protect people, so he decided to stay, knowing that he would most likely die. But that's when Diaz showed up. He ran up to Klaus and expressed relief that he was alive. At that moment, everyone was running away, and Diaz was beginning to think that he was alone. Klaus asked him where he had been. Diaz explained that he heard a baby crying. He followed the sound and found a small boy. He handed the child over to the residents hiding in the cellar. The child, sobbing, begged him not to go, not to leave them because he was afraid. Diaz promised that he should not be afraid. He would stay and protect them all. Then the battle began. Diaz shouted at Klaus not to dare die, and Klaus responded with fervor that he would do everything possible. From that moment on, Klaus did not remember the details of the battle. He only remembered standing with his back to the shelter next to Diaz, slashing with his sword with the last of his strength. He didn't know how many enemies there were, but he felt that his role was to be a support. Even if he wasn't the best warrior, his presence gave Diaz the ability to take out enemies more effectively. It was their best strategy at the time. The next day, reinforcements arrived. But by then, the enemy had already left the village. Diaz remained the same as ever. He had not changed. Despite his achievements, he remained a kind, honest, and straightforward person. Klaus was ashamed of his own thoughts. He realized that he wanted to die to prove his loyalty. But he realized that he must live. He wanted to be close to this man. After all, Diaz had become a feudal lord, a real leader. And that's why she continued to be a part of his story. Later, when Diaz started building the yurt again, Klaus ran up to help. He shouted at him to slow down, because he was ready to work together. He grabbed part of the structure, but, miscalculating the force, almost damaged the yurt. A few days had passed since a group of elderly women had settled in the village. Aruna had carefully examined their souls with magic and found that they were all glowing blue. This meant that there was no evil intent among them, and they could breathe freely. Thanks to their arrival, the settlement had noticeably increased in number, and it was time to come up with a name for their village. Aruna suggested a name that was rich in tradition and meaning. She recalled the old word Iluk, which meant first village. Klaus, inspired by the exploits of his new master, suggested a more powerful name, Dragon Slayer Village. His suggestion was made with fervor, but was immediately and gently rejected by Aruna. Thus, the first village in the territory of Diaz was founded. All the inhabitants wanted to celebrate this event. A modest party was organized. Despite its simplicity, it filled everyone with warmth. Diaz looked at the smiling faces of his new subjects, and his own heart filled with joy. He realized that he must continue to work to bring his people even more reasons to be happy. Later, Aruna approached him and asked to talk. She started a serious conversation about population growth. She reminded them that they needed to figure out how to attract new settlers. Diaz remembered that they had discussed this recently. There were ideas, but nothing really suitable could be thought of. There was still one plan in his head, but he discarded it immediately. The plan suggested by Grandma Maya did seem the fastest. However, there was something about it that Diaz felt was wrong. Suddenly, Grandma Maya herself appeared. She said that she heard him calling her, although he did not say a word. This made a strong impression on him, her sensitivity and unusual strength. Maya returned to their conversation from yesterday. She brought up the subject of slavery. She suggested selling the valuable materials obtained from the dragon and using the proceeds to buy slaves. This way, the population could quickly increase. For Diaz, the suggestion was a blow. He remembered all the horrors he had seen in the war. Slave soldiers, abandoned, tortured, broken. Slavery was not just a system for him, it was violence and suffering. Aruna, trying to offer an alternative, suggested that they could simply treat the slaves kindly. But Diaz rejected this idea. He argued that the very act of buying slaves made him an accomplice. After all, if the slave market grew, the slavers would seek out new people to fill their ranks. He declared with complete conviction that slavery, its purchase and sale, would be prohibited on his land. Maya, hearing his words, breathed a sigh of relief. She admitted that she deliberately touched on this topic to test how he would react. If Diaz had supported the idea, she would have been forced to act against it. But now she felt glad that there was no need. She also admitted that she had heard terrible stories about the slaves owned by Duke Kazdex, and was therefore concerned that such things would not happen again. Diaz said gently that this would not happen in his land. Here, no one would be a commodity. Here, no one would be broken. He promised that he would never allow slavery. Aruna watched him closely and noticed that he was clearly thinking about something. At that moment, Klaus entered the room. He was slightly out of breath and apologized, noticing that he had interrupted the conversation. He noticed that Diaz was in the dark with Aruna, and seeing Maya as well, he was completely confused. Trying to leave, he nervously said that he had not seen anything. The next morning, Aruna had important news. She noticed a merchant heading their way. Diaz was quick to respond. He understood that merchants were not just a source of goods. They also spread information. Through them, you can tell about the settlement, attract new people, order what you need, find out news, and develop the village. Klaus, anticipating the meeting, wondered who this traveling merchant was, heading to them in such distant lands. Diaz was surprised to see a creature standing before him that he had never seen before. It was not just a merchant, but a representative of the frog race. His appearance resembled an amphibian, but he carried himself with dignity. The merchant introduced himself as Pagan and greeted Diaz politely, mentioning that he had heard of him as a dragon slayer. He expressed hope for a mutually beneficial exchange. Aruna explained that they were dealing with a representative of a special race, frogs. Diaz, noticing Pagan's appearance, could hardly contain his surprise. He noted to himself that it was indeed a frogman. Paijin asked to see the materials he had received from the Earth Dragon. He wanted to evaluate the goods, as he had heard that Diaz had killed the beast alone. At that moment, Aruna's horn glowed, indicating a magical soul check. Diaz noticed that Paijin's soul was white. This meant that he was not dangerous. However, he was not driven by good intentions. His goal was purely trade. Given this, Diaz decided to make the deal anyway. He brought back the material, part of the Earth Dragon's shell. Paijin was shocked by its size and density. He admitted that when he heard about the dragon being killed, he imagined it to be much smaller. With doubt in his voice, he tried to clarify whether Diaz had really killed the monster alone. Diaz understood the subtext. The merchant probably thought Diaz had found a dead dragon and was simply taking credit. To dispel doubts, he asked Klaus to bring him a particularly strong piece of shell. He himself went to get his axe. When he returned, he demonstrated how he could split the shell with one powerful blow. Klaus commented in delight, calling it the dragon slaying strike. Diaz sighed internally, thinking that Klaus, as always, had terrible ideas for names, but the effect was achieved. Paijin was completely convinced. The merchant showed immediate interest. He stated that he was willing to buy the shell fragments, even if it meant giving up all his resources. He explained that as an honest merchant, he would pay a fair market price. He added that he had something else besides that, 2 little girls. He couldn't sell them in the lands of the monsters, but as a representative of the human race, Diaz might be interested. Diaz noticed the girls. Their eyes were lifeless. There was an emptiness in them. He immediately felt a kinship with them. They were probably orphans like him. The idea of them being sold as merchandise shocked him. He realized that Paijin was treating the children like slaves. Aruna gently placed her hand on his, asking him to calm down. Diaz looked at her, barely containing his emotions. Grandma Maya intervened in the conversation. She gently explained that his expression might frighten the girls. She turned to Paijin and calmly said that their village did not buy slaves, and they were not interested. Paijin immediately began to justify himself. He said that everyone had misunderstood. He claimed that he did not deal with slaves. He explained that if he had not taken the girls as merchandise, they would have died long ago. The children were twins, and in their home village that was considered a curse. According to local customs, twins were executed immediately after birth. Their parents, not accepting this, fled into the forest. They lived in hiding, but fell ill. In their dying hours, they asked Paige to take the girls and care for them. At first, he refused, saying he was not a charity worker. But the parents begged, offering the last of their money, and he could not refuse. He promised them that he would find a safe place for the girls. Since then, he traveled with them, but resources were running out. The girls were considered cursed, so no one wanted to take them. He admitted that despite the losses, he continued to care for them, hoping to find someone who would take them in. Aruna confirmed his words with magic. The horn glowed, and she said that Paijin was telling the truth. Moreover, the girls' souls glowed bright blue, a sign of kindness and purity. Diaz took a deep breath. He had made a decision. He said he was taking the girls under his protection. Diaz offered Pagan payment in the form of dragon parts to cover all expenses. He promised to take care of them and accept them as part of his family. Pagan was thrilled. He readily agreed. Diaz thought to himself, the idea of buying children repulsed him, but given the circumstances and the fact that they had nowhere else to go, he realized that this was not just an act of purchase, it was an act of rescue. He decided that these twins would be part of his family from now on. As Pagan left the land of Neutros, He could not hide his delight. He proclaimed that Master Diaz had become his best customer in the history of trade. He proudly declared that he had sold all his goods and was now completely delighted. In his eyes, there was nothing better than an honest, simple-minded customer. However, in a conversation with the Great Bear, Pagan touched on another side of his intentions. The bear wondered if Diaz would become a threat to the King of Beasts. Pagan calmly replied that Diaz was just a man, content with his small village on the plains, and would hardly ever pose a threat. He added that Diaz had no idea what awaited him. He confessed to himself that if Diaz decided to expand, he would inevitably encounter the northern mountains beyond the plain. These lands were full of monsters, but at the same time they contained rich mineral deposits. There was great potential in this, and if Diaz decided to take them over, or the Beast King got to them first, the trade routes and profits would increase exponentially. Either way, as its official trader, Paijin intended to get his share. After the trade with Paijin was completed, the deal went smoothly. New orders were placed and advertisements were sent out to attract settlers to the feudal land. However, Diaz still had one unfinished business: the new girls he had taken in. He picked them up, noting that they looked very thin, like they were 3 or 4 years old. He promised that they would eat well from now on. Aruna was a very good cook, and from now on they would eat together. He introduced himself and asked their names. I asked if they had any favorite games to play together. Aruna, joining the conversation, suggested finding out their favorite dishes so that she could try to cook them. Diaz also asked if they liked to listen to stories or sing songs, and finally asked what he should call them. Diaz thought to himself, if the parents of these girls loved them so much that they left their village to save them, then surely the girls themselves retained love for their parents. That meant that the names given by their parents were especially important to them, and they should be treated with respect. When it became clear that they had no names, Diaz thought about it. He said that despite his stern appearance, he had a lot of experience in coming up with names for children. He began to think about what names would be appropriate, because these were 2 girls, and maybe they should be given something soft and cute. But the girls suddenly objected sharply. They did not want to be given new names. Diaz was a little stunned, but immediately asked them to give theirs. He needed to know how to address them. And then they said, Sine and Aiken. Diaz thanked them and said that these were very beautiful names. He immediately remembered who was who. His heart was filled with a warm feeling. He understood that children often withdraw into themselves after trauma. The war left behind many such children. The outcome for them was usually tragic. However, memories of their parents helped these girls to open up at least a little. He said that now he and Klaus needed to take care of the goods, and Aruna and Grandma Maya would help the girls change their clothes and prepare something for them to eat. Aruna smiled and invited the girls to follow her. Maya promised to treat them to steamed potatoes later. Klaus, watching the scene, was surprised to see that Diaz was good with children. Diaz, not without a little sadness, admitted that before the war, he had been something of a foster parent to a group of orphans. He had also taken care of a newborn. When the war came, he had to leave his children in the care of the man who helped him take care of them. He hoped that they were okay. Klaus expressed hope that one day those children would find out where he was and come to him. Later, when the work was completed, Diaz inspected the goods and moved them to the warehouse. He expressed satisfaction with the work done. Then, he tried to pick up the girls again, calling them cute with tenderness in his voice. But Aruna stopped him and sternly remarked that he needed to wash himself first. Diaz admitted that she was right and hurried to tidy himself up. Meanwhile, Aruna carefully braided Aichen's hair. She said that when the girls grew up, they would be able to do it themselves. Maya, watching them, felt that despite the fact that the girls were not human, their arrival seemed like a good sign. She promised to look after them. The other grandmothers in the village also admired the girls, not hiding their affection. Diaz was pleased to note that the new clothes looked great on Sinai and Aiken. Sinai, looking at the outfit, exclaimed how beautiful it was. Aiken echoed her sister. Diaz smiled, confirming that they did indeed look very beautiful. Inside, he felt calm. The girls were finally starting to open up. Later, Aruna called them. She explained that the name Sinai in the ancient language means beautiful as the moon. The name Aiken, in turn, means sacred moon. Although she did not know what their parents had intended by giving them their names, She was sure that the connection to the moon was not accidental. Aruna gave each girl a precious stone called an ode. According to legend, these stones contained the power of the moon. She asked them to keep them carefully. Aiken trembled as she said the meaning of her name, Sacred Moon. Next to her, Sanai also said her name, as if tasting it, as if for the first time she truly understood its meaning, beautiful as the moon. Tears flowed down their cheeks, and then something opened up in their memory. They remembered their parents' voices, quiet, warm, full of love. These voices told them that they were loved, that nothing was more important than their happiness. Their parents asked for only one thing, that Sanae and Aiken live happily. Diaz and Aruna did not stand aside. They came up and hugged the girls tightly, accepting their tears, pain, and tender memories. And at that moment, two Memu quietly approached them. These furry creatures, sensitive to emotions, took the initiative. They slowly approached and froze nearby. Their eyes were full of softness. Their ears slightly drooped in sympathy. Diaz noticed their behavior and said that it seemed that they wanted to help too. Aruna, looking closely at Memu, explained with understanding that they were trying to comfort the girls. These creatures could sense children. Diaz noted that Aruna mentioned the ancient language when choosing the name for the village. He expressed the opinion that he had previously believed that only representatives of the Oni people were the ones who spoke the ancient language. He also suggested that perhaps Senai and Aikena's parents had some kind of connection with the Oni people in the past. Aruna, thinking, admitted that she did not know the exact answer because the ancient language was preserved only in legends. She clarified that she could not say with certainty whether any outsider knew about this language or did not have such knowledge. According to her, the Oni people are not ordinary people, and there is a possibility that in the distant past, their lineage merged with the Oni people. After 10 days, Diaz began to think about how Sanae and Aihin were still in a state of grief for their parents. He noticed that despite their pain, they still managed to take the first step towards healing their souls. Their genuine smiles, he noted, began to fill the village with light. The cheerful and joyful voices of children now echoed throughout the area, awakening the hearts of the residents. The locals began to perceive these children as their own, as if they had always been part of their community. Aruna suddenly pointed out that an unknown rider was approaching from the east. She added that by his speed, one could tell that he would soon be very close. Diaz, noticing the direction of approach, again noted that it was east and invited everyone to come out and greet the guest. He called Aruna, Francis, and Francois to join him in this. Aruna shared that Francis and Francois had decided to stay in the village. According to her, they felt uncomfortable being separated from Diaz, but with the arrival of Sanai and Aikena, they felt that they now wanted to be close to them. Diaz expressed understanding and said that they would return soon, and also said that he counted on their support. Sanai and Aiken approached Diaz with sincere expressions on their faces. Sanai asked him to return home as soon as possible without delay. Aiken added that they will wait for his return, hoping to see him soon. Diaz confidently promised that he would definitely return. Aruna used magic to hide herself and determined that the soul of the arriving person was white, indicating no hostile intent. The man who arrived showed his respect by bowing and apologizing for his sudden visit without prior notice. He turned to Diaz, assuming that it was Diaz-sama standing before him. Diaz reacted with surprise, asking to explain who this man was. The man who arrived introduced himself as Camelot and said that he was a representative of Duke Kazdex. He said that Lord Eldon Kazdex wishes to meet Lord Diaz in person and is currently en route. He also offered to accompany his master to Diaz's house. Diaz decided to meet him on the spot, right here in the village. Camelot understood and promised to immediately convey this message to his master. After he left, Diaz thought about the name Eldon Kazdex and remembered that this was the very man whose actions may have caused the civil war. He realized that he could not allow such a person to enter the sacred precincts of the village of Iluk. Aruna, noticing the approaching carriage, asked in surprise what this phenomenon was. She added that the man with the big belly has a bright blue soul, and the souls of the people around him have mixed shades, but there is not a single red one among them. Diaz, struck by her words, asked why the man had a blue soul. Aruna explained that the shade was much stronger than she had ever seen before, except for Diaz himself. At this time, a new man approached, who apologized to Diaz and expressed regret. He introduced himself as Eldan. Kazdex expressed admiration for Diaz's personality and said that he was inspired by stories about him. He also added that he really wanted to meet in person to express his respect and admiration. He promised that he would do nothing that would cause harm or irritation. Diaz said he was not insane and apologized for his harsh behavior toward Eldan's representative. Eldan responded in a friendly manner that there was no need for formalities between them, and the very fact of meeting already brought joy. He noticed a girl hiding to the side and expressed surprise at how well she could hide. He also noted that she had the same good smell as Diaz himself. Diaz said that her name was Aruna, and they were engaged. Aruna intervened and said that she was his wife. Diaz confirmed her words, agreeing with this. Eldan asked if Aruna was an Ajin. Aruna explained that she was from the Oni people, and that their representatives were born with a horn. She also added that she had never heard the word Ajin before, so she didn't know how to perceive it correctly. Eldan explained that the Ajins are creatures similar to humans but not human, beastmen, mermaids, and others. Aruna agreed that if that was the classification, then it could be called an Ajin. Suddenly, Eldan burst into tears and rushed to hug Diaz. He asked excitedly if Diaz had a child with Aruna. Diaz, frightened by such a reaction, told him to calm down, since they don't have children yet. Aruna suddenly expressed a desire to have 10 children. Diaz shouted her name in shock. Aruna added that Diaz had already taken 2 orphans under his protection, who could probably be classified as Ajins. Eldan enthusiastically noted that Diaz has an Ajin wife and Ajin children, and called him a kindred spirit. After this, he showed his true colors, revealing who he really is. Diaz, amazed by what was happening, thought that he could not believe it. Eldan turned out to be an Ajin. Eldan, recalling his childhood, said that in those years, in order to kindle the will to fight among people and attract more volunteers to the royal capital, stories about great heroes were actively spread. These stories, intended to inspire, over time turned into theatrical productions that lost some of their sincerity. It was in this performance that he first heard of a hero named Diaz. According to what was heard, Diaz fulfilled his parents' last will by fighting against the strong to protect the weak. Stories claimed that he was able to change the behavior of tyrant nobles using not words, but the force of his own fist. This legend was known and had a response among the people. But, as Eldan related, these performances caused concern among the nobles themselves, and after just a week they began to be curtailed, and then banned altogether. This decision led to growing public outrage. However, tablets with records of these stories continued to be passed from hand to hand, finding their way even to the remote lands of Kazdex, cut off from the capital territories. However, the main problem with the story I heard was that much of it was distorted or completely fictitious. The narrative lacked any words about true nobility on the battlefield. However, despite this, Eldan did not accept the story as truth, but continued to collect opinions from those who had personally encountered Diaz. From veterans, traders who visited the battlefield, and even home tutors, he heard only words of praise for Diaz. As a result, under the influence of these testimonies, Eldan became deeply impressed with Diaz. Kamlat, who was nearby, asked him not to overexert himself because of the overwhelming emotions. Diaz noted to himself that Eldan had lifted him like a chest, and of course such physical strain must have taken its toll on his condition. He realized that their entire group had made a huge effort to find him. Noticing signs of fatigue, Diaz asked if Eldan was able to move at all. Kamlat explained that Eldan was a representative of the half-Ajin, creatures born from the union of a human and an Ajin. Such creatures have the rare ability to transform into true Ajins. Specifically, Eldan belongs to a race known as the elephant race, creatures with powerful bodies and superhuman strength, but possessing gentle souls and kind hearts. Diaz remembered in his mind that Eldan's father was a former feudal lord named Enkis, and his mother was a slave from the elephant race named Neha. He noted that every time Eldan's body changes, he loses a significant amount of vitality. Diaz had previously believed that Eldan had changed his form out of an excess of joy, but now he realized that there was a physiological cost to it. The power of the half-a-gene is an important part of Eldan's personality, but it is also the cause of many of the difficulties associated with his dual nature. Camelot clarified that Eldan had inherited a small stature by elephant standards, but for a human, his build remained impressively strong. He added that Eldan's unstable physical condition could only be maintained thanks to the attentive care of his wives. Diaz, in his thoughts, also remembered Camelot. He realized that the attitude towards the Ajin in the lands of Kazdex went beyond common sense and defied description. This realization deeply hurt Eldan, whose heart, in fact, screamed from injustice. He strove for a world in which there would be no dividing walls between races and everyone would live in harmony. This became his deepest desire. To achieve his dream, Eldan began to use his high social position to protect the Ajins in secret, from behind the scenes. Diaz recalled that the rumors that Eldan was a womanizer were most likely made up specifically to hide the man's true motives and merits. Aruna, thinking, made one comment that she had long wanted to discuss. She wondered why Incus had not enslaved Eldan like the other Ajin, despite the fact that he was his child. She noted that the children of slaves, even if they were half-Ajin, were still considered Ajin, and Incus wanted to enslave everyone. Camelot confirmed that the original plan was for Eldan to be treated as a slave, as his mother Neha was. But then he told that Incus already had a wife named Jania and a son named Yani. This boy resembled his father in appearance and had a rough and unattractive appearance, which caused him to suffer. Incus, as it became clear, did not have much sympathy for him. However, when the beautiful child Eldan was born in human form, the feudal lord became very interested in him. He claimed that it was most likely his son, seeking political gain. Diaz noted how disgusting the story seemed. The father hated the son who looked like him, but preferred the child who did not look like him. And the complete lack of ability to love made this man even more terrible. The fact that Eldan was an Ajin was hidden from both himself and those around him. His mother, Neha, continued to be by his side, playing the role of a servant. But when Eldan turned 5 years old, his body underwent changes. His ears and nose acquired features characteristic of his race. It was then that he realized that Neha was his mother. From that moment on, their relationship became stronger, and a real bond began to form between them. Eldan's main goal was to restore the natural and strong connection between mother and child. Diaz recalled that he had previously heard talk of a possible civil war, but he did not want to believe that a real crisis could occur. Camelot, in a restrained tone, explained that no global crisis had occurred, adding that Eldan Sama had simply sought to protect the people dear to him. He said that Jania and her followers had informed Incus, Sama, of Eldan's true motives. Incus, enraged, had given the order to destroy not only Eldan, Sama himself, but also Neha, Sama, and all other Ajin. Because of this decision, Eldan was forced to engage in battle against Incus and his forces. Diaz mentally noted that after a fierce and bloody conflict, Eldan was able to defeat Incus's army and his supporters. Although he was not formally entitled to the title, he publicly declared himself the new feudal lord of the Kazdex lands. Later, when the conversation continued, Eldan apologized to Diaz for his previous words and actions. He noted that Diaz was a man who married an Ajina he had recently met. According to Eldan, since Diaz married an Ajin, their children will also be considered Ajin. He stressed that Aruna, Sana, is leading a very happy life and expressed confidence that her children will also find happiness. At the same time, Eldan admitted that he was mistaken when he first met Aruna, thinking that she shared his dream and was a like-minded person. Diaz sincerely confirmed that he supports Eldan's dream. He said that in his village, people and Ajins already live together in peace and harmony. He also expressed hope that a similar picture would one day spread to other lands. He promised that he would support Eldan and cooperate with him as much as he could. Diaz noted that Eldan's dream is truly noble and lofty, and urged him to hold his head high. He added that being brave is a really good thing. Eldan, hearing Diaz's words, could not contain his emotions and burst into tears. Diaz noted in his thoughts that they had discussed a variety of topics, including food supplies in each other's territory. Eldan warned that if Diaz couldn't increase the food supply, it could become a real problem. He stressed that with the growth of the village population, without improving food production, food will run out sooner or later. He reminded that winter will definitely come, and if preparations are started too late, the consequences will be serious. Diaz thought about how important these words were, spoken not just as a friend, but as a true leader and feudal lord. He decided it was time to act and suggested starting with the creation of 1 or 2 ideal fields of crops. Diaz remembered his farming before the war and promised to show everything he could do. Diaz and Aruna walked towards home together. When they returned, Sanae and Akin, seeing them, could not hold back their tears. Sanae exclaimed that they promised to return immediately. Akin added that that's what they said. Diaz mentally admitted that he had indeed returned later than he had promised, but no matter how much he explained the reasons, it would all sound like an excuse. Later in the evening, Aruna sighed with relief and said that the children had finally fallen asleep. She was surprised at how long they stayed angry and how much energy they had. Aruna noticed with a smile how happy their faces looked in their sleep. Diaz thought that the children had run an incredible amount during the day, and noted that he had previously thought that the peaceful village was just an illusion. At some point, Akin, crying, complained that Sanae ate her potatoes. Sanae also began to cry and said that Akin did not want to forgive her. Akin stated that this was the last time. Sanae, justifying herself, said that she apologized. Diaz tried to calm them down by offering them his share so they could make peace. Akin refused, saying she didn't want to eat Diaz's potatoes. Aruna immediately offered her portion to settle the dispute. Diaz mentally noted that the rivalry between the sisters was too strong. He recalled how the crying incident had happened that same night, and in the morning, Aruna had been surprised to notice that both of them had a fever. Sanae, muttering in her sleep, asked if there was anyone nearby, calling her mother. Diaz realized that despite the hard times, he and Aruna would continue to take care of the girls. After the experience, the relationship between Sanae and Aichen began to improve, and smiles appeared on their faces again. Aruna, a little later, suggested doubtfully that perhaps it would be worth scolding them at least once. Diaz disagreed, saying it would break their own promise. He emphasized that one should apologize, not scold, because for children who have just found a family, it is important to run, check on adults, and experience everything around them. Diaz added that these are good things to go through and that it is worth embracing now. However, he admitted that such behavior could have a negative impact in the future, so starting tomorrow, they will begin to raise the girls with the necessary strictness. At that moment, Aruna's horn suddenly lit up. Aruna sensed an intrusion and reported that a large group was moving from the southeast. Diaz asked if these were really not Eldan's people. Aruna confidently replied that Eldan had already gone home and headed in another direction. She added that at such an hour, as a rule, representatives of dark groups appear, and most likely, these are thieves or bandits. Despite the night she was ready to go out, Diaz asked her to stay and guard the house. However, Aruna insisted that she would go with him, because today was the new moon, and without her magic they would not be able to find enemies in the grass. She suggested that Klaus stay and look after the house. Diaz agreed and said that they would go together and he would rely on her strength. Diaz reflected on the life and social structure of the Oni people. He recalled that wealthy members of this people usually owned several heads of memu, creatures from which one could earn income. It was thanks to them that many were able to live without having to work physically. Those who were forced to hunt came from the poorer classes of society, who did not have enough wealth. Before marrying, men had to pay a fee for a woman, following an ancient custom. The fastest way out of poverty was considered to be hunting bandits, although bandits appeared extremely rarely in these lands. It seemed suspicious. Diaz came to the conclusion that if someone was so persistent in a place where there was nothing but grass, then these people had a special, hidden purpose. Meanwhile, one of the men walking across the steppe noted with bewilderment that there really were no signs of life. He complained that he couldn't even see any trees. Their customer interrupted the conversation, angrily reminding them that he had paid a considerable sum of money for their services. He demanded that they stop chatting and get down to business. The man tried to justify himself, expressing his willingness to prove himself, but at the same time expressed bewilderment as to why they needed to act at night. The customer responded by explaining that there was a figure named Hero Diaz who was capable of fighting on the front lines even in broad daylight and still winning. So their mission was to launch a surprise attack under cover of darkness, because if this Diaz spotted them, everything would go to hell. In addition, he specified that if any of them saw a certain Eldan, he should immediately eliminate him, since he was allegedly instructed to meet with Diaz in these meadows. One of the men asked whether a reward would also follow for Eldan. The customer reported that there was a reward of 100 silver coins for his head, while 10 gold coins were promised for Diaz himself. The same man, inspired, turned to his companions, saying that before them stood perhaps the largest catch in a long time. He enthusiastically declared that there was only one man against them and proposed to finish the job as quickly as possible so as to return to the city with a profit. At that moment, the man noticed a flash of red light. He cried out in panic that arrows had been fired and that one of their comrades, named Lyle, had been killed. The man realized that their ambush had been exposed and reported that there were enemy archers in the area of the other world. He ordered the torches to be thrown away as they made them an ideal target for arrows. He then ordered his men to fire towards the red light. The man's thoughts were filled with anxiety. He did not understand where the source of light had disappeared to. He was overcome with anxiety, as it was not clear where exactly the attack was coming from. He noted with admiration that the enemy possessed real skill, because even in such thick darkness, he knew their location exactly. The man realized with horror that they had clearly underestimated the enemy's strength. He remembered thinking that the task would be easy, but now it became clear to him. They had gotten involved with something impossible. Despite this, he continued to order his men not to sit idle and to fire back. He demanded precision, because there was only one enemy. If they could pinpoint his location, they could achieve victory. He screamed to be pulled out of hiding. A voice came from the darkness, asking solicitously if any of their comrades were okay. The man, hearing the voice, realized that it came from ahead. He called on everyone to immediately surround the enemy, assuring that he would defeat him to death. The man's inner voice wondered in despair how all their comrades could have died at the same time. He began to suspect that the enemy might not be alone. My time, he ordered the party to remain vigilant and suggested that there were likely to be other enemies besides the archer. Despite the numerical advantage, he ordered to form a battle formation and wait for the attack. Suddenly, the man noticed a flash of green light. He tried to comprehend what was happening, and in his mind, he desperately tried to explain what it was. The man suggested that perhaps they had encountered an Ajin. Overcome with fear, he screamed, demanding that the enemy show himself and calling him a monster. At that very moment, Diaz attacked him. The man's last thought before he was struck imprinted in his mind the image of a fearsome warrior, blue eyes, heavy armor, a giant two-handed axe. He realized that this man was not just an enemy, but a real monster, the price for which should have been at least 100 gold coins. The man who had been the customer ran away in panic. He was screaming in a broken voice, filled with rage and fear. His words were jumbled, as if he couldn't control the flood of emotions. He cursed everything and everyone, repeating that their people had been killed too quickly, calling them useless trash. The customer knew that if he was spotted, he would be finished. He was overcome with madness. In his cries, he blamed Diaz, insisting that his old wounds began to burn because of him. He hated the hero for not interfering, but for standing in his way. He blamed the orphans and cursed the moment when Diaz spared him. The thought pulsed in his head. He could not understand Diaz, but one day, he swore he would kill him. Meanwhile, Diaz was thinking about what was happening. He was going to give the order to those holding the torches to begin the attack, but it did not come to that, because the opponents acted chaotically and recklessly. As a result, the battle ended by itself. During the battle, one of the enemy's arrows slightly grazed Aruna's face. This caused Diaz to become angry, but in the end, neither he nor she was seriously injured. Only the bandits suffered losses. Some of them died, while others were seriously injured. One of the enemy managed to escape, but Diaz decided there was no need to pursue him. All weapons were then confiscated from the bandits. Diaz gave a moralizing speech, explaining how stupid and senseless their behavior was, regardless of the justification. After that, he ordered their deportation from the plains. Aruna said with a disgruntled expression that deportation was too lenient a punishment. However, Diaz decided that since there were no casualties on their side, the punishment was justified. He promised himself that if these people tried to attack their lands again, they would be shown no mercy. Aruna, having assessed the situation, noted that hunting bandits is a profitable business. According to her, for catching bandits, one can receive a monetary reward from the headman. She also added that confiscated iron weapons can be exchanged for money. Diaz asked if there was really anything of value in exchange for worn-out weapons. Aruna explained that iron was a valuable material on the plains. In addition to its combat utility, it could be smelted into useful tools. She added that her parents did not live in abundance, so hunting bandits was always her dream. Diaz noted that before meeting him, Aruna had made her living patrolling the plains and hunting. Hunting bandits was considered the quickest and easiest way out of poverty, but bandits were rare on these plains, and the possibility of a large catch remained only a dream. Aruna recalled the moment she first sensed Diaz approaching. She remembered how her heart had leapt when she sensed the approach of a horse-drawn carriage. She had thought then that perhaps these were bandits at last, but when she saw Diaz, she realized he was not a criminal. Diaz recalled how Aruna felt his presence, wondering if he was a refugee thrown from a carriage, or someone about to commit suicide dying alone on the side of the road. These were the thoughts she had at that moment. The very next morning she went to check on him while on patrol. Aruna remembered being speechless when she saw a man sleeping peacefully right on the ground. She was going to check his soul as a precaution. If it turned out to be blue, it would be a huge loss. She admitted to herself that if he was a bandit, she would kill him without hesitation and take his weapons and armor. Diaz recalled that despite her intentions, Aruna decided to wake him up and talk to him. Aruna wondered why she hadn't killed Diaz when she had intended to. She felt like there was a conversation that needed to happen between them. Even if she couldn't explain it logically, she had already made a choice the second she decided to act differently. Now that she was with Diaz, she didn't think of it as a mistake. Even though there were occasional misunderstandings between them, she still wondered why she wanted to be with him. Diaz tried to understand her words, but he couldn't quite grasp the gist of it. At that moment, Aruna kissed him on the cheek, leaving him confused. He called out her name, asking her to wait, and hurried after her, not wanting to be left behind. Diaz mentally admitted to himself that he would run after her, no matter how dark the night road was. He knew that he could move forward if she was his light. At that time, their settlement included Aruna herself, 2 heads of the Memu, Klaus, 12 old women led by Maya, as well as Sinai and Aiken. The buildings included yurts, a warehouse, a toilet, a well, a square, a meeting place, and a small enclosure. Eldan expressed concern, stressing that it was not just a question of population growth. He insisted that the village really needed more food. He explained that if an emergency occurs and supplies run out, the consequences will be catastrophic. Although winter seemed far away, he reminded that it is closer than it seems. Eldan noted that it will be bad if preparations are not started right now. Diaz mentally acknowledged the truth of these words. He realized that such a situation had to be avoided at all costs. If the village was on the brink of starvation, the ones who would suffer most would be Aruna, the children, and Francis and Francois. The thought was unbearable. In response to this, he firmly stated that for everyone's sake he would go hunting and try to get as many buffaloes as possible. However, Eldan noted that one should not limit oneself to meat food alone. He emphasized that an unbalanced diet can have a negative impact on health. Therefore, along with meat, it is necessary to collect a variety of vegetables and greens. Diaz acknowledged the truth of his words. He suggested perhaps sowing the field and planting beds. But Eldan explained that this was not quite what he had in mind. He noted that this particular field had difficult soil, where, despite numerous attempts, only grass had always grown. According to him, many people had already tried to cultivate this place but had not achieved success. Diaz stated decisively that it was impossible to know the result without trying it himself. To this, Eldan thought with a slight smile that Diaz was really going for it. He understood and respected this quality. Therefore, he assured that he would help him in every possible way so that he could achieve success. Diaz thanked him from the bottom of his heart and promised that he would do everything possible to make it happen. After this, he woke up and, raising himself slightly, asked himself whether it was a dream. Morning came and he greeted Aruna, who calmly wished him good morning. At the same time, the grandmothers began to whisper among themselves. noticing with surprise that Aruna was in a particularly good mood today. Some of them ironically suggested that perhaps the previous night had been special for her. Klaus soon approached them and asked Diaz if he had a free minute. He showed him a small bat he had found during his morning patrol. According to him, the creature was most likely flying with its flock, but at some point it was attacked. It was shot down, and the others probably flew away, leaving it behind. Diaz looked at the mouse with interest, noting that he had never seen such a species before. Klaus admitted that he had also seen such a creature for the first time. Diaz recommended being especially careful next time, to which Klaus agreed. Diaz noted in his mind that the weather had been clear this morning, the sky was cloudless, and they were having breakfast under the open blue vault. During the meal, he asked the people present various questions. He asked if anything was bothering them or if they were experiencing strain from the exercise. The answers were encouraging. No one complained. He noticed that Maya and the other grandmothers looked much healthier than before. All this was possible thanks to the medicinal herbs that Aruna collected and prepared. Every day they ate food rich in medicinal properties and also took medicinal baths. Even Diaz himself felt that his health was improving. Thinking about this, he came to the conclusion that compared to Iruk village, here in Cajun village, the consumption of resources, especially medicinal ones, was significantly higher. In this regard, he asked Aruna where she got such a large supply of medicinal herbs. She explained that these herbs are either hand-picked or purchased from vendors, but mostly they grow them themselves. Diaz was surprised because he didn't know about the existence of a field for growing such herbs in Cajun. Aruna explained that they do not have a permanent field because they lead a nomadic lifestyle. For this reason, the medicinal herbs are grown in pots that are easy to transport when needed. This gave Diaz an idea. He shared his desire to plow the land and establish local food production to ensure a stable and safe life for all the villagers. He sincerely asked Aruna to teach him the technique of growing medicinal herbs, as he wanted to create a special area dedicated only to them. Aruna apologized and admitted that she did not know the exact technique of growing. She advised him to contact the matriarch if he really wanted to learn all the intricacies and learn how to do it right. At the residence of the matriarch of the Kajin clan, a woman named Moru said that the idea of plowing the field seemed impossible to her. According to her, no one knew the exact reason, but crops could not grow on this land. She said that once upon a time in the distant past, her ancestors used special agricultural equipment that allowed them to grow plants in this soil. However, after the war, that valuable equipment was tragically lost. Despite this, Moro assured that it would not be difficult for her to teach Diaz how to grow medicinal herbs. Although some claimed that it was difficult, she added that if she wanted to, she could try. In fact, in her opinion, there was almost no need for training. Everything was quite simple. It was necessary to take the so-called stone for plant fertilizer and then break it into small pieces along with the bones of animals. The resulting mixture had to be thoroughly mixed with the soil and allowed to sit for a while. Only after that could the seeds or roots of medicinal plants be planted. If you skip this step, the herbs will either grow poorly or not at all. Diaz noted in his mind that the clansmen took such a valuable stone and literally crushed it to mix it with ordinary soil. He thought that if there were differences between cultures, it might be difficult to get help from others. Moro added that even if you tried to grow vegetables, success would be akin to a miracle. She explained that even with regular plowing and sowing seeds, the result could be useless. As an example, she cited potatoes and soybeans. They could be grown in pots until leaves appeared, but then they immediately dried up. Perhaps those who live in the forest would know better. Diaz asked about those who lived in the forest, and Moro explained that because they were so far from civilization, these people had a deep knowledge of plants and agronomy. It was rumored that if such people waved their hands, even the most barren lands would begin to turn green. She admitted that she had never seen them in person. She concluded her explanations with this and added that if Diaz really mastered this business and understood how to grow, then it should be possible to teach them too. Creating a field for growing was her cherished desire, and she asked to do it for everyone. Diaz enthusiastically promised to help. He said that all along he had intended to share his knowledge if he succeeded, and would teach not only them but others as well, so that everyone in the village would have a mountain of potatoes. Moru respectfully noted that this was Diaz, radiating blue light. She looked forward to his success and noted that even Diaz and Aruna's future children would be waiting for it. She added ironically that they would need medicinal herbs to have children. Diaz was a little embarrassed. to which Moro insisted that this was an important aspect and that he should definitely convey this to Aruna. Later, Diaz returned home earlier than usual. Aiken met him and greeted him. He, in turn, announced his return. The girls ran up to him and impatiently began asking him to show them what he had brought. Diaz showed them the stones and asked if they liked them. Sanae expressed confusion, and Aiken, not showing interest, said it was boring. Sanae rejected the stones, and Aiken noticed their number. Then both suggested playing and ran on. Aruna greeted Diaz with warm words and asked what kind of stones he had. Diaz, slightly confused, said that to him they looked beautiful. Aruna determined at first glance that these stones were not magical. She explained that magical stones must have an innate magical power, charged with energy. Magicians sense this power intuitively. Even if the stones look similar, those with magical abilities will immediately recognize a fake. Diaz admitted that he did not feel the magic from these stones. He then asked if Aichen and Sanae had any magic. Aruna replied that the girls were very smart for their age and that they already had a small amount of magic power. But it was too late. He found himself face to face with the monster. Diaz, without thinking, rushes into battle with the monster. A huge snake-like creature with an open mouth prepares to attack, making terrifying sounds. With strength and determination, Diaz delivers a powerful blow, knocking the monster back and tearing the captured beast from its jaws. He continued to fight the giant monster, acting decisively. He rushed forward and at the last moment managed to grab the beast's body, pulling the victim out of its mouth. With incredible force, he pushed the snake-like creature away, delivering a powerful blow and forcing it to retreat. The monster lost its footing and collapsed. The characters began to come to their senses. AR noticed that, fortunately, Rook's anaconda was not poisonous. One of the characters asked if he was okay, and the dogman happily exclaimed that he was alive, adding that she had thought he was finished in every sense. Aruna, looking down, admitted her mistake. It was her fault for forgetting her bow and arrows. The girl thanked them with a kind smile for saving her, explaining that a large snake had spotted them on their way, and they were in danger. She added that thanks to the intervention of local residents, they had managed to avoid trouble, and asked the names of her saviors. Aruna introduced herself first and pointed to the man standing next to her, saying that this was Dias, her husband and feudal lord of these lands. The stranger also introduced herself in response. Her name was Canis. She explained that she looked after the little dog people on behalf of Eldan, Sama, and today she accompanied them as their leader, and she also said that it was the three little peoples who wanted to emigrate. She explains that each of them differs not only in appearance, but also in character. She called the black-haired ones Mastiffs, or Tibetan colors, and the X-clan is famous for its courage and pride in its strength. The brown-haired ones, she said, belong to the Ba Senji clan, also called the Senji, a clan she noted was known for being serious and straightforward. And the black and white ones, which are called Orson Shep, or simply Shep, are distinguished by their curiosity and hard work. Canis continued to explain how important the clan names were to the dog people, so she advised them to be remembered well. Aruna finished checking the souls and confirmed that Canis had a light blue aura, which meant that she came with good intentions. The little representatives of the people, according to her, all had bright blue auras, which also indicated purity and sincerity. Canis hastened to add something important. Representatives of small nations love to work, and without work they begin to feel stressed. Therefore, she emphasized that it is necessary to find at least some work for them, and asked whether there would be problems with this. He suggested that they use the horses to build a reservoir and help tend the livestock. He also suggested that some of them could become soldiers. Such work would include night patrols, mock battles with Klaus, and, if threatened, participation in real battles. Diaz voiced his job offers, and the representatives of the dog people were delighted. Their reaction was so violent that those around them had to calm them down. Diaz, trying to take control of the situation, he calmly asked everyone to be quieter. Gradually, the noise died down, and the dog people quickly calmed down, sitting down and waiting for further instructions. Diaz formally introduced himself, stating that he was the feudal lord of this plane. Diaz and Aruna respectfully sat down in front of their new acquaintances, which caused an enthusiastic reaction from representatives of all three clans. His attitude made a strong impression on Canis. She was surprised by how freely and respectfully he communicated with the dog people. Despite his status as a human and a feudal lord, she noted to herself that he was truly an unusual person. The first, a mighty representative of the Tibetan breed, called himself Marf and expressed his willingness to serve as soldiers together with his clan. He spoke politely and respectfully, but Diaz, smiling, asked not to be so formal and suggested that he address him more simply. He noted that he was glad to meet Marf. Then the head of the Basenji clan, who introduced himself as Serdio, spoke up and said that his clan would like to get down to business as soon as possible, such as building a reservoir or other work. Diaz also emphasized that there are elderly people among his people, like Grandma Maya, and asked that they too be given attention and care. In this scene, the head of the Shep clan, with the long name Reichardt Gordfunyadi Orsenshep, asked to be called simply Chef. He happily expressed his desire to care for the horses with the clan and asked if there were any sheep in the village. Aruna entrusted them with the care of the cattle, which delighted all the Sheps. Diaz said that there were no sheep in the village, but there were animals similar to them, and suggested that Shep take care of the horses. Chef happily agreed. Then, Aruna introduced herself as Diaz's wife and greeted the head of the Mastiffs, to which he responded politely. The clans, watching her, admiringly noted that Diaz had a beautiful and young wife, which caused Aruna to smile contentedly, and Diaz to feel slightly embarrassed. There are 30 Shep clan members, 25 Baseji, and 23 Mastiffs. Diaz was thinking about how to use everyone as needed, gradually, so as not to overload anyone. Canis, watching what was happening, began to doubt the idea of making soldiers out of human dogs and emphasized that their paws were not suitable for weapons, and the physical strength of many of them was weak. Diaz, in response, thought about how to explain his intentions to her. He realized that Canis was concerned about her people and that they should not be seen as mere labor. Klaus, as one of the soldiers, thanked Diaz for the patrol. Diaz introduced Canis, explaining that Klaus was their soldier. Diaz added that Canis was the leader of the dog people. After a brief moment of surprise, Klaus greeted Canis politely, who smiled back. There is a special, subtle tension between Canis and the soldier. Klaus, they look at each other with a romantic tinge, accompanied by flowers and glitter in the background. Aruna immediately realized that something was happening, while Diaz, on the contrary, did not notice anything. From Obaki, people ask their grandmothers what they will do. Girls together with adults go to collect special stones, roots, leaves, and fertility. These stones have different properties. One strengthens the roots, another helps the leaves grow, and the third acts as a fertilizer. It is believed that a tree can grow only when all three forces are united. 10 days have passed since the dog people arrived in the village of Iluk. During this time, they have actively joined in everyday life, were on duty, collected water from the well. The girls used the knowledge passed on to them by their parents, including the knowledge of working with magic stones. They have already begun to develop their own plots of land. About salvation, Canis's predictions about the clumsiness of human dogs were in vain. In fact, they have proven themselves to be very capable. They confidently care for horses, deftly use tools, and easily cope with tasks. Klaus began the organized training, calling the first group into coordinated action, while Diaz and Canis looked on with approval. One of the Mastiffs lunges forward with incredible speed, demonstrating its strength and agility. It is agile and precise in its movements, attacking the training target and suddenly approaching Klaus. Klaus watches in amazement, realizing how serious and powerful a blow can be even in the context of a training fight. One of the Mastiffs pinned him to the ground, and Klaus, lying underneath him, acknowledged their victory and praised them for their improved reaction. He was happy to see their progress. At the same time, the viewer is reminded that Klaus is not an ordinary warrior. He survived the war, earned the nickname Klaus the Decapitator for killing enemy generals, and was an incredibly strong fighter. Diaz ponders how to explain to Canis his decision to make human dog soldiers. instead of words, he decides to show her the results, hoping she will see the results for herself. Diaz recalled encounters during the war with hostile human dogs, who could talk and had special abilities, which led him to believe that adult human dogs could be useful as allies. He thought that there was no threat on the plane now, and if anyone could appear, it would only be small-time robbers from the outskirts. The soldiers in the third Princess Diana descend into the deepest part of the royal tomb of Saint-Serif, the burial place of the founding kings. The princess reminds that touching the coffins and statues is strictly prohibited. She emphasizes that the purpose of the visit is to obtain treasures for military purposes, so one should be restrained and not take too much. Princess Diana has been forthright in her ambitious and aggressive intentions. She has stated that she intends to use the ancient scepter to destroy Diaz, then crush her siblings, and then use the treasures and dragon scales to form an army and take over the country. Her goal is to become a legend in her time, just like the founders of the kingdom who burned thousands of enemies with the same artifact. Princess Diana, furious that Diaz dared to act without her permission and rejected her offer, reveals her secret card, the Royal Seal. She claims that a man bearing the name of a saint must obey her without question. In her eyes, Diaz has committed a grave insult, and now she intends to force him to cooperate, despite his refusal. The princess accuses Diaz of killing innocent people during the last war and calls him a traitor. She decides to reveal his true face to the world and report everything to Richard. Meanwhile, one of the observers ironically notes that the representatives of the royal power are even more gullible than the beastmen, and believes that fools in power are truly dangerous. One of the characters sees the situation as his chance. He plans to attack Diana immediately after she attacks Diaz. He hopes that this will allow him to prove his superiority over the parents who once rejected him and become a hero of the country. Arrival of an important group led by First Prince Richard, he notices that the agent embedded in Princess Diana's squad has returned. Prince Richard reflects on the situation. He notices that Diana has violated the ban and robbed the tomb of the founding kings. However, he decides not to intervene as he is afraid of a possible clash with Diaz. He admits that even if he tried to kill her, he would not have time. Diaz is too dangerous to risk. The prince is sure that Diana herself is doomed, because the mad dog will not spare her. He talks about Diaz's nicknames, each of which reflects a certain aspect of his personality or achievements. Patriot Hero, Bloody Axe, Guardian of the People, and the less flattering Balls Out and Well-Wisher. These nicknames did not come about by chance. Each has a story behind it. During the war, when the occupation of enemy lands was discussed, Diaz received orders to take revenge on the enemy. The royal decree prescribed the extermination of the enemy and the complete plunder of their resources. Despite his participation in the war, Diaz never harmed the civilian population. Even when he acted separately from the royal army, there was not a single case of massacre or robbery. This was possible because the volunteers who followed him shared his principles and did not allow such things. He was called the Well-Wisher, but the true meaning, crusher. Also mentioned is the nickname No Balls, which is considered a mistake. He overheard some noble children discussing joining the army to plunder, and happened to be nearby. He noticed their behavior. During the flashbacks, the horrors of the war are revealed. Violence and cruelty were taken for granted. One of the young nobles who committed the crime smugly justifies his actions, considering them a trivial matter. Meanwhile, Diaz watches the situation with silent condemnation, not needing loud words to express his attitude. Seeing the injustice, Diaz could not restrain himself and punish the young nobleman by force. This act led to his arrest. He is accused of raising his hand against a member of the nobility and is going to be tried before the royal court. After the incident with the nobleman, Diaz openly stated that he did not consider those noble who did not protect the weak. His words attracted support from influential people, including the king himself, and the case was closed without trial. Later, one of the characters explains that Diaz is dangerous not because of his cruelty, but because he acts outside the bounds of status and social norms, which makes him unpredictable and frightening to those around him. The council discussed whether to continue to control Diana and how to deal with Diaz, given his past conflicts with the royal family. Although some expressed doubts that he would dare to openly confront him, the decision was ultimately made to keep their distance. The nobles, having learned of this, finally abandon the idea of having anything to do with him. They discuss why Diaz was at the border. One of the interlocutors suggests that he was exiled there, but the other explains that it was not really an exile but a mission of trust. The king deliberately entrusted him with guarding an important border area, completely relying on his decisions and abilities. One of the characters explains that Diaz repeatedly corrected the king's mistakes and played a key role in saving the country, especially during diplomatic failures and the outbreak of war. For 20 years, he was considered a hero and savior. Despite the lack of support and resources, Diaz always managed, and this is what made others suspect that there may have been outside forces involved in his situation, including one of his brothers. One of the girls asks a logical and unexpected question about who exactly from the royal family Diaz could have harmed, since he was accused of harming the nobility. She thinks out loud, eliminating one after another, and thereby puts those present in an awkward position. The memoir tells of a young man who was too spoiled and overconfident. He led a young squad, wanting to show off his fighting skills, but found himself surrounded after his soldiers were defeated. When the situation seemed hopeless, a certain man appeared, entered the battle, and saved the boy from death. The hero's memories return to the moment when he, as an arrogant youth, found himself in a critical situation. Despite his revealed belonging to the royal family, his savior did not show respect, but on the contrary, taught him a lesson, hitting him for his recklessness. Later, this man not only protected him for months, but also instructed him, sparing no words for educational purposes. One character reflects on how much Diaz influenced Richard's development. Thanks to this influence, the young man grew up to be an honest, hard-working man who did not care about birth or status. Meanwhile, another character, observing what was happening in the country, comes to the conclusion that it is necessary to intervene before the incompetent rulers completely destroy the state. The prince orders his men to find Diana as quickly as possible and take the royal seal from her before she can meet with Diaz. One of the aides expresses surprise at the excessively large sum allocated for the operation, but is told that the money was given with a reserve. In parallel, one of the allies asks for support from the guild and others to organize surveillance and elimination. The prince expresses concern that a man who has survived hellish battles could die of simple hunger. This would seem to him a particularly bitter, ironic death. He orders this to be conveyed to Diaz. Meanwhile, Diaz himself is having lunch in a warm, homely atmosphere, in the company of girls who jokingly reproach him for having a milk mustache again. The girl in despair wonders why she is constantly betrayed. Even Pranija turned away from her. She does not understand why no one is able to understand her, because she is sure that she did the right thing. The realization of her belonging to the royal family increases her resentment. Despite the tears and internal pain, she is convinced of one thing: the truth is on her side, even if no one admits it. Diana, possessing an artifact in the form of a scepter, confidently decides that she will rule the country. Diaz, noticing something alarming, first tensed up and peered into the distance. He answered his companion's question calmly, claiming that he had simply thought that her food was very tasty. The girl, slightly embarrassed by his words, did not attach any importance to what was happening. One of the characters froze in fear, while the other quickly reacted and killed the dog. The worried guy rushed to the wounded man to help and bring a first aid kit. The girl, shocked by the heroism of the young man, looks at him with admiration. A tense, emotional moment arises between them. The young man pondered the differences between himself and Canis, believing that as a human, he could not be with her because she belonged to a different tribe. He felt an internal conflict, because Canis was the eldest daughter of the dog tribe, and she was bound by tradition. However, despite these differences and obstacles, something greater was emerging between them, something that gave hope. At the command of the hero Sergio, one of the dogs lifts a wooden board, and soon they notice that water has begun to fill the tank. Everyone present rejoices that their efforts have paid off, and now they have a source of water, which is very important for the survival and development of the village. The protagonist reflects on the completion of the reservoir before the heat sets in, emphasizing that this is due to the dog people. The harvest has begun to grow well, and the planted fruits are already producing buds. The character notes the need to fill the reservoir with water. He calls the horse Byers and is surprised to notice that another person considers her his own, although she belongs to him. Diaz admits that he is not a very good horseman, which is why he was forced to take Byers under his wing. He notes that it would be pointless to hand over the fief to a man who does not know how to handle a horse. Byers and the other horses, Carbalan, Gris, Shah, demonstrate outstanding skill and even understand commands, although not as well as Francis and others. Diaz again confirms that he is not a good horseman. He notes that his horse Byers is often naughty, but adapts to him, making rides possible. Diaz watches with Byers as the children call him and Aruna Daddy and Mommy while the villagers rest. Byers comes closer, and Diaz, calmly and without obvious gratitude, asks if the horse would like to rest too. Diaz receives an urgent message from Eldon via messenger bird. Grant delivers the letter and asks for an immediate response. The letter states that Diana, accompanied by a large number of soldiers, has arrived in the territory of the feudal lord Mal Langala to Eldon. Since she is a representative of the royal family, Eldon was forced to accept her and agree to a meeting. The situation seems tense and requires immediate action, is revealed. She openly declares that she has come to kill Diaz and take over his property. Despite her status, Eldon gently refuses her, hiding his true feelings. However, Diana produces a royal decree confirming the legitimacy of her demands and pressure on Eldon. The situation becomes critical as she backs up her threat with an official document, presented by Diana, despite the presence of the royal seal, was in fact a fake. The document ordered that all military forces and resources be handed over to her to destroy Diaz. Formally, the decree looked genuine, since the seal was genuine, belonging to the king himself. However, Eldon knew from the start that it was a fake and realized that Diana's actions were illegal, despite their apparent compliance with the law. Eldon, despite Diana's pressure and the papers she presented, maintains an outward calm. He politely declines an immediate decision, stating that he wants to discuss everything with his vassals. In reality, he makes his contempt for Diana clear, calling her a foolish princess. His hospitality turns out to be only a cover, behind which he plans to get rid of the envoys accompanying Diana by any means necessary. One of them, thinking about the future, realizes the importance of feelings of all parties and calls for caution. Eldon would never harm his best friend Diaz, even if it meant sacrificing his own interests. Diaz successfully grows crops on land that no one could cultivate before, and this can bring benefits to the neighboring fiefdom of Casdex. Eldon's internal conflict is obvious. On the one hand, duty, on the other, loyalty to a friend. Eldon strives to reach a unanimous decision, but the meeting is divided. Some believe that Diana must be eliminated, and the threat, including the fake royal order, must be eliminated. Others argue that Eldon's future cannot be ignored. No consensus can be reached. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Eldon already sends Grant to ask Diaz's opinion. One of the participants reflects on the letter he received earlier from Canis and mentions that he has his own opinion on the matter. At this moment, a postman bird flies into the room, causing surprise and alarm among those present. The rabbit reacts sharply to its appearance. The bird, having lost its balance, falls to the floor, but successfully delivers the letter. The advisor, recognizing the bird as Grant, approaches and takes the letter from it. He notes that it is from Diaz and is about to read it with interest. One of them is interested in the contents of the letter and asks the scout to read it out loud. The situation is tense. The characters express surprise and bewilderment. The bird, after reading the letter, sighs and reports that Diaz's response is, quote, "Cooperate with Diane," as the king's letter says. This causes confusion among the council members. After Diaz's letter was read out, there was shock in the council chamber. The girl turned to Klaus and said that he wanted to talk to her. Klaus, realizing that he is going to the front with Diaz the next day and there is a possibility that he will not return alive, decides to confess his feelings. He notes that everyone already knows about this step, but despite this, he wants to voice what he has been hiding for a long time. With anxiety and determination, he shares his feelings with Canis, San, claiming that he truly loves her. After Klaus's declaration of love, Canis reciprocates with emotion and tears in her eyes. She says that she has loved him too since the very first day they met. Despite the fact that she, as the eldest daughter of the dog tribe, is forbidden to enter into a relationship with a representative of another people, she declares that it does not matter to her. Klaus, hearing this, tremblingly confirms his feelings, not hiding his emotions. After declaring their love, Klaus and Canis hug each other tightly. The girls watch them in surprise, not understanding what is happening. Meanwhile, the girls whisper among themselves, suggesting that the couple might be arguing, but the woman gently explains to them that this is not the case. Canis says goodbye to Klaus in tears. She promises to wait for him in his home village, no matter what may happen. Klaus is reserved, but his gaze is full of determination and sadness. The wide shot shows the moment of their separation, and the surrounding people watch in amazement. At dawn, under a bright sun, the field in front of two warriors is strewn with the bodies of the fallen. One of them, watching through a telescope, confirms the seriousness of what is happening. The other, with an anxious expression on his face, realizes that they are at the very beginning of a real war. 5 days had passed since the letter from Eldon had arrived. The decisive moment had arrived. The confrontation had reached its climax. Diana appeared at the head of a detachment of 50 well-armed soldiers. Eldon has about 1,000 soldiers on his side, 200 of whom are lightly armed. This data coincides with what was indicated in his letter. Meanwhile, Murph has 10 mastiffs under his command, ready for battle. Each mastiff is equipped with special equipment developed by Klaus: combat masks, dragon fangs, and protective capes made from the skin of an earth dragon. The equipment is able to withstand blows and even defend against an attack by Klaus himself at full speed. Eimer, who has excellent hearing and agility, will accompany the fighters as a liaison. In total, Diaz and Klaus's squad consists of 12 people. When assessing the numerical superiority of the enemy, Klaus expresses doubt and suggests requesting reinforcements from a tribe that has enough fighters, at least including Aru Nusama. In case of a threat, the village must be hidden by Aru Na, using her camouflage magic. Diaz reminds that the protection of the settlement remains a priority. He expresses regret that Eldon is not on their side, despite the fact that he sent a letter of intent to defect to them. However, Eldon finds himself in a strange situation. Formally listed among the enemy and probably told his men that even if the decree was false, the king's will must be obeyed. Because of this, Diaz begins to suspect that the army they are about to face may be much more dangerous than it seems, including due to the possible hidden involvement of Eldon. Diaz prioritizes the safety of the village and its inhabitants, believing that this is the most important thing in the current situation. He expresses doubts about whether he is doing the right thing by attacking Diana. The plan is to use traps set by Eimer to divide the enemy forces between Eldon and Diana. Then, while running away from them, lure part of the enemy to these traps and launch a surprise attack on Diana, making her the main target of the attack. He was thinking about preparing for a special operation called Removal. The heroes discuss the attack plan. The location of the traps is known thanks to the marks left by the representatives of the dog tribe. One of the participants expresses doubt in success, but emphasizes that there is no other way out. At the same time, he plans to attack from the rear together with Byers, who remains in reserve for now. However, this part of the plan is kept secret from the others. Being able to run freely in the meadow and rebuild their home gave them a sense of stability and belonging. However, in case of danger, they would have to leave this place, despite the fact that a lot of effort and mental strength was invested in it. The field became important to them, not only from a practical point of view, but also from an emotional one. After they began to take care of it, the children stopped crying at night, remembering their parents, and received moral support. Diaz thinks with trepidation about the field that has become a symbol of spiritual support for them. Diaz realizes the significance of this place not just as land, but as part of the family he is obliged to protect. In front of a group of soldiers stands a tall structure with a bell, a war bell, which was used in the past but is now considered obsolete. One of the characters explains that this bell will be used to transmit commands by ringing, to avoid the risk of the enemy intercepting the information. The ringing of the bell echoes across the field, giving the signal for action. This sound causes alarm and wariness among those watching, hinting at the imminent development of the battle. A powerful bell rings, signaling the advance of the entire army. One of the observing characters immediately determines the meaning of the signal. The repeated strikes mean a mass attack. The commanders on the other side are worried about the enemy's actions. One of them wonders what the enemy is planning because the attack signal sounded, but the attack began from an unexpected distance. He assumes that such a distance will quickly lead to fatigue of the enemy soldiers, causing confusion. Diaz, in the thick of things, loudly shouts orders to his men, demanding that they not let the enemy break through the defense and that they closely monitor the situation. His voice maintains order in the ranks, despite the chaos around them. Diaz, in the thick of things, loudly shouts orders to his men, demanding that they not let the enemy break through the defense and that they closely monitor the situation. His voice maintains order in the ranks, despite the chaos around them. Before the decisive battle began, the parties lined up on the field, preparing for the clash. Eldan's army, numbering about 1,000 warriors, took the main position and became the main striking force. Next to it were two other forces, Diana's detachment consisting of 50 fighters and mercenaries numbering about 200. Opposite them, on the other side of the field, stood Diaz's army, which numbered only 12 people. The soldiers stood tensely in battle formation, their faces hidden behind steel helmets, their hands clutching their weapons tightly. One of the commanders, a concentrated expression on his face, stepped forward, raising his heavy weapon, ready to give the order. At this point, confusion arose in the ranks. The army suddenly halted, causing confusion among the enemy. The soldiers began to whisper among themselves, breaking formation. Diaz noticed that only the center had moved, while the flanks remained in place. It seemed an odd tactic. One of the commanders could not understand whether this was a strategy at all, until a messenger appeared in sight, calling into question the next steps. While the tense situation was brewing on the battlefield, Eldan was sitting quietly at the table, enjoying his tea. One of his officers, in a panic, tried to remind him of the order to break through the enemy lines and demanded an explanation. However, Eldan, with a smile on his face, calmly replied that he was having tea now, which plunged his interlocutor into complete bewilderment. While one of the commanders was indignant at Eldan's refusal to act, he calmly continued drinking tea, considering it much more important than commanding the army. He referred to his father's instructions, which said that a true aristocrat should never miss the taste of tea. Despite the reproaches, Eldan believed that for the current situation, it was enough to send only a few elite fighters, since he had already provided the army with everything it needed. Despite the battle, Eldan remained completely focused on his tea. He calmly explained that before asking him to give an order, they should wait until he had enjoyed his tea. After draining his cup, he politely asked for another. At this time, another character, watching the scene and remembering how no one wanted to take on their case, began to sense that something was wrong with the situation. One of the mercenaries, reflecting on the situation, was surprised that Diaz was Diana's real target. He was in no hurry to intervene, citing that simply cutting food costs was not worth interfering with. The captain ordered his men to leave, explaining that any attack on Diaz could result in the entire army of this country becoming their enemy. He reminded them that Diaz had saved many lives in the last war, and even Duke Kazdek would not have moved with a time. The mercenary, having returned the payment and said goodbye, suddenly left the battlefield, which caused panic and confusion among the commanders. One of the officers, gasping for breath, shouted for an all-out attack, but suddenly noticed that the enemy soldiers were starting to leave. Diaz and his allies watched this with bewilderment, assuming that Eldan was deliberately stalling for time with his tea drinking. They came to the conclusion that Diana's strategy had failed. When Diana's soldiers began to approach, Diaz looked at them with doubt. They seemed poorly organized and inexperienced. He noted that it would be better if they left with the others. However, deciding to change the plan, he suggested dealing with Diana's fighters first. He ordered them to be rendered combat incapable, disarmed, and driven away. Eimer received the order to cover his ears, anticipating that harsh actions would follow. Hearing the battle cry of Arun, said with determination that if Diaz had given the order not to attack, then they would find another way to deal with the situation. As a wife, she felt the need to support her husband in the fight. Together with the Iluk Women's Association, they decided to join forces to help, even if the methods had to be unconventional. The old wise woman looked at the magic circle carefully, assessing the results of the ritual. Although she wanted to know more about the entity called Echo, even the achieved result was enough for her. At that moment, one of the beastmen addressed her, confirming the successful completion of the circle's activation. Outside, hooded people approached the yurt. awaiting orders. Everything was going according to Maya-sama's plan. The elders watching the results of the magical ritual are relieved to see that it has been a success. Mai-sama's visions, as always, have proven correct. They express gratitude and admiration, feeling relieved. Meanwhile, Eldan, watching the events through binoculars, asks Camelot how much he can assess the enemy's fighting style. Diaz fights with exceptional power, striking his opponents with his powerful blows. His actions are admirable. Despite his size, he has high accuracy and incredible physical strength. At this time, Klaus covers the rear, not allowing enemies to come from the flanks, deftly anticipating their movements. Their coherence in battle inspires respect and fear. Such a duet is difficult to overcome. The characters are surprised by the results of the battle. One of them admits that the attack dogs exceeded all expectations. Despite their small size and clumsiness, they were extremely effective and instinctively acted correctly. Even Eldan himself, watching what is happening, cannot believe that they really fight so well. He admits that this is surprising even to himself. Klaus gripped his weapon, preparing for the next attack. In his thoughts, he returned to the promise he had once made to return unharmed. Inside, he was determined to survive, despite the chaos that reigned around him. While he was concentrating on the enemies in front, the threat was already beginning behind him. His comrade had noticed the approaching danger, but he himself did not yet know it. Klaus ran up to Diaz's call and he struck his opponent. Diaz pointed to the snake lurking at his leg. Without thinking, Klaus realizing how dangerous the situation was, Diaz advised him to be careful and not to act so rashly. Off to the side, Diana watched the proceedings with irritation, her lips pressed together in tension. Diana tried to take control, assuring everyone that she was in charge and demanding that they follow her. She tried to activate the scepter, which was supposed to have legendary powers, but despite her efforts, the artifact did not produce any results. Realizing that no one was obeying her orders, she fell into despair and did not understand why she was being ignored. Diana suddenly felt a strange jolt. Something flew past her. At first she didn't understand what was happening, but then an arrow appeared, and it stunned her. The unexpected shot knocked her off her feet. She fell from her mount, and the others were confused, trying to determine the source of the arrows. Aruna gave instructions to take Diana's horse and staff while the invisibility magic was in effect, and then take her to the eastern forest of Eldon. Her goal was to prevent Diana from using magic again and neutralize her influence on the battlefield. Diaz's ally, hiding in the trees, intended to instill fear in Diana, driving her deeper into the forest. Although it would have been easier and faster to eliminate her outright, she chose another route: intimidation and capture. Diana, thrown off balance by the sudden shot, found herself in a vulnerable position, becoming the target of further pressure. Despite the inner desire to deal with the enemy, Aruna restrained herself. She remembered that he hated killing people. Submitting to his will, she acted differently. Instead of a fatal shot, she used intimidation and capture. Soon the men incapacitated and captured Diana. Diana was unexpectedly captured by two mercenaries. One of them, glad that the target was still alive, explained that their task was to capture her before meeting Diaz. They had accidentally stumbled upon her and were now going to hand over the seal to their client. The second reproached his partner for the delay, hinting that he had been distracted by food again. Suddenly, arrows flew towards the mercenaries, making them wary. One of them worriedly wondered who was attacking them and for what purpose. Suspicion fell on Diaz's men, which greatly worried him, because he hoped to avoid direct conflict with them. One of the men began to desperately justify himself to the hidden attackers. He claimed that they were not Diaz's enemies, but were acting on orders from Richard, who was supposedly his former student. In an attempt to avoid conflict, he showed a bag of coins and assured that the captive would be returned, asking them to stop shooting. According to him, it would be better for Diaz himself if the woman was left to them. The man, hoping to calm his unknown pursuers, threw them a bag of coins. In a panic, he ordered his companions to retreat, indicating that he was not going to resist. Apparently, the girl assessed the souls of the opponents as not too evil, since their aura seemed to her only faintly red. She realized that these people were somehow connected to the orphans that Diaz once raised. and therefore decided not to touch them. Believing that Richard himself would come up with a punishment for Diana, she decided to go back and thought that it would be worthwhile to cook something tasty, perhaps to support Diaz after the battle. The girl, thinking about how to thank Diaz for his efforts, imagined how she could sing to him under a koto, or simply arrange a rest for him. In her imagination, she offered him to relax, put him to bed, and took everything upon herself, proudly assuring him that he could trust her. The girl, daydreaming, began to imagine a more intimate way to thank Diaz, where she coquettishly said that she would take everything on herself. This fantasy caused her embarrassment and a surge of emotion, after which she hurried to quicken her pace, as if trying to quickly realize something from her dreams. One of the soldiers, having suffered defeat, admitted his defeat and begged for mercy. Diaz calmly reasoned about the reasons for the defeat, noting that the enemy was initially exhausted, and heavy armor only worsened the situation. The enemy soldiers, realizing their defeat, surrendered in full force. One of them, with a raised spear, announced the lunch, and the rest bowed before the victors. Diaz watched this calmly, holding back his emotions. The enemy soldiers finally lost their fighting spirit, abandoned their weapons, and capitulated. Despite the battle, none of the allies were hurt, and the opponents, although beaten, remained alive. The protagonist regretfully noted that he failed to catch Diana, which is why he missed the chance to scold her, which caused him annoyance. After the battle, one of Diaz's little companions expresses indignation at the fact that he abandoned command in the midst of the battle and rushed forward. He reproaches him for the fact that if he does not want to kill enemies, he could at least use traps instead of rushing forward. Diaz calmly replies that he handed over all minor assignments, including command, to another participant, whom he called the best tactician in the kingdom during the war. This causes his companion to sigh in despair. Eldan arrived at Diaz's camp with the intention of surrendering and discussing the fate of the prisoners. He openly admitted that their actions of crossing the border and invading without permission violated the laws of the kingdom. With Diane gone, they no longer had a leader capable of enforcing the king's will, so they decided to lay down their arms and submit peacefully to Diaz to avoid further conflict. Diaz agrees to the truce proposal, realizing that the opponents have admitted defeat. Eldan tries to make it look like the battle was not lost, in order to save face with the king. He plans to use this situation as a strategic advantage, and plans to discuss it with the king himself. Diaz shows magnanimity, allowing the other side to retain their dignity. Diaz expresses doubts about how much a truce with him will help Eldan, but is willing to lend his name as support. At the same time, Eldan admits that he does not know how to use the situation, but wants more leverage. He plans to use past events, including the theft of the seal and Diana's actions, to present himself and his people as victims, thereby improving his position with the king. The negotiations ended with a discussion of reparations and a mutual willingness to help. Aruna suddenly appears in the background of the discussion, and it becomes clear that she has added medicinal herbs mixed with stimulants to the patriarch's breakfast. This explains Diaz's rise to combat, for which he is praised as a worthy act of a knight. Diaz gradually begins to understand why no one felt tired after a hard battle. The herbs that Aruna gave to Moru were to blame. These herbs had a stimulating effect and, according to her, were supposed to give a special surge of strength. It turned out that she even used drugs used for conception, which caused confusion among everyone. At the same time, it seems that Moru is deliberately trying to bring Diaz and Aruna closer together, making her his nanny and pushing him towards a closer relationship. Aruna tells how, while pursuing Diana, she encountered a man who claimed to be a messenger from a certain Richard, a child raised by Diaz, and let him deal with Diana on his own. This raises doubts in Diaz. I expressed disbelief as to whether such a child named Richard really existed. Diaz intended to talk to Aruna at length, but circumstances prevented the conversation from being interrupted, and the participants decided to disperse. They handed over the prisoners to Eldan and received compensation. After this, the group finally returned to their home village of Iluk. At Aruna's request, the spoils from the battlefield were collected by the women of the local village association. Diaz initially thought he was attending a regular meeting, but it turned out to be an initiative of Aruna and the housewives of the dog tribe. They were acting on behalf of the so-called Association of Women of Iluk Village. While Diaz was wondering why she had not told him about this, Aruna reminded him that he himself had given the order to protect the village. In response to his surprise, she reproached him for his inattention, and he apologized. One of the dogs brought a staff, which immediately caught Diaz's attention. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the staff had a pearl in the center, filled with magical energy. He became interested in the object and offered to test it to see what it could do. Aruna tried to activate the staff, but there was no reaction. Despite its magical glow, the object did not react in any way. As a result, she concluded that there might be just an ordinary gem inside, which did not have any power. When Diaz picked up the staff, he felt a strange power, as if he was holding his battle axe. He was overcome by an unusual sensation that he could not immediately explain. He assumed that it was probably due to Aruna infusing her magic into the artifact. There was clearly energy awakening within the object, despite the fact that it had previously appeared to be an ordinary gem. From the staff that Diaz was holding, a fiery whirlwind with a dragon shape or pattern rises into the sky, emphasizing that the artifact has hidden power. The characters are shocked and confused by the sudden activation of the magical staff, which releases powerful energy. The magic manifests itself in the form of a huge pillar of fire, causing alarm among everyone present. Aruna deduces that the staff's power is similar to another of Diaz's known weapons, while the others try to understand the source and cause of such a powerful effect. Aruna decides to keep the magic staff, which causes surprise and concern among those around her. The main characters return home, where they are greeted with joy. After the battle with Diana, a peaceful scene of the heroes' reunion begins. Diaz and the other characters test the properties of the staff they found. During the tests, it becomes clear that only Diaz is able to control this magical artifact. Despite the uniqueness of the staff, Diaz could not really explain how he controls it. He claims that to summon fire, it is enough to apply force, as when using an axe. However, those around him do not take this seriously. As a result, Aruna uses her magic, and Diaz releases flames. The staff begins to be used in everyday life. Now it serves as a simple lighter, quickly and conveniently starting a fire. A month passed, summer had arrived, and the capital was engulfed in a wave of rumors. Everyone was discussing the arrest of Diana, a criminal who had stolen the royal seal and was preparing a rebellion. Prince Richard led the uncovering of the scheme and the capture. It also became known that the rewards intended for the hero who had saved the country had been stolen. This put Prince Mais and his allies in an awkward position, and Eldin, who was in the Western Territories, was drawn into these events. After the plot was exposed, the king arrested Diana and stripped her of all her privileges. Although she escaped the death sentence, it was decided to imprison her in the temple. Prince Richard, who exposed the criminal scheme, won the king's trust, attracted Diana's supporters and Myce's people, becoming the head of the most influential faction. He received a title with an inheritance and permission to take a new surname. Eldan, in turn, provided a lot of information about the Western powers and Diana's actions, which strengthened his position. Eldan, Duke of Kazdex, became widely known throughout the kingdom. As an apology from the king for the incidents with Diana, he was granted a special privilege of exemption from taxes for 3 years. Thanks to this and political dexterity, he turned out to be the only winner in the current situation. The 3-year tax exemption granted to him by the king created not only a political but also an economic advantage in the Western Territories, destroying the previous tax chain. Richard's intervention in the affairs of Kazdex became impossible, since he himself publicly expressed support for the Duke as a pretender to the throne. Now even the king will not find it easy to cancel the privileged decree issued. After his political defeat, Richard could not forgive himself for allowing Duke Kazdex to win so easily. Meanwhile, the fame of the hero Diaz spread rapidly throughout the kingdom. People told stories of how he, having found himself without means in a cursed land, managed to achieve success thanks to his holy axe. Legends began to form about Diaz. It was said that he had single-handedly defeated an earth dragon, married a beautiful woman, and that hundreds of people had gathered under his command, with whom he founded his own village. The rumors of the hero Diaz, which at first seemed fictitious, began to be confirmed. The king, recognizing Diaz's merits, granted him the title of Duke and a new surname, as well as tax exemptions similar to those received by Eldon. This led to his legend spreading widely throughout the kingdom of Sans Serif. Rumors of Diaz's exploits even reached the western lands where he was staying. These stories spread more and more widely, influencing many different people and corners of the kingdom. It seems that all the work is finally over, and peace has set in. It's time to prepare for the summer season. Tomorrow will be the beginning of new worries, but for now, there's peace, comfort, and sleep, surrounded by family. Diaz, settling down comfortably, allowed Aruna to take care of him. Aruna, full of determination and a little embarrassment, carefully settled down next to Diaz, demonstrating care and attention. Her gaze expressed concentration and an inner readiness to take the initiative into her own hands. She leaned over Diaz, suddenly stopping her gaze on the back of his head. In the silence and semi-darkness of the yurt, she noticed a small bald spot, a detail that clearly surprised her. Aruna gently placed her hand on Diaz's head, expressing support and concern. Diaz, tired but calm, accepted the gesture with gratitude. Diaz suggested finishing today, and Aruna agreed. While Diana and Diaz fought on the battlefield, Francis and Francois headed west from the Enoch village. Usually the dogs understood well what their moves meant, but this time they could only guess the reason for the animals' anxiety. Francis and Francois were startled by a loud roar that sounded like the earth itself was shaking. The animals mooed in fear, and the dogs tried to understand what was happening. It seemed to them that this frightening sound was directed specifically at them. Francis wondered in confusion who it could be, and came to the conclusion that perhaps they should return home. The sheep thanked the dogs for accompanying them and offered to return to the village. However, the mastiffs could not figure out who the strange and powerful voice belonged to. They quickly forgot about the strange incident, especially after they learned of Diaz's victory. The girl was carefully brushing the white horse, asking it if it had changed its attitude towards the saddle. A man stood nearby and watched them, thinking about the fact that Aisha's previous rider was Diana. Aruna named the horse Aisha, choosing the name in an ancient language to highlight her lunar coloring. They said that some horses only remain loyal to their old riders, so they decided not to rush the new rider, but to simply take care of her. The man advised giving Aisha time to adjust. The character noticed that Aruna's horn glowed green, which meant that her perception magic had detected the approach of some living creature. Hiao remembered that Aruna's magic allowed one to sense the approach, but did not provide precise information about who exactly was approaching the village. One of the dogs became restless and warned Diaz that someone was approaching. Diaz picked up the small animal, trying to calm it down, and began to wonder who it could be. The girl suggested that it was most likely Pagan Du, a small, slimy creature with a huge mouth. Diaz recalled that the last time he had asked a merchant named Pagan Du to bring more people with him, Pagan Du had visited the village before, and now Diaz wondered with interest whether he had managed to bring anyone. A cart with escorts appeared on the horizon, from which Pagan himself soon ran out. Before. He hastened to report that he had brought all the orders, and also noted with admiration that he was probably talking to Diaz himself, about whom rumors had already been circulating. The new merchant then explained that he was Pagan's younger brother. Du introduced himself as Pagan Ray. He said that he brought all the things at the request of his older brother. When asked about Pagan Do, Pagan Ray proudly said that he came from a family of merchants who had been transporting goods by land and sea for many generations, so their family was prosperous. Pagan Ray explained that he was now replacing his older brother, who, despite his deteriorating health, was still continuing to trade. He explained that something strange had happened after Diaz had asked him to bring more people to the estate. Diaz noted that something mysterious had happened. Bazajan Ray then explained that his brother had tried to avoid any options involving the slave trade, as he knew Diaz did not approve of it. Instead, the older brother had tried to find another way, but it had proven difficult, as the beastmen were unwilling to leave their countries. As a result, they had only managed to find the so-called bloodless. The narrator explained that those who had lost the power of the beast were called bloodless. Outwardly, they looked like ordinary people, and their physical strength was also at the level of a human. According to the narrator, over time, the bloodless completely disappeared from the beastmen, and after several generations, children were born with so-called weak blood. The current king of the Beastmen, unlike his predecessor, openly loved the bloodless, while the previous ruler treated them badly. He added that most of the bloodless dreamed of escaping the kingdom, as they were hounded at every turn. It was also mentioned that Diaz married a half-human and always helped the homeless. The narrator noted that if the situation with the fugitives became critical, they were ready to stay and live in Diaz's estate. The man thoughtfully noted that before bringing new people here, he wanted to personally check everything and make sure it was worth doing. Although he wanted to accept everyone, he knew he had to proceed with caution. The man added that he had heard of a neighboring territory where a lord worked hard to save and protect beastmen and demi-human slaves. The man concluded that it would be better for the people if they were sent to Eldon. The woman agreed with this, and the frog noted that she now knew there really is a lord nearby who helps the demi-humans and beastmen. The toad exclaimed loudly and energetically. One of the men noted to himself that the relatives turned out to be surprisingly similar to each other. Pajinri proposed to build a trading post between their settlement and the Beastman Kingdom, explaining that by teaching the bloodless how to trade, they could establish a stronghold that would be important for relations with that kingdom. Toad apologized for his violent reaction, explaining that he had simply become very excited. He then invited everyone to begin trading for real, indicating that they were now ready to get down to business. While the merchant happily offered to buy an exquisite mother-of-pearl bowl and an inlaid box, Diaz, at a loss, tried to explain that all these things were too expensive. Aruna enthusiastically slapped the bag of gold and cheerfully declared that they would take as many goods as the bag would allow. She ordered that any items that looked as good be brought. Diaz, a little surprised by her determination. He carefully asked her if she was sure of her choice, because although the items were well made, they were hardly suitable for everyday life. Aruna calmly explained that gold alone would not make them happier, and stressed that if they did not buy from the merchants, they would simply stop doing business with them. She added that they had enough money in reserve, so spending was not an issue, and hoped that happy merchants would spread the word, which would only benefit their settlement. Diaz agreed with her reasoning, and left all decisions in her hands. He also considered that even if the purchases were unnecessary, the items could be resold. At this time, the merchant was animatedly offering them a necklace made of precious stones, assuring them that it would be perfect for Diaz's wife, and emphasizing that with their budget, they could afford to buy almost anything. Aruna realized that the merchant was lying and calmly decided not to show her displeasure. She clarified that the gems on the offered necklace were in fact fake, and asked to add a real barrel of alcohol to the shopping list instead of the fake jewelry. At this, she laughed and joked that with the money they had, they could afford not only a lot of goods but also stock up on dried and cured fish. The merchant was clearly stunned by her insight. Aruna noted that the merchant was telling the truth this time and agreed to continue the deal. The merchant, upset at the possible loss of profit, suggested negotiating a different price. Aruna calmly agreed. The man watched the proceedings and thought that it was the right decision to entrust all the negotiations to Aruna. Meanwhile, their dog approached the cage with the birds and began to scratch the bars with interest, wondering how these animals got there. The dog accidentally opened the cage with the geese, after which they burst out screaming. The frightened dog tried to escape from the angry birds, barking loudly and attracting the attention of those around him. The man was surprised to hear the noise and noticed that the geese were running freely. At this time, Grandma Maya appeared, who asked in surprise why the birds were outside the cage. Grandma discussed how geese grow quickly, live long, are delicious to cook, and can serve as guards due to their aggressiveness. When she noticed that the geese looked healthy, Grandma Maya explained that because of their eggs and meat, they are called birds of blessing. The man said he wanted to buy those geese. The seller gave him an approximate price for 6 geese, and the girl demanded an immediate 20% discount. The man noted that the dispute between them was likely to drag on. The merchant confirmed this, adding that he had several more items in storage. The merchant said he heard what they had not yet made an heir. Then he brought the goods, warning that the price was too high, but according to him, it was worth the money. The merchant showed a strange suit and explained that it was called Let's Get Pregnant. He assured the girl that if she put it on, she would soon be able to have an heir. The girl asked in confusion whether this was really necessary, since the suit simply looked like a piece of rope. The merchant calmly clarified that he had different styles, including suits for men, and added that he himself was indifferent to this suit, but among aristocrats, it worked very effectively. After long and heated arguments, the purchases were finally completed. Initially, there were few goods, but after negotiations, their number increased significantly. Although Arune was able to get a discount, there were many more things than planned. The young man noted to himself that this battle ended in a draw. The hero thought that the dispute at the market ended in a draw, but judging by the expressions on the participants' faces, this was not quite true. Aruna was able to use her talent in trading. As a result, Paijin sold most of her goods, including expensive handmade jewelry. The hero came to the conclusion that everyone came out on top in this deal. Arune immediately understood all of Pagan's attempts to sell goods at an inflated price. Even if she managed to spot a catch, she calmly asked to lower the price without blaming the seller. Pagan still managed to make a good profit, but they themselves ended up winning. Hero told that they bought 6 geese, food, household supplies, household items, and various handmade paintings. In addition, AR insisted on buying a barrel of alcohol, as expected of her. The workers said that they would move the goods to the warehouse, and the main character said that he would help them. When the heroes were carrying the boxes, the girl was thinking about helping with the carrying. I noticed some old clothes and wondered what kind of things they were. The girl explained that the clothes included belly dancing costumes, vaulting costumes, and even outfits for men. At the same time, she noted with disgust that the aristocratic men were indeed disgusting. The girl fantasized about trying on different costumes. One was quite revealing, the other more closed, but still provocative. Realizing what she began to think about, she became confused and began to brush off her own thoughts. Aruna imagined men trying on provocative outfits. However, the realization of what was happening left her in shock. After completing the shopping, Dillis thanked everyone for their help, receiving sincere gratitude in return. After making sure that all the goods had been delivered, he noticed that Aruna looked strange. He worriedly asked if she was okay, noticing that her face was very red. Aruna, embarrassed, quickly tried to deny the obvious, assuring that she was fine, although her agitation was noticeable. A frog-like creature asked Diaz if he had any other requests. Diaz responded by asking for future supplies that would be useful to the dog tribe, adding that they had gold and silver coins, and he wanted them to be able to use them. The creature agreed to take this on. As a parting word, it promised to bring something better next time, which irritated Arna, and the girl angrily told it to shut up. After Pagan's group left, Diaz noted that they had a lot of work ahead of them. He explained that they had not yet completed any of the tasks set. First, they needed to build a small chicken coop and collect water from the river for storage. The frog-like creature asked everyone to prepare well. At this time, the villagers ran towards Diaz, joyfully shouting his name. When Diaz approached, the puppies greeted him happily and said they had done their best. He thanked them for helping Grandma Maya. Surprised by their dirty appearance, Diaz asked what exactly they had been doing. Grandma explained that the puppies had been working hard, doing the geese's work. The old women thanked Diaz for buying the good geese, and said that with them, they would have a supply of feathers for the winter. They explained that the chicken coop he wanted to build would also be usable, so there would be no problems. The puppies helped them with the most necessary things. The chicken coop was too small and simple, so they used Mia's little hut. Diaz realized that he had really been given a great help and thanked them. Diaz thanked the puppies for their hard work. He suggested that they award all the villagers in honor of the recent events, not only those who participated in the fight, but also those who guarded the village. He added that he was going to award absolutely everyone, so he asked them to gather in the square, after taking a bath and tidying themselves up. At the same time, he noted that he had never held an award ceremony after a fight with Diana before. The puppies happily agreed. In the square, when everyone had gathered, he announced that the dog people had provided great assistance in the battle with Diana. The man explained that those who had participated in the battle would receive 2 coins, and those who had not participated would receive 1. After the distribution of gold was completed, the villagers and dogs thanked Diaz for his help. One of the dogs happily declared that he would take care of the gold he had received. Diaz, pleased with the result, noted that the distribution was now complete. However, one of the dogs approached him, apologizing for disturbing him, and asked permission to make a hole in the gold coin he had received. Diaz was surprised by this request and asked again about the hole. When one of the dogs asked permission to make a hole in a gold coin, the other dogs happily supported the idea. Diaz was surprised and asked why it was necessary. The dog enthusiastically said that he would like to always carry the award he received from Diaz with him, hanging the coin around his neck on a string. Hearing this, Diaz noted that he had given the coin with the intention that it would be used to buy necessary things and not as decoration. At the same time, he was slightly taken aback by such a sincere gesture. When Diaz tried to explain to the dogs that the gold coins were for shopping, the dogs began to protest. They tearfully declared that they did not want to part with their rewards, screaming that they hated the idea of it. Some insistently repeated that they would never give up their coins. Diaz was at a loss as to what to do. He remembered that he had given gold and silver coins to the dog people to pay for their daily work, and wondered why they did not spend them. Later, he noticed that the dogs used the coins to decorate the inside of their yurts. Diaz thought about his own past and remembered how happy he had been to spend the rewards he had received in the army, knowing that he had been a different person then. Diaz noticed that the gold coins had become more than just currency for the dogs. He felt that they were more like keepsakes than a means of exchange. He wondered if it would be inconvenient if the dogs stopped using the currency, since he had already sent out a request to purchase essential supplies for their tribe. Meanwhile, he asked one of the dogs if gold and silver were really that important to her. The dog, a little sheepishly, confirmed that he valued the coins not for their material value, but because he had received them from Diaz himself. The dog explained that she simply liked beautiful, shiny things, but admitted that she had no particular emotional attachment to the coins themselves. Diaz asked the dog if he would agree to use gold as money if instead of a gold coin he received another memorable award, specially made as a good gift. The dog answered that yes, if he was given an award as a keepsake, he would prefer it to a coin. Diaz began to think that a keepsake could actually be better than a gold coin, especially if he could find something that hundreds of people would value. At the same time, he admitted to himself that he was just testing his idea. He began to think about what kind of keepsake could be a worthy replacement for gold. One of the girls suggested the idea of Diaz making keepsake necklaces from the tusks, fangs, or bones of creatures he caught. She asked if the dog tribes would agree to wear such necklaces as keepsakes. The dogs happily agreed, saying it would be amazing. The girl then suggested ending the meeting, adding that Diaz would personally deliver each of their necklaces when they were ready. She asked Diaz if he could handle it, and he responded with a smile. Aruna thanked him for the offer and asked if she could have a keepsake necklace. Diaz replied that he could certainly make one for her. The girl agreed with a smile and added that they could still continue to pay the dogs for what they earned. They asked if Senhai, Aihan, and Amur had been in the assembly hall all this time. Character. He replied that 2 of them studied with him. The girls happily announced that they also wanted to receive commemorative necklaces. Diaz reminded the 2 girls of the creature that Aruna had mentioned, the dreaded Black Aji, and asked if they knew more about it than just hearsay. Diaz then asked if they understood that the necklace would be made from the bones of an animal they themselves eat. Realizing this, the girls were confused and, looking at each other in embarrassment, abandoned their idea, saying that they probably didn't want necklaces after all. Diaz, in turn, thought that making an award out of such material really wasn't the best idea. Aruna said that the Dog Nation does not care about valuables, but rather about things that have feelings embedded in them. Diaz added that you can use gemstone fragments and make the gift by hand to make it special. Diaz asked if he could make a good decoration if he used the materials offered. Aruna reassured him, saying that if he couldn't, she would teach him, since creating small details was her specialty. Diaz thanked her and agreed to try. Diaz admitted that he had long wondered if he was too easy to read. He was surprised that Aruna had responded to his thoughts without him saying anything out loud, and wondered if she had used some skill in her negotiations with Pagan. The girls laughed, and Aruna only smiled in response. Diaz reflected on how he too was now able to understand what others were thinking, while he worked calmly with his hands, carefully carving something. He noted to himself that he had done even better than he had expected. At that moment, Aruna approached him, surprised that he had already finished the work. She asked to speak to him and asked what the final result was. Arune said that the result was excellent and expressed confidence that the dog tribe would be delighted. Diaz wondered how many days it would take him to make the same amulets for everyone, considering that it took him 3 days to make one. Aruna said that if Diaz continues to work at the same pace, he will quickly complete the task without even noticing it. She emphasized that there is no need to rush and advised to create every detail care. After this, Arna reminded him that she wanted to talk about something and asked Diaz to teach her how to do kamaboda. Aruna asked Diaz to teach her how to make a kamaboda, explaining that it was a stove with a stone hearth. Diaz was surprised, but realized that the idea was useful because there were not enough people and tools, and Amer had already raised the issue. She suggested that after building the kamabodu, they could build a roof that would cover the entire kitchen. She said that with a stone oven, cooking would be much faster, and asked what the others thought. Diaz said he was fine with it, although he was concerned about where to get the materials for the roof. They agreed that when Grant arrived, they would write him a letter and ask about supplies. Arune also offered to use the roof from the stable if they could buy it from the Camelots. Diaz asked if everything was all right, and was told that Canis would be returning home soon. Arna explained that she had intended to pass on the message through her. He was told that Canis had come to the village to see how the dog tribe was adjusting to life in a new place, and now, having been convinced, was returning. She noted that Klaus will have to work a lot on his own. It was also discussed that a large yurt would need to be built for Klaus before Canis returned, and other preparations would need to be completed. Diaz was reminded to continue working hard. When asked about news, Aruna said that there was nothing new, mentioning Klaus and Canis. She noted that the two had had feelings for each other for a long time. One of the interlocutors was surprised to hear about Klaus and Canis' close relationship, and asked how long it had been going on. Aruna explained that Canis was returning home to tell her father about her relationship with Klaus. The heroine asked in surprise how long her interlocutor had not noticed the obvious. She noted that Klaus and Canis had always been affectionate towards each other and flirted during meals. The interlocutor responded in surprise, asking again about meals. The hero did not pay attention to the relationship between Klaus and Canis, noticing only the delicious food. The interlocutor noted that it seemed that Klaus and Canis were preparing for a wedding. Then she added that, apparently, Canis was planning to stay here with Klaus. She nodded at her words, assuring him of this. The heroine noted that if Klaus and Canis' relationship continues to develop well, they will soon be blessed with children. She added that the hero must hear their entire story from one of them. The hero thought he was happy for them, but still surprised. He nodded, acknowledging that the two were indeed in a relationship. Aruna happily announced that she had taken the first necklace he had finished. The hero noted that he didn't mind. Of course, Aruna should be the first to receive the gift. Aruna happily admitted that she did not expect that she would like the gift so much. At this time, the hero was panicking and thinking that now he needed to give her something else as a wedding gift. He was confused and thought that he had a problem and did not know what to do next. While working on jewelry for the inhabitants of the estate, the hero noticed that the quality of his beads had improved significantly. He remembered that Aruna had told him that if he made one bead, he would master all the tricks of making it faster. At this time, the girls carefully looked into the yurt, watching him work. The little girls said they wanted beads too, and although they initially thought of refusing, they eventually gave in. The hero promised to make jewelry for them too. The girls happily ran away, leaving the door open behind them, and the man reminded them to close it next time. At this time, another character ran into the room, loudly calling Diaz. The young man ran into the house and excitedly began to say that he urgently needed to discuss something important and asked for a minute. The man calmly asked him to calm down and explain what had happened. At this time, on the street, a girl with a basket watched what was happening in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The dog next to her was also puzzled, and the girl admitted to him that she herself did not know what was going on. Klaus said that Canis had advised him not to worry about the gift, but he still thought it would be better if he gave her something. Thinking out loud, he asked Diaz what would be the most appropriate gift. Diaz, in turn, noted that Klaus was essentially asking about what engagement gift to give Canis' parents. Klaus also recalled that Diaz had once given a wedding gift to Aruna's parents. and asked for advice. Diaz admitted that in his case there was not much choice. He suggested that Klaus give Kani's, quote, parents the earth dragon parts. Klaus, hearing this, was shocked and wondered how the girl's parents reacted to such an unusual gift. Diaz calmly explained that the parents were delighted, and Mora noted that this was considered a gift of 30 black buffalo. Klaus, hearing this, thought that in this case he too would somehow manage. He advised her not to rush into choosing a gift for the girl's parents, because although they might like the black buffalo, it would be better to be sure of her decision. Diaz reminded her that Klaus had some gold coins and suggested using them to buy a more suitable gift. Klaus admitted that although he deserved the money, he still didn't feel like it was his own. He said he would like to give something he had earned himself as a gift. After their conversation, Klaus said that he finally figured out what gift he wanted to give Kumis, quote, parents. He admitted that he wanted to give them a hunting trophy and asked what Diaz thought about the idea. Diaz thought about it and said that he wasn't sure if his parents would be happy with black buffalo meat as a gift. He also noted that hunting earth dragons is dangerous. Diaz explained that if Klaus went hunting black buffalo, he could trade their carcasses to the village for wool from an animal called Mimu. He added that good wool had many uses and would make a great gift. If they worked hard enough, they could become very powerful mages in the future, perhaps even surpassing the matriarch. Diaz was shocked in his mind by the realization that these two had such incredible talent hidden within them. He realized that no matter what path they chose, their future would be bright. At some point, they would spread their wings and become the greatest mages, stepping out into the open world. Suddenly, Sinai noticed something approaching. Aiken shouted for everyone to be on guard. Soon, Diaz saw a huge flock of bats and ordered everyone to take shelter in the tent. Klaus responded immediately. In his mind, he assumed that perhaps this was the same pack that had suffered in the morning, and now they wanted revenge. Despite their small size, their numbers made the situation dangerous. The usual fighting methods with spear and axe were of little use here. Diaz, however, began to fight, destroying several mice with a few blows. Klaus noted with respect to himself that Diaz was doing incredibly well and much better than himself. Both actively joined the fight. Soon, a huge bat appeared. Diaz realized it was the leader of the pack. Aruna supported him with her voice, encouraging him, and she used magic to weaken the leader. Diaz did not flinch and decapitated the leader with one blow. Aruna explained that this species, the so-called blind bat, was very sensitive to sound. A magical voice could confuse them. She added that they were so small that even children could fight them off. Diaz thanked Aruna, admitting that she had saved him. Her magical voice really surprised him. Aruna sheepishly replied that she could not resist, because such a large flock is a rare find. Diaz asked what these monsters were called, but admitted that he had trouble hearing because of the ringing in his ears. Aruna leaned over and whispered in his ear. Diaz couldn't hear what she said, and tried to ask in confusion, but she didn't answer. At this time, he noticed that Klaus had been caught in the crossfire and had lost consciousness. Diaz exclaimed with genuine delight that he had completed the task he had started. It flashed through his mind that 5 days had already passed since he had received the magic stone from Mori, during which he had worked hard to grind it, and only now the work was finally coming to an end. This achievement gave him the opportunity to begin a long-planned project, to begin cultivating the field, which he and Aruna called the Field of Dreams. The first step in this direction he considered necessary to divide the field into sections, after which he intended to start cultivating the soil. Meanwhile, Aruna suddenly reported that she felt someone approaching from the western side. Her sensitive horn again signaled the presence of several people, a large number of horses, and something else strange that did not resemble either a person or an animal. Despite Diaz's intention to go there alone, Aruna insisted on accompanying him, as she was alarmed by this unidentifiable creature moving along with the approaching ones. For Diaz himself, her presence became a source of calm and confidence. He felt much more secure when Aruna was nearby. With alarm in her voice, Aruna predicted that they would soon see approaching ones. Diaz used his monocle and, with excitement in his voice, recognized that it was Camelot, accompanying the caravan of Elden's servants. To this, Aruna sternly pointed out that one should not shout out the name of an acquaintance loudly when meeting. After this, Diaz noticed something strange moving behind Camelot. he was struck by white animals that he had not seen before. Looking through her monocle, Aruna noticed that these white creatures were pulling a cart loaded with things. There were many guards around the cart, and the cargo itself looked heavy and important. She realized that this was what had caused her to have that strange inner feeling she had mentioned earlier. Diaz continued to ponder the nature of these animals. In appearance, they resembled a black bull, although in conversation they were called white bulls, and this caused him confusion. He made a mental note that the name Black Bull was easy to remember, and perhaps he would use it to refer to these creatures. Aruna then pointed to the second carriage and noticed some small shadows inside it, moving cautiously as if someone was watching them. This observation worried her, and she suggested that these creatures might be spies. Diaz expressed a desire to personally approach Camelot to find out what exactly he was transporting in the cart. Inside one of the wagons, the beasts discussed their past and current situation. One of them told of how he was once captured by slave hunters, and, out of fear of the unknown, he climbed into a wagon heading into the desert. Despite everything that happened, he hoped that one day he would be able to return home. During the conversation, the beasts decided to take some beans with them, believing that the food might be useful in the future. One of them indignantly asked the other what she was doing sharing food, to which she received the answer that they had extra weight and could give away some of the food. However, another animal expressed concern that the supplies might run out on the long journey, putting them at risk. A discussion ensued about the need for food and the direction of the wagon. During the discussion, one of the beasts opened the eyes of the others to the fact that the cart was not moving towards the southern desert, as had been said, but to the west. Her words caused a strong reaction. Some began to realize that they had been deceived, and that the route did not correspond at all to the previous plan. A suspicion arose that the purpose of the trip was not a return to the desert at all, but something more significant, perhaps even connected with the figure known as the Dragon Slayer. They came to the conclusion that if they could eliminate this powerful enemy, their strength and dignity would be recognized. An argument broke out between the beasts. One of them admitted that he had provided his knowledge and assistance to the group, believing that they were indeed heading back to the desert. But when it turned out that the true target was the Dragon Slayer, he felt cheated. Some of the beasts began to point out that the Dragon Slayer might be even stronger than the dragon, and that fighting him would only lead to death. However, others dismissed the doubts, saying that people were liars and needed to be punished. They convinced others that they were superior to humans, and even the Dragon Slayer himself. The call was to humiliate their enemies and then return home to the desert with the provisions and glory they had gained. They proclaimed that they would devote themselves entirely to this cause. When Camelot ordered the carts to stop, he greeted Diaz and Aruna warmly and expressed his gratitude for seeing them. He also said that he had brought the very goods that Eldon had promised. Seeing Diaz, the beasts were surprised to recognize him as the Dragon Slayer and exclaimed loudly. Diaz acknowledged Camelot's return and, despite his politeness, expressed his firm intention to ask him an important question. Panic broke out inside the wagon, and cries of despair began to be heard among the beasts as they realized that they could not defeat such an opponent. At that moment, Diaz noticed something suspicious inside the cart. A moment later, the beast suddenly jumped out of the cart and rushed towards Diaz with screams, declaring that the right moment had come to kill him while he remained defenseless. He was amazed to note that these mouse-like creatures were capable of verbal communication. But at the decisive moment, Aruna intervened and with astonishing speed repelled all the attackers. She turned reproachfully to Diaz, accusing him of being excessively careless. In response, he calmly asked if she had managed to deal with the attackers without much effort. Aruna suggested that the approaching creatures might be Camelot's friends, and therefore suggested that they should not be destroyed. The mice, hearing her words, immediately objected sharply, denying any friendship with the man whom they considered a stranger, and declared that they were afraid of the woman, whom they considered terrible. They accused the people of mocking the desert dwellers, and angrily called them scoundrels. Diaz, without hiding his feelings, confidently said that he considered Aruna the most beautiful girl on the whole earth, and promised that he would not allow anyone to insult her. Camelot soon arrived and exclaimed indignantly, trying to understand what had happened here in the last few minutes. He expressed displeasure that someone was defending these two, meaning the beasts, and ordered that all these stupid mice be caught until every single one of them was caught. The mice that found themselves in the bag loudly shouted that reinforcements had arrived on the scene and complained about the meanness of people. They cursed Diaz, calling him the Dragon Slayer, blaming him for all their troubles. Camelot bowed respectfully and, on behalf of everyone, expressed his deep regret to Diaz and Aruna for all the inconvenience and trouble they had caused. He admitted that if he could apologize properly, he would do it at the highest level without hesitation. Diaz tried to calm him down and said that an apology was not required in this case. Camelot, however, continued, explaining that from his position as a representative of Eldan, he had no right to not apologize if his subjects had caused harm. He indicated that he considered this his duty, since it concerned those who were under his protection. Diaz clarified who exactly Camelot meant when he called them subjects. He meant these small creatures, which he perceived as ordinary animals. He began to realize that perhaps this was about Jujin. The thoughts in his head formed a chain. He began to realize the difference between Jujins and Ajins. Camelot explained that there are several peoples, those whose bodies are similar to humans, those who have a beast-like appearance, and those whose bodies completely resemble animals. He explained that despite their bestial appearance, if they had a well-established culture and the ability to speak, they were called Jujin, a people equal in status to the Ajin. Diaz exclaimed that he now understood everything. A memory of a mythical story his parents had told him surfaced in his mind, where it was mentioned that the ability to speak was a gift from God, given exclusively to humans. He remembered the words that only humans were capable of using speech, and he realized that if mice could talk, then they were considered humans. The conclusion was obvious. These creatures were Jujin. Camelot explained that this particular race is called racing-eared mice. He clarified that these creatures call themselves, quote, desert dwellers, but in reality, other races also live in the desert. Diaz was surprised to note that he had never heard of deserts within Eldan's domain before. Camelot explained that the so-called desert homeland was a stretch of land extending from the kingdom's southern tower to a belt further south, and that it was this region that the mice called their homeland. Diaz noted that he once had the feeling that there were slave hunters in the area. In his mind, he remembered what Eldan had promised the desert dwellers. Once they were able to live independently, they would be allowed to return to their native desert. It was this promise that caused their confrontation. Even in the face of criticism and open rebellion, Eldan continued to treat them as relatives, offering them sincere support. Camelot confirmed that it was precisely because Eldan had become their feudal lord that the Jujini began to believe that the day of returning to the desert was near. Aruna, in turn, expressed the opinion that Camelot had now acquired a blue tint, although it was previously white, and therefore it could be forgiven and released. However, she pointed out that the mice were bright red, meaning that if they showed up again, she would not hold back. Diaz recalled that he had spoken about this earlier and stressed that Camelot should not apologize so deeply. He stated that the feelings expressed were enough, and if Camelot still insisted, he would accept the apology. However, he acknowledged that the mice's behavior was a problem, and that he would no longer be lenient if the incident were to recur. He asked Camelot to be careful and instructed him to deal with the punishment of the guilty. Camelot thanked Diaz and promised that he understood everything. One of the guards, a dog, reported that they had finished examining the area, but the smell of mice had spread everywhere, making it impossible to detect them. He added that the large amount of spices in the cart made the search even more difficult. Camelot decided to check the cart personally. Diaz's thought suggested that Camelot had indeed looked inside, and in the end, nothing suspicious had been found. The test has been completed. All the mice were sent back to Eldan, presumably to be interrogated and find out the reason for the attack. This investigation proved more important than immediate punishment. Diaz suddenly remembered the words of Camelot's guards, who mentioned something about spices. He recalled that, as far as he knew, they were supposed to bring agricultural tools. Camelot handed him the letter and apologized, explaining that he had forgotten to explain everything because of the mice incident. He added that the instruments were still being prepared, and their delivery was directly related to the spices. He asked to be sure to read the letter. The letter addressed to Diaz contained a respectful and warm address, where Eldin Kazde wrote that the message concerns the very tools they had recently discussed. He pointed out that at the moment, they are giving Diaz everything they can, Eldan expressed confidence that these things should be enough, and if this turned out to be not enough, he would immediately send another batch. He also reported that some spices were sent along with the instruments, as spices are a specialty of their domain. He expressed the hope that these spices would be to the taste of Diaz and his companions. The letter also mentioned the carts and horses that carried all these goods, and they now also belonged to Diaz. With great hope, Eldan wrote that, from now on, an open, productive, and free dialogue and trade would begin between the two fiefdoms. He noted that their last conversation was extremely useful and truly inspiring. Eldan admitted that he is looking forward to the next meeting. Diaz's thoughts were full of gratitude at that moment, and he mentally thanked Eldan for his generosity. The letter went on to state that everything given was a gift, and no payment was required for it. Eldan emphasized that he considered this a sign of their friendship, and asked to accept the gifts without hesitation. Camelot added that Eldan himself expressed regret that Diaz did not have a barn, saying that otherwise he would have given horses and cattle. Therefore, anticipating the possible need, building materials were prepared. Diaz expressed surprise about the stable, but Camelot confidently asked him to remain calm and entrusted the entire organization of the construction to his team. At that moment, Diaz thought that simply by receiving such gifts, he would not be able to repay Eldan in equal measure. He came to the conclusion that the best answer would be to hand over the raw materials obtained from the Earth Dragon, as this would be a worthy and useful answer. Camelot proposed that, from now on, Diaz and his companions would be free to use one of the provided carts for travel, since they were now their property. He added that this was a great opportunity to learn how to drive a carriage, especially with the support of an experienced driver, who would help one master the art very quickly. Aruna, deeply moved, turned to Diaz with delight, not believing what was happening, and with a trembling voice repeated that now they really did have horses. Diaz confirmed that this appeared to be the case, pointing to 4 horses standing nearby. Aruna literally exploded with joy, shouting loudly that they now had 4 horses and that her heart had never been so happy before. Diaz thought about the importance of horses in people's lives. He concluded that for people, especially under constant threat, horses were critical, both in combat and for transport and mobility. A fast horse was incredibly valuable, and owning many horses was considered a sign of wealth. Although Aruna's family had experience in caring for horses, they were not well off, and her relatives were forced to rent horses from other houses. Diaz began to wonder if Aruna was remembering her family now, because her heart was probably filled with many feelings. Aruna admitted that since childhood she dreamed of becoming a woman belonging to a horse-owning house. She added that she always considered Diaz a courageous man and longed for the day when they would have their own horses. Aruna stressed that she could not even imagine that her dream would come true so soon. Diaz wanted to answer, but did not have time to finish as Aruna loudly thanked him, calling him her husband and expressing her willingness to take care of the horses and drive the carts. He tried to calm her down, but Aruna continued to express her emotions violently. She loudly declared that in any case, all the work would now be her concern. At that moment, Diaz felt Aruna hug him with incredible strength, as if her embrace had the power of 100 horses. He noted to himself that this had happened before, and again came to the conclusion that she was unlikely to let him go anytime soon. At this time, one of the mice, hiding nearby, noticed with alarm that it had become quiet around. She began to wonder if perhaps human hunting had finally been abolished. The mouse remembered with apprehension how she had hidden herself, thinking that she would soon be found. But realizing that she was still safe, she decided to run away. When the mouse tried to get out, she discovered to her horror that she could not open the exit because something heavy lay on top and prevented her from getting out. She cried out for help in fear, hoping that someone would hear her and save her. Sinai excitedly showed Aichen the jar in which the tea leaves were kept and happily informed him that she had received them from Diaz. She noted that she had brought some for Aichen as well. Aichen, sniffing the tea, noticed that it smelled pleasant. Sinai thought for a moment and mused that perhaps the seeds and tea leaves were one and the same. Aichen agreed and added that her parents, both her mother and father, also loved tea. Maya, meanwhile, turned to Diaz, advising him to hold on tight and, when he was ready, to give the command, "Let's go." She added that the white bull they used was already trained to work in the field so there shouldn't be any difficulties. Diaz gave the command to begin with slight excitement and was surprised to note that everything was going well. It flashed through his mind that in front of him was a farming tool called a plow. He was amazed by its functionality, because this tool allowed not only to plow the land, but also to get rid of weeds, making the work much faster. Chiruchi's grandmother explained that after plowing, it would take a little time before sowing could take place. She suggested waiting a few days before planting the seeds. Diaz mentally noted that the field was now divided into two parts. On his side, the soil was mixed with rock fertilizer, powder, leaves, and water. On the opposite side of the field, the fertilizer was different. They used ash from burnt plants and water. He remembered that in the previous village where Chiruchi's grandmother lived, they used ash as fertilizer and decided to try this method as well. Chiruchi recalled that it was previously believed that nothing would grow in this field, but she suggested trying, and while the seeds had not yet been sown, to start digging a reservoir. Diaz was surprised by the offer, as he thought that the water was fine for now. Chiruchi explained that although there is currently enough water, the river from which the village gets its water is shallow and can dry up in the summer. The well will provide enough water for household needs, but it may not be enough to fully irrigate the field. For this reason, it is necessary to build a reservoir to secure future harvests. Diaz agreed and resolutely confirmed that the reservoir would be built. Chiruchi praised him for his resourcefulness and quick reaction. Sine ran up and asked if Diaz had finished plowing the field. Aikin repeated her words, wanting to know if he had finished the work. Diaz explained that it was not yet, and he estimated that it would take another 2 or 3 days to complete. He asked if this was why they had come. Sinai reported that Aruna had prepared lunch and asked them to call Diaz. HN confirmed that Aruna was calling him. Diaz thanked both girls for their care and attention. He noted to himself that the girls' behavior seemed a little strange to him. Aishin quietly asked if Diaz was tired, because the work in the field was hard. He replied that no, and that the work was not difficult. She then added that if he didn't succeed, he would be upset. Diaz noted that he might be a little upset, but if the result turns out to be useless, he will simply accept it as a fact. Aichin hesitated, and then said that if she and Sinai were hiding something, then Diaz would be upset. He admitted that if it turned out to be something bad, then he would be upset. But if it was something harmless, then no. After all, everyone can have their own little secrets. Diaz wondered if something was wrong, because their questions seemed unrelated to him. He called the girls by name, but they had already run off to play. He continued to worry about their behavior. Every time he had the opportunity, he asked if something was wrong, but he received no answer. Even Aruna couldn't find out anything despite her attempts. Everyone in the village tried to approach and ask the girls, but both remained stubbornly silent. Thoughts about a possible secret began to worry Diaz more and more. He watched the girls closely, but did not notice anything strange in their behavior. Gradually, he began to think that perhaps it was just an age thing. Children could have their own secrets. Over time, he stopped constantly returning to those questions in his thoughts. Aruna reported that 3 days had already passed since plowing. She showed the seeds of a fast-growing medicinal herb called yamoshi, and said that if all went well, the first shoots would be visible as early as tomorrow. This will be a great opportunity to check the fertility of the field. Diaz thanked her and looked forward to the next day. At that moment, Klaus came up and reported that Camelot's group had completed construction of the stable. Diaz was surprised, as he knew that construction had only begun 3 days ago. He noted in his mind the secret to such speed of construction was the use of pre-prepared materials that only had to be assembled on site. This method turned out to be very convenient, because the structure can be easily assembled, disassembled, and adapted to the number of livestock. Diaz suggested that neighboring regions may also be using similar technology. He expressed gratitude to Camelot for his help. Camelot modestly replied that they were merely following instructions received from Eldan. Diaz said that he had prepared a gift and would like Camelot to accept it, if he did not object. Camelot asked with interest what gift they were talking about. When Diaz spoke the words about the material obtained from the Earth Dragon, he unintentionally caused fear in all the people accompanying Camelot. Camelot began to make excuses with an awkward smile, saying that they could not accept such a large and significant gift as a large amount of dragon material. one of the attendants asked suspiciously what the purpose of this gift was, and expressed the opinion that perhaps Diaz was up to something. In response, Diaz apologized for the suddenness of the move. He noted in his mind that his gift had ultimately been treated less as a true gift and more as an item deposited for safekeeping, with the potential to be used for profit. Only after signing the official agreement on the transfer of materials did they finally accept the gift. The next morning, Kamlat reported that all business was completed and they were going to return. He thanked Diaz for his concern. Diaz replied with sincere respect that gratitude, on the contrary, should come from himself, since it was Kamlat and his people who had provided them with such significant assistance. He remembered that when they first met, they couldn't even greet each other properly. Only over time, step by step, did mutual understanding arise between them. Now the separation was felt almost with regret. Aiken and Sine couldn't hold back their tears. Aruna, seeing this, gently urged them to stop crying, promising that if they calmed down, they could play with the horses. She added that if they slow down, even the horses might start crying. Diaz's thoughts turned to the question of gender. He checked it, but saw that nothing had sprouted. Aruna called him to draw his attention to the result. Diaz replied that it was no problem, since he had not expected immediate success. He suggested that perhaps they had not waited long enough after plowing, and suggested they try again. The next day, the situation did not change. Diaz concluded that perhaps the amount of fertilizer was not enough, and decided to add a little more. On the third day, not a single sprout appeared again. He again suspected that there might not be enough fertilizer, and promised himself to make an even larger portion. On the fourth day, the result was again 0. Then Diaz firmly decided to increase the amount of fertilizer by 2, and maybe even 3 times. Aruna couldn't take it anymore, and said that he should stop and rest. She explained that endless mixing of fertilizers would no longer help, and that the field was probably not suitable for growing after all. Diaz ruefully agreed that she might be right. He noted that there are failures in life, and despite the wasted seeds, one should not lose hope, but rather direct one's efforts to other matters. Meanwhile, Aiken and Sine watched his actions. Sine quietly turned to her friend and asked what they should do now. Aiken replied that she wanted to help Diaz, but did not know what to do. She turned mentally to her mother. Suddenly, a voice was heard asking for help. Aiken heard this call with surprise. Sine caught it too. Both girls realized that the voice was unfamiliar. Sine said that the voice was definitely calling for help, and suggested going to look in the warehouse. She desperately begged for help, asking to be released. She said she had been locked in for about a week, and, despite being able to survive for days without water, her current situation was at breaking point. She admitted that she regretted not asking the Dragon Slayer for help. She kept calling, hoping that someone would hear her. Sine confirmed that someone was indeed calling. Aiken assumed the voice was coming from the warehouse. The mouse screamed that she was inside the chest and could not open the lid because there was something heavy on top. Sine assured her that they would help her now, but she couldn't do it alone. Aiken warned that if the bags were removed, their contents could spill out. The mouse was worried about them and apologized, asking them not to risk their health. She suggested calling the adults. Sine explained that the adults were busy with work and therefore could not call them. The mouse again showed concern, saying that it would be terrible if the girls got hurt, and that she could wait a little longer. However, the girls decided to finish the job and promised that there was very little left. When they removed the last heavy object, the mouse exclaimed that she was grateful to them with all her heart. She said that being locked up was extremely difficult, and now they have become her real saviors. Sine introduced herself and asked the name of the rescued woman. Aiken greeted him with a smile and complimented the mouse's glasses. The mouse thanked her for the compliment and added that the glasses were handmade, just like the book she was holding. Sine asked curiously who she was and what gender she was. The mouse introduced itself as a Jujin from the racing mouse tribe named Ima. Jeroboa said that she was a woman. Meanwhile, on the field, Aruna screamed excitedly, calling for Diaz to stop. Diaz said he was thinking about changing locations. Aruna exclaimed that he was already beginning to resemble a slave, and insisted that he stop torturing himself. Sine expressed interest in the reason why Ima was locked in that place. Aichin suggested that perhaps she was being punished for some misdeed. Ima responded by explaining that her situation had nothing to do with punishment and that her story was quite long. But even if those around her could not fully understand it, there was still nothing scary about it. She said that at that moment her acquaintances were captured when they attempted to attack Diaz-sama. At the same time, Ima was nearby completely by chance and had nothing to do with their actions. However, since she looked like those who were detained, she felt that she too might be mistaken for a participant in the attack. She was afraid that she might be unfairly punished, deciding that she too had sought to harm Diaz-sama. Because of the fear that gripped her, she decided to run away immediately. During her escape, she jumped into the first chest she came across, hoping to hide there. But soon, some heavy objects were placed on this chest, because of which she was no longer able to get out of it. So she was locked in, and that's how things unfolded. After her explanation, Sanai began to ponder whether Ima could be considered an enemy and whether she had any dislike for Diaz. Ima then clarified that up until that point she had not had a single personal conversation with Diaz, and therefore could not be considered either his ally or his enemy. Sanai then reported that they had a desire to consult with Ima on an important matter. Aiken added that it was extremely important to keep it a secret, so that Diaz and others would not find out the content of their conversation, since everything they wanted to discuss was a secret. To this, Ima responded that perhaps they should talk to someone else, someone they trusted more than her. Sani explained that among all the village, no one was suitable for this purpose, since there were few half-humans, and those who remained Aruna, Francis, or Francois could not be trusted with this secret, since they might report it to Diaz. Ima realized the seriousness of the situation and said that she was clearly aware of it. Afterwards, Sane said that Diaz made efforts every day to create a field, but despite his efforts, he was unable to do so. Aiken explained that the reason Diaz failed was that nothing grew on the land because it lacked the necessary force to support growth. She also said that they had the ability to do something with this barren land, but such actions were not intended for humans. Aichin shared the words of her parents, who explained that if people learn about the existence of such a power, they will certainly begin to use it for their own interests and abuse it, so no one should be told about it. Her parents also insisted that no one should see the use of this force, and this became the last promise that Aichin and her sister made to them. Sine said that despite all this, they really want to help Diaz. Aichin added that Ima, since she is not human, can learn about that power, and they are willing to share it with her. Ima became interested and asked to tell more about it so that she could understand it better. Aichin asked if the situation had become clearer to Ima. To this, Ima replied that she needed a little time to think about everything she had heard. She began to think out loud and clarified that, as far as she understood, Sanai and Aiken were representatives of the forest people. Sanai confirmed this, saying that they were forest dwellers. Aiken added that their people are engaged in protecting and studying the forest. Ima continued, saying that the forest people not only live in the forest but also protect it, and then become part of the forest themselves. She noted that the word become has a special meaning for members of their race. Aichin agreed with this and explained that when the forest dwellers die, they pass on their powers to the seed, putting their knowledge into it as well. After this, these seeds are planted in particularly important places. Over time, all these seeds turn into a forest. Ima's inner thoughts led her to the idea that before death, forest dwellers give their seed to a loved one in order to become a forest through him. The one who receives such a seed is obliged to protect it and grow it, so that a new section of forest will form from it. When a seed grows and becomes a tree, it becomes something like a tombstone, which you can touch with your hand and read the thoughts contained within. Ima perceived it as a living book that could transmit knowledge. She compared the tree to a family tree that feels a blood connection with its people. She also learned that the forest people live in the forest to protect these living books. She also learned that the twin sisters had two special powers. One of them allows you to accelerate the growth of trees and herbs by spreading magical energy, and the other creates barriers that protect against miasma and disease. Both of these forces were intended exclusively for the cultivation and protection of the forest. Once Ima had processed all this, she asked if she was still suitable for their business. Sanai happily confirmed that Ima was a perfect fit and called her smart, expressing genuine joy. In her mind, Ima reflected that the twin sisters were still too young to have enough power to create a full-fledged forest. All they could do at that time was create a small barrier covering the field, allowing the fruits to grow. However, provided they use this power on a daily basis, their abilities will begin to rapidly develop and strengthen over time. While the barrier itself might remain small, it had the ability to prevent disease, making it a truly remarkable feat of power. Ima realized that if the human race ever learned of the existence of such a magical ability, it would definitely lead to undesirable consequences. It was for this reason that the sisters' parents had asked them to keep this a top secret, and Ima now understood their motives. She then spoke out loud and expressed doubts about their decision to live with Diaz, believing that it would be wiser to keep their power a secret from humans. Sine revealed that they were genuinely afraid of Diaz at first, and were planning to run away immediately to fulfill their promise to their parents. But when they met Diaz, his hands were surprisingly soft and gentle, and his voice sounded with such kindness that it reminded them of their father and mother. He seemed to them a kind and warm person, although he had an unpleasant smell. Aichin confirmed her sister's words, adding that despite the smell, he was much kinder than the frogman they had met before. It was because he showed such kindness that they wanted to stay with him. The other villagers were also kind to them, despite the fact that Diaz did smell bad, and so they had the feeling that this was the person they could trust with the secret. They felt that he would not abuse the knowledge he had received. Ima replied that she understood their feelings and motives. She continued to think inside herself and came to the conclusion that the sisters were trying to keep the promise they had made to their parents, but at the same time, they sincerely wanted to help Diaz. Therefore, it became necessary for them to consult with someone who could help them find a way to cooperate without breaking the covenant. Later, Ima expressed her thoughts out loud, believing that since the power of the earth in this place is too weak, it is impossible to create a full-fledged fertile field without the help of the forest dwellers. Sanai explained that the local soil literally sucks all the energy out of itself. Even if you fill it with magic, it will quickly lose energy and the result will be zero again. To stop this process, you need to create a magical barrier. Aichin added that if there is a barrier, everything will be fine, and the situation will change for the better. After that, Ima thought about what kind of phenomenon was causing the soil to become depleted, and expressed the idea that if they could figure out its nature, there would be a chance to do something about it. However, Sine admitted that they do not have a precise answer to this question. Aiken also said that they do not know the nature of what is happening, but they have the impression that this phenomenon can be caused by some kind child. Sine clarified that they were thinking of some kind being, but they were afraid that if it continued its activities, the land would eventually turn into barren sand. Aichin added that in that case, there would be no food left for Francis or the other inhabitants. In her mind, Ima concluded that the girls had shared their guess with her, but there was uncertainty in their voices. The way they spoke made it seem as if someone was deliberately causing this phenomenon. However, she supposed that such an explanation was most likely impossible. Poor crop growth may have been due to both the soil itself and natural barriers caused by environmental conditions. She concluded that the land was not necessarily going to become a desert. It was simply not a suitable place for farming. However, given the possibility of using a magical barrier, she could not rule out that the source of the problem could be a disease or miasma emanating from some monster. In any case, it was necessary to immediately determine how to use the barrier without drawing attention to herself. Later, Ama suggested that the barrier could be used covertly without Diaz or the others noticing it. Sine responded that this was impossible because Diaz was always in the field. Aichin added that after finishing work in the field, they themselves went to bed. Then Ima suggested trying it in the middle of the night when everyone was asleep. Sine explained that this wouldn't work because they were also sleeping at night. I can confirm this, saying that they wouldn't be able to wake up in time. Ima offered to wake the girls up herself, explaining that despite her appearance, she was very good at navigating at night and would be able to lead them along the right route. She assured them that if they showed her where their house was, she would definitely come to the right place. The girls happily agreed and admitted that it was right to consult with Ima. Inwardly, Ima noted that the girls were indeed very worried, and she was glad that she had listened to them until the end. After that, she suggested moving on to discussing a plan of action. To begin with, she advised them to calm down a bit, because too much bright behavior could give away their intentions to outsiders. The girls quickly agreed and began repeating that they were simply going for a night walk, so as not to arouse suspicion. Inside, Ima felt anxiety begin to grow within her. During the night, she was relieved to find herself alive, and then noticed that the twins had made a small hole through which she could crawl. However, she suddenly saw the Dragon Slayer and realized that she had to be especially careful not to be seen by him. She also noticed that Diaz had been working a lot in the field lately, and as the girls had warned, his smell was indeed strong. Afterwards, Ima woke the girls, identifying herself and gently asking them to wake up so they could go to the field and help Diaz. She warned them that if they did not hurry, morning would soon come and there would be no time to help. The girls woke up and asked what was going on, complaining that it was dark and scary. Ima asked what they usually did when they needed to go to the toilet. The girls replied that they always walked with Diaz and Aruna, who held their hands or carried them. Ima realized that in her company the girls did not manage to feel the same confidence and calm. As the conversation continued, Aishin said that the object she was holding was their mother's seed, and Sine had their father's seed. Sine added that when they hold these seeds they feel better, as if their mother and father are helping them stay in a good mood. Aishin explained that their parents liked black tea, and that it was like being close to them. Sometimes the girls would just hold the seeds and have an imaginary conversation with them. Amma realized that possessing these seeds gave the girls a sense of connection with their parents and strength of spirit. Aiken asked Ama to wait a bit. While she stood aside, she observed the field that Diaz had worked so diligently. From her observation, it looked quite normal, with no obvious problems. The girls meanwhile began to read spells or prayers, and soon the light that appeared enveloped their figures, and then slowly disappeared, as if going into the ground. Ima noted with admiration to herself how beautiful this sight was. The light shone with tenderness, then dissolved, as if poured into the soil itself. The girls, having completed the ritual, wearily declared that the barrier was installed, and now they could go to sleep in the yurt. Ima wondered if they had really finished the job and were heading back so quickly. After that, she realized that her role was over. When she found herself between the girls, she politely asked them to let her go, as she was afraid that she might be noticed due to the delay. But the girls had already fallen asleep, not letting her go. Ima was confused, realizing that she remained covered by their embrace, and began to persistently ask for her release. Meanwhile, in the territory of Kazdex, in one of the drinking establishments of Melangal City, several beastmen were discussing the latest rumors. They shared the news that Eldon Sama was going to go to the royal capital, where he wanted to meet the king and receive the title of lord. One of them said that Eldon planned to give the magic stone obtained after killing the earth dragon to the dragon slayer, and expressed confidence that such a gift would please the king. The beastmen agreed that then an even more stable and peaceful time would come to the territory of Kazdex. They also noticed that it was rare for a human to get close to half-humans, and this raised suspicions. One of them suggested that the dragon slayer had a half-human wife. According to him, there was a strong love between them, and they often walked around, attracting the attention of others. Someone was surprised to hear that his wife was a member of a race with a horn, suggesting that perhaps she was descended from the rhinoceros people. One of the beastmen noted with irony that a man could fall in love with a representative of the rhinoceros race. They also discussed seeing an advert for recruitment of new residents to the Dragon Slayer village, where, as the text stated, food and shelter would be provided to everyone, regardless of race, except for criminals. This interested the dog people. The conversation then turned to the attack of the long-eared mice, which turned out to be the work of a certain man who introduced himself as a representative of a non-existent race of monkey men. This caused confusion, since none of those present had heard of such a race before. It soon became clear that other groups had emerged, claiming that this man was the one instigating them. He was tall and completely cloaked in black cloth, hiding his face and body. The man in black mentally cursed the beastmen, who did not fall for his tricks even for gold. He noted that he was only able to deceive the gullible mice, but even among them, there were no worthy performers. He regretted the waste of poison and vowed that he would one day kill Diaz. At this time, in the eastern kingdom of Sansarif, the Knights Post discussed new information about the appearance of defectors from Diana Sama's faction. One of the guards speculated that this could be the end of their political influence. The conversation turned to the fact that Maiza-sama's faction had lost Duke Kazdex, who controlled the Western Trade Zone. They also discussed who would be the next heir to the throne. Richard Sama was considered as a possible candidate, but no one knew for sure. Isabel Sama and Elena Sama did not inspire confidence. There was also some discussion about which faction the Duke of Kazdex had joined. One of the knights reported that the Duke had died of illness, and that power had now passed to his second son. The second son was thought to have stayed away from Maiza-sama's faction, and the eldest son was also rumored to have died of illness. This gave rise to speculation about a noble epidemic. The possibility was discussed that the future direction of policy would be determined by the choice of the second son. The fact that he was on good terms with Diaz, as their lands were located nearby, was mentioned. This second son became the Lord of the Neutros Meadows, an area that had a bad reputation due to rumors of a curse. It was said that no crops could be grown or houses built in those fields, as a fire would immediately break out. But some believed that this was just fiction. It was believed that the union between Diaz and the Duke's second son could affect the future of the entire kingdom. Someone remarked that, although they had never met Diaz, they had heard him described as both a good guy and a man without values. At that point, their conversation was interrupted. The guard drew the others' attention, saying that Diana-sama had led the majority of the soldiers and left the capital. This caused surprise. One of the knights noticed that she had taken with her about 200 soldiers and several dozen carts with provisions. They began to suspect that perhaps a war would break out. Another guard thought it unlikely, as 200 men were not enough to start a full-scale war. But in any case, someone had to figure out what was going on. Aruna woke up and noticed that Senai and Aishin had switched places in their sleep. This fact caused him confusion and an internal question as to why this movement had occurred. Ima was already cheerful at this point and, seeing him, quietly greeted him, wishing him a good morning. Diaz reported that morning that there had been several incidents in the village of Iluk, and the atmosphere was tense and disturbing. Among the first events he mentioned was the incident in which Senai and Aikian had slept together with a creature that resembled a long-eared mouse. Aruna had expressed annoyance at this behavior, considering it unacceptable to have contact with a creature that could potentially carry fatal diseases. He indignantly declared that both girls, along with the long-eared mouse, who introduced herself as Ama of the long-eared jumping mice people, were punished. The punishment consisted of having to wash in a medicinal bath. The dove who was present at the conversation realized that it was this incident that caused the screams he had heard earlier. Diaz admitted to feeling anxious, fearing a repeat of the incident, but since Ima's skin was bright blue, Aruna expressed the opinion that there was no need to worry. Dove was surprised to hear about the bright blue color, but then quickly changed the subject, asking them to forget about the incident. Diaz went on to describe a second incident involving sprouting seeds in a field sown the day before. He noted that it would seem natural for seeds to sprout, but he was surprised by the perfectly even circle that formed on the plot. Despite the differences and additives between his field and his grandmother's field, the greenery in this circle grew as if it ignored all external conditions. The pigeon responded with humor, noting that the story was truly amazing, and then added that the birds in the area were particularly noisy, perhaps interested in the sprouts in the field. Diaz asked with interest whether he understood birds, to which the dove replied with a slight grin that magic of that level was not available to him, and that Diaz was saying very unusual things. Diaz then described a third incident, which was not as significant but still generated discussion. Sanai and Aichin's attempt to save Ima. He noted that he had already finished cleaning out the warehouse at that point. However, he was still disgusted by the thought of eating beans that had been infested with mice. At the same time, he felt that throwing them away was a waste of food, which also seemed wrong. The pigeon agreed with him, expressing the opinion that throwing away delicious beans was unwise. Despite all the incidents, Diaz noted to himself that the most important event of this morning was connected with one unexpected visit. The pigeon that just appeared introduced itself as Jalant, who was of Goloban origin. He served Eldan Sama and was the head of the letter delivery department. Hearing this, Diaz was very surprised and exclaimed in shock. In his mind, he admitted to himself that this visit was unexpected, and immediately asked himself an internal question about the noisy atmosphere, suggesting that perhaps something important had happened. Jalant confirmed that something urgent had indeed happened. He admitted that he had forgotten to deliver an extremely important assignment, a letter with urgent demands. He handed over the letter and asked Diaz to confirm receipt. Diaz knew he had to open the letter immediately. There were 3 attachments. The first letter contained an apology from the people of the long-eared jumping mice, and a report on a recent incident. It mentioned that there might be an instigator among them who was tricking others into committing crimes. This letter warned him to be careful. The second letter concerned alarming movements heading towards the royal capital. It was stated that the third Princess Diana had begun to gather weapons and men, and her intentions remained unknown. The authors of the letter emphasized that increased attention should be paid to her actions. The third letter was about a recent recruitment notice. It stated that a small species of human dogs had shown great interest in the settlement, and that they had shown up in greater numbers than expected. The letter ended with a request for urgent consideration as to whether they should be accepted into the village. Diaz noted that this particular letter had a seal on it, making it the most important of the 3. Diaz thought for a moment and turned to Jalant, wanting to clarify what exactly the expression small species meant. He admitted that he had met many representatives of the dog people, but had never heard of such a subtype. Jalant began to explain. There are indeed 2 types within the dog people. One is called the large species. Representatives of this group are smarter, stronger, larger, and have an appearance close to human. Diaz most likely met them. The other type is the small species. These creatures are more reminiscent of their ancient ancestors. They are physically weaker, retain old instincts, are clumsy, and often move on all 4s. They usually have many offspring, and the children grow very quickly. Jalant explained that the small species had overheard conversations with members of the larger species visiting the village, and were interested in settling there. Then they saw an advert that said food and shelter were available. This likely prompted them to make the decision to move en masse. Diaz replied that if the village really agreed to accept this little species, he would go and clarify the decision immediately and asked Jalant to wait for him on the spot. Jalant, in turn, expressed understanding. Diaz suggested that if anyone wanted to, they could eat the contents in question. Jalant responded with curiosity and hope, taking the offer seriously. Klaus, who was nearby, confirmed that there was nothing wrong with this, since they were in need of soldiers right now, and any reinforcement would be useful. Maya noticed that the place had become noticeably livelier, and her mood seemed to improve. Chiruchi excused herself because she was busy checking the soil, and added that if Diaz agreed to the proposal, she had no objection either. Diaz noted in his mind that he had later asked the other grandmothers what they thought, and none of them had expressed dissatisfaction or protest. Everyone he had approached had remained calm and had approved of the situation. Diaz entered the yurt, where he was met by Aruna. She immediately made it clear that she was not angry, but was speaking only out of concern for everyone present. She expressed concern about the mouse being in the yurt, clearly considering it a potential problem. The girls, after hearing from Diaz, exclaimed about the dogs, which distracted their attention from the previous conversation. Aruna acknowledged that it was no longer possible to teach or mentor with the same spirit in such an environment. Diaz asked if the girls had said anything substantive. Aruna said no, they were probably thinking about what had happened, but they never explained why they had slept with a mouse in their arms. Diaz expressed confidence that if the girls did not tell about it right away, it means they had a good reason for it. He admitted that he himself does not know what exactly they are hiding, but he is sure that they did not do it out of a desire to harm anyone. Therefore, he suggested just waiting, because one day they will most likely tell everything themselves. Aruna accepted his reasoning, although there was doubt in her voice. Diaz remembered that when he assessed Ima's soul, its color was bright blue. She introduced herself as a member of the long-eared jumping mice. Despite all the lectures the girls had received from Aruna, they instantly became friends with Ima, indicating genuine trust. Diaz internally noted that this mouse was indeed different from the ones that had attacked before. Later, Diaz approached Ima, wanting to know why she was there. Ima, a little embarrassed, began to explain that her story would be long. Meanwhile, Jalant flew away, carrying a letter addressed to Eldan. According to Diaz's calculations, the letter should arrive by sunset of the current day. This document, handed over personally, contained not only confirmation of acceptance of the Dog Nation representatives, but also a small accompanying condition. In the same letter, Diaz wrote about Ima's appearance, her presence in the village, and her intention to remain there for the foreseeable future. As it later became clear, Ima really wanted to stay in Iluk village on her own initiative. She told Diaz about her situation, and also mentioned her family's circumstances. At some point, she sincerely said that she wanted to live in Iluk village. Then Diaz asked her why she made such a choice. Ima explained that she wanted to be close to Sine and Ihan because she was touched by how these girls were growing up, and now she wants to watch this process. She emphasized that despite her appearance, she can read and write, knows arithmetic and other sciences. She hoped to be useful in the village with her knowledge, in particular, to teach Senai and Aiken, and promised to do everything possible. She sincerely asked for permission to stay here to live. Diaz remembered that he had warned her that if she went to the neighboring territory, Eldon might send her back to her homeland. However, despite this, Ima's attitude remained firm and unyielding. Then he decided to introduce her to the rest of the village. He went around to everyone and listened to their opinions. In general, everyone expressed approval, and there were no objections. The only exception was Aruna. Aruna, hearing this, expressed doubt about the wisdom of allowing a mouse to live in the village. Her expression became sullen and wary. Ima responded with dignity. She stated that, as a desert race, she was clean and should not be confused with other rodents. Diaz noted that she objected with great confidence. After this, Aruna agreed to accept Ima, setting one condition: to strictly observe personal hygiene. So the representative of the mouse people, Ama Jeraboa, officially became a resident of Iluk village and a new member of their community. After some time, Diaz returned to the warehouse. After examining the supplies, he discovered that several packages were missing. This surprised him. Then he noticed a wine barrel hidden in the very center of the storage room. He thought anxiously about the possible reason for its movement and cautiously noted to himself that the situation required attention. Ima ran up to Diaz, happy and excited, reporting that she could hear everyone in the kitchen. There was a sense of wonder in her voice, talking about cooking, who would be using the ingredients, and mentioning alcohol as part of the celebration. Ima assumed that this was all in honor of her arrival, and she radiated genuine joy at the knowledge that a welcoming party was being held in her honor. Diaz, echoing her enthusiasm, said they should hurry up and join in. Inside, he noted with a slight chuckle that Sine and her sister had once again decided to add walnuts to their meals, a habit they seemed to have not abandoned. Ima was curious about what exactly the grandmothers were mixing, because she had never seen anything like it before. Diaz noticed the jars of sugar next to the grandmothers and assumed that they were probably making something sweet. Coming closer, Ima politely addressed the grandmothers and expressed a desire to try what they were cooking, if, of course, she would be allowed. Diaz, watching what was happening, noted to himself with some annoyance that such large-scale preparations had been carried out behind his back, without telling him anything at all. Aruna, noticing his reaction, asked him with a satisfied look if he was surprised. Diaz honestly admitted that he was indeed amazed and asked when she had managed to organize all this. Aruna explained with dignity that recently one good event followed another, and that is why Grandma Maya suggested throwing a banquet. Since Diaz was busy, they started the preparations on their own initiative, without waiting for permission. She wanted to tell him in advance, but at that moment he was focused on the letter in the yurt. In response to Diaz not consulting himself and hiding the wine, Aruna rightly pointed out that it was not right to act so secretively. In his mind, Diaz reasoned that according to the laws of the kingdom, alcohol consumption is only permitted from the age of 18. Alcohol can cause addiction and poisoning because the body is not ready for such a load before this age. In addition, it is believed that by the age of 18, a person reaches a level of self-control. Diaz didn't know what the laws of the Oni people were, but Aruna was 15, and he was worried, especially after he learned that she had already tried alcohol. That was why he hid the wine, even though he knew it had earned her anger. Aruna, hearing his thoughts, hastened to assure him that she was not angry at all. She explained that she understood that Diaz had done this out of concern for her. Over the long time they had spent together, they had come to understand each other more deeply. Preparing the banquet without permission, she admitted, had become a kind of revenge, but a soft and symbolic one. She just wanted them to discuss important things together in the future, Now that they were husband and wife, she was upset that Diaz might think that he didn't need to consult her. She emphasized that if he was worried about her, he should just say so. After all, as a couple, they should share everything. Diaz apologized and promised to act in the same way in the future. He wanted to start a conversation about wine, but Aruna immediately interrupted, saying that alcohol is not harmful to the body at all. According to her, it is even beneficial. Their people, the Oni people, traditionally drink kumis, a nutritious drink used as a remedy for illnesses. In families with horses, kumis is even given to children who have just been weaned. Diaz, hearing this, was horrified and began to exclaim that giving alcohol to children was dangerous. He expressed concern that they could get hurt or even die, but Aruna stood her ground, explaining that in their culture it never led to such outcomes. On the contrary, those who did not drink were more likely to get sick. She admitted that her family did not have horses, so they had to drink only hot water for medicinal purposes. All her brothers and sisters, like herself, were often sick as children. It was a difficult time. Maya, watching their lively conversation, noted with admiration how well they got along with each other. She, a little annoyed, told them to stop chatting and offered to help with the preparations, noting that they could continue talking about wine after the party. Diaz tried to object, but Maya interrupted him. She said that a box of wine had been found in the pantry, and that this was a good reason for celebration. According to her, when the representatives of the dog people arrived, they could all drink together and have fun. That was how Aruna put it. Maya added that Aruna had noticed that with the arrival of the dog people, the amount of alcohol Diaz could drink would be reduced, so she decided to throw a party as soon as possible. For Aruna, giving up wine sounded like a challenge. Diaz admitted in his mind that the stubborn and emotional Aruna was real. He realized that it was his own fault for not discussing the situation with her, forgetting about the cultural differences. So he decided that this time he would close his eyes to all of this. He also came to the conclusion that with each new species that arrived in Iluk village, a new culture would emerge. And each time that happened, the village would have to write new rules. He vowed to take care of that personally. After all, he is the Lord, and this is his responsibility. He must protect the village and make decisions, no matter who stands in his way. At this time, the current status report of Neutros' territories listed the following residents: Aruna, Sanai, Aichen, Tu Mimu, Klaus, and the Grannies, including Maya. They were recently joined by new residents: Ima, Jeroboa, 4 horses, 2 white buffalo. Among the buildings were a yurt, a warehouse, a latrine, a well, a meeting place, a square, and also newly appeared objects: a field, a stable, and a cowshed, where the heroes discuss a drink at the morning table. Diaz notices that a strange white liquid was served for breakfast. The girl explains that it is kumis, a traditional fermented drink made from mare's milk. She also says that she went to the village in the morning and asked the locals for some, since everyone was discussing alcohol the night before. He wonders if it is too early to drink in the morning, to which the girl, with a slight smile, advises him to just take a sip. One of them wonders if this drink really contains alcohol. Diaz adds that to get drunk, you need to drink quite a lot, and that such a drink can even be given to a child. It is also emphasized that kumis is useful. It strengthens health, increases strength, helps the intestines work, and even cleanses the body of diseases. Diaz reflects on his recent conversation and comes to the conclusion that his and Aruna's differences of opinion were due to their different perceptions of kumis. He admits that he was thinking of a much stronger alcohol, while Aruna does not consider kumis to be real alcohol and therefore spoke of its health benefits. He realizes that differences in cultural beliefs can cause misunderstandings. The heroes come to the conclusion that they need to discuss their customs and pasts when the time is right. The heroes recalled that the atmosphere in the village had noticeably improved. It seemed to them that this change had an effect on the rest of the villagers as well. They noticed that conversations between everyone soon began to arise spontaneously, without effort. The girls happily reported that they had harvested a lot of crops again. They showed baskets of what they had harvested, exclaiming joyfully, and were very pleased with the result. Diaz thanks Sanaya and Ihan for their help, sincerely happy for them. The girls said they wanted their own field, and wanted to plow it. The man said he didn't mind and added that next time he would plow a small field for them. They thought about where it could be placed. At the end of the day, everyone agreed to finish the work and thanked each other. Diaz said his grandmother, Celia, approached him and asked to talk. She admitted that she had thought of something and asked him to listen. He later said that a meeting was called that evening to discuss her proposal. Grandma Celia expressed concern that in the future, as the number of residents grew, it would be impossible to discuss everything with everyone. She suggested choosing representatives who would collect opinions from the group and pass them on to Diaz. This would help avoid quarrels and rash decisions. At the evening meeting, everyone agreed with her proposal and began to discuss how to implement it. As a result of the discussion, it was decided that Diaz would remain the head of the village and would make decisions and be responsible for them. However, he would be able to hold meetings with representatives if he wanted to hear the opinions of the villagers. The representatives were Klaus for security, Aruna for Diaz's family, and Granny Maya as the representative of the common people. Jujin was also asked to represent the Beastmen, but she refused, citing inexperience despite having an education. The characters discuss that the dog people will have to choose a representative who will come on their behalf. It is also mentioned that if the number of representatives needs to be increased, the decision must be made according to the established rules. The meeting lasted until late at night and finally ended. Aruna notices that they have guests and wakes Diaz up with the words that guests have arrived. He asks in surprise why someone came so early. Aruna admitted that she had not noticed the group approaching and that they were now very close, but she suggested moving forward and promised to explain everything along the way. When the heroes looked into the distance, one of them noticed a large figure and many small ones in front of it. They assumed that these could be dog people. One of the characters clarified that most likely the large ones were Camelot and the small dog people. Another suggested that they could have brought something with them. Soon one of them shouted that he saw them. The characters saw a large group of creatures rushing towards the village. Among them were dogmen, accompanied by a giant snake-like creature. One of the characters was shocked by what was happening and could not understand why a huge herd of dogs and this creature were moving together. The girl exclaimed that this monster was Anaconda Rook and noted that it was a real monster. The man said in surprise that he had never heard of human dogs being able to tame such creatures. She immediately replied that of course they had not tamed it. The creature had come by itself. At that moment, the girl realized that she had forgotten her bow and arrows and cried out in concern. All the characters anxiously watched the approach of the huge creature and the pack of dogs, realizing the seriousness of the impending threat. The characters panicked as one of the dogmen was eaten by the monster, causing shock and alarm among those around them, and one of them exclaimed that this was bad and began to call for help. Everyone was confused because they had not brought weapons and did not know how to defend themselves. Meanwhile, Diaz, without waiting, ran towards the monster to engage in battle with it. The heroine screamed at him to stop, shouting his name Diaz in panic. After these words, Klaus became happy and enthusiastically declared that he understood exactly what he needed to do. Diaz noted that the Camelots would certainly have plenty of good Mimu wool and expressed confidence that the future newlyweds would be glad to receive it. Klaus was pleased, deciding that although this would be an indirect result of his efforts, it would still be a worthy fruit of his labor, since wool was a special local material. He asked Diaz to tell him about some hunting tricks while he was still there. Diaz admitted that he did not think his methods would be of much help, but Klaus was determined. He told himself that he had to learn to fight while hunting, and thanked Diaz for his help. 5 days passed. Diaz, busy with his work, sighed with relief. He noted to himself that he was already used to the process, so everything went quite quickly. He figured that he would finish everything in about 2 or 3 days. At that moment, the girls entered the room, and one of them told Diaz that Canis had returned. The girl apologized for interrupting their lesson, explaining that she wanted to share important news. Canis returned and happily informed Diaz that her parents had given their consent, so from that day on, she would live with them. She promised to do her best as a member of Klaus-san's family and asked him to take care of her. Diaz said that they still had a lot of work to do, but still hoped that Canis would try her best with Klaus. The girl happily confirmed that, of course, she would try. At this time, her friend reminded her that she wanted to say something, to which Canis responded animatedly, remembering it. The girl explained that her father was currently working as a feudal lord, and that Elan, Sama, and Camelot, Sama had gone to the royal capital, so they would be away for a while. She also added that the raw materials and craftsmen needed to build the houses would arrive on another day. Given her father's busy schedule, he would not be able to help with the construction, and only her mother would be able to attend the wedding. Diaz, having heard this, reasoned that there was still time before the wedding, because Klaus and Kumis first had to catch a black buffalo, going to Kazdek for several days. He said that he did not know exactly how many days their trip would take, but asked for understanding. However, Diaz suddenly felt that he had forgotten something important, and asked everyone to wait. Then the girl remembered one more thing, and enthusiastically declared that she would go there right now. Diaz asked again in surprise, confirming that she was now really going there. The girl confidently confirmed this. Meanwhile, another girl worriedly asked if Klaus-san was busy right now, as if hinting that the moment for the trip was inopportune. Klaus hunted black buffaloes day after day, but in 5 days he could only catch 2, so things were not going well. He refused help, saying that he wanted to hunt alone, using magabi powder to attract the animals. Even when he was offered the help of dogs, Klaus refused, explaining that he wanted to receive the gift with his own hands. All attempts to dissuade him were unsuccessful, as he showed amazing stubbornness. Klaus refused to use the magabi powder or the help of the dog tribe, choosing to hunt alone. He roamed the vast plains and fought black buffalo, relying only on his own strength. Kumis admitted that she was happy with Klaus's decision to give her parents a gift, but she was still concerned about what exactly he was doing. The man next to her was pondering what else could be done, and noted that Klaus had achieved his success entirely on his own when he could have used the help offered. Observing Kumis's strange behavior, he asked her what she was doing. Kumis admitted that while she was flattered by Klaus's actions, she was deeply worried about him, believing his actions to be reckless and dangerous. She decided that if Klaus did not understand the grief she was going through, she would have to teach him a lesson herself, using a special technique for stubborn men to make him realize his mistakes. The girl standing nearby recalled her mother's words that such methods are really effective, and that her mother herself had used them in her time. Aruna looked worried, but noticing the worried man, she quickly replied that nothing terrible had happened. Inwardly, she was thinking that if something like that happened, she would like to use the technique she had learned to fulfill her duty as a wife. The girl was determined to act if the situation called for it. The man admitted that he was worried about the technique that Aruna had spoken of and asked her to refrain from using it. He added that if she ever decided to slap him, he would be sure that it would not be for no reason. Aruna calmly replied that she had no intention of using the technique without a good reason. They both looked at each other with a slight smile, feeling mutual understanding. Aruna asked Diaz if he had prepared a gift for Klaus and Kumis. She noted that the girls were preparing a big feast for the holiday, so she thought that they could prepare something too. Diaz replied that he did not know what exactly he could give them yet. Then Aruna said that everything was fine, because she had already prepared something before the ceremony. Diaz realized that if he didn't prepare a really good gift, it would look extremely ugly. After talking with Kumis, Klaus changed and stopped refusing other people's help. Kumis united with the dog tribe and began using matabi powder, which greatly helped him in hunting. Making great progress, they managed to catch enough black buffalo in just 3 days. After that, things went much better, and they decided to go to Kumis's parents. When one of the observers saw them set off, Diaz made a note of it. The character was very worried that he had not yet prepared a suitable gift, and was desperately trying to find something. He even stopped thinking about finishing his beads. Realizing that time was short, he remembered that after the hunt for black buffalo, he should have learned a lesson. He also realized that if he didn't make it in 3 days, Aruna and the others would still greet them with a lavish banquet. Normally, he would have consulted Aruna, but now he didn't have time. So he turned to Moru, the leader of the Oni people, for advice. Moru admitted that she was genuinely surprised, and realized that was why he had decided to come to her for advice. The character admitted that he no longer had any choice but to turn to Moru. He remembered how she had given him many useful tips in the past, and that was why he immediately thought of her. He noted that when they began trading spoils of war, it was Moru who told him how to make practical use of them. She also helped him with advice on farming, trading with pawns, and fighting Diana. In response, Moro acknowledged that he continued to exceed her expectations and agreed to give him advice if it was within her power. Mora advised the hero to prepare good bed linen made of excellent wool as a wedding gift, explaining that such a thing would always come in handy, especially for newlyweds who now live together. He thought internally about the connection between bed linen and the newlyweds' nightlife, which made him slightly embarrassed. The hero was surprised at first, but quickly understood her idea and agreed that such a gift would be an excellent choice. Maru admitted that she was a little surprised by the relationship between the hero and Aruna because he is reserved in his actions. She noted that bed linen would be a good gift for him. The hero thanked her, sharing that he himself dreams of the moment when Aruna will hold a child in her arms. Moru said that she had special bed linen with embroidery that blesses a couple for the birth of a child, and offered him to take it. The hero accepted the gift, noting that the pillow with beautiful patterns looks very stylish. The hero asked what this thing was, to which he was told that these were medicinal herbs that help one get pregnant. A few days later, the craftsmen brought materials from the royal capital. They built the stove and the kitchen for 3 days. Thanks to the surplus of workers, they also built a toilet and a goose house, and soon all the buildings were completely finished. The work was completed, and the hero noted that everything went wonderfully. As a token of gratitude for the good work, each worker was given 10 gold coins. Although the hero was worried, since he did not know the market prices, he still paid the craftsmen for their work. The next day, the builders returned to the capital. Klaus and his team, having loaded a van full of things, finally returned home. They were greeted by joyful children and adults, who watched their arrival with warmth and relief. The travelers stopped to rest and warm up. One of the older men thanked his young companion for the tea and help along the way. He noted that the young man not only accompanied him but also showed concern. The girl explained that their foster parents had taught them to help others since childhood, and that they could not leave the elderly without support. The girl admitted that she wants to meet her father as soon as possible, allegedly hinting that her father is Diaz. Diaz, trying on the outfit, asked Arena with slight excitement if it looked strange. Arena answered with a smile that it suited him very well. Then she asked him to bend over a little to adjust the clothes, after which, pleased, she praised him. Soon everyone was ready, and finally the long-awaited ceremony began. That day was the wedding of Klaus and Kumis. They stood next to each other. Klaus looked a little tense, while Kumis, with her arms crossed and smiling with a slight blush on her cheeks, looked completely calm and contented. The man said that he was appointed the head of the ceremony. Although the wedding mostly followed the traditions of the kingdom, Klaus asked to include the customs of the dog people. Canis supported this idea and wanted to add elements of the ceremony of their village. The head of the ceremony said that people cannot live alone, which is why they came up with the concept of family and learned to love someone other than themselves. He recalled that from a young age, they had been taught the right way of life to avoid mistakes, and even now every word of the sacred scriptures resounded in his memory. The priest explained that the blessing of Saint Dia was an important part of the wedding ceremony, and congratulated Klaus and Canis, who were now embarking on a journey together to create a family. Diaz recalled how he had given speeches at various points throughout his life, reading over the dead on the battlefield, giving speeches on the value of life at birth, blessing newlyweds at weddings. He noted that Klaus seemed to remember all these instructions, because he himself asked him to bless their ceremony. He thought that the teachings of Saint Dia were not really that difficult to understand. The priest reminded those present of simple truths. He said that one must love one's neighbors, respect oneself, and enjoy life. He instructed not to harm others, not to steal, and not to encroach on someone else's land. He also emphasized that one must not humiliate people for their origins or traditions and persecute them. At the same time, he noted that, although many people forget such obvious things, their importance does not become less. The priest told the assembled people about Saint Dia, who, with the knowledge of the origin of the world, obtained in the Holy Land, always supported the first king and helped him achieve greatness. After founding the nation and settling the land, Dia built a temple and left behind many teachings glorifying God. Although he had neither a companion nor an heir, he left the world, leaving his instructions to people. After this, the priest addressed the assembled people to begin the ceremony. The man congratulated everyone on their new beginnings, reminding them that people are obliged to have a feast, sing, dance, and rejoice. Everyone present joyfully raised their hands, hugged, and had fun. Dishes with food began to appear on the tables to celebrate the event. The organizers announced that the food was ready and invited everyone to enjoy the treats. Those present, including the animals and villagers, happily accepted the invitation, enjoying the celebration that had begun. The guests sat at long tables laden with a variety of dishes. One of the men wondered where to start the meal, and after tasting the bread, he noted that it had a lot of nuts. He noticed that Senya and Ihan were also happily eating, keeping up with the others. The man praised the nut bread, saying that it was quite good. The girls smiled happily at him. Seeing how they were jumping up and down in joy, he sternly asked them to mind their manners. The girls calmed down a little, obediently responding to his remark. The man stood with the girls at a large table laden with food. Everyone was smiling and excited about the upcoming feast. The girls looked at each other happily and laughed. Someone mentally noted that it was time to start and greeted Murph, Cedria, and the chief. The dog people joyfully picked up the newlywed man and began tossing him into the air, loudly counting in unison. The people around explained that this was a special ritual of celebration, in which the man was carried around the village as a sign of congratulations. It was also explained that this was how the village learned of his marital status, and the ritual itself was rumored to help protect the marriage from infidelity and other troubles. At a dog people wedding, free dogs threw the groom into the air and began hugging him, performing a ritual that was meant to knock the jealousy out of him and show others who was still single. The groom laughed happily and asked them to stop when the puppies continued to hug him. He looked happy, and the others watched the event with a smile and warmth in their eyes. The man thanked everyone for participating in the celebration and promised that together with Canis they would create a happy and loving family in the village. The girl, in turn, swore that together with Klaus they would definitely find their happiness and promised to make every effort to achieve this. The villagers clapped their hands joyfully, expressing their support for the newlyweds. The animals also joined in the fun. The bride and groom exchanged confident glances, full of determination and happiness. A merry celebration began in the village. Old women joyfully clapped their hands to the music, girls sang together, and children beastmen danced together, enjoying the fun. Aruna approached Diaz and invited him to come with her, saying that she was not going to ask much of him. Diaz was a little confused and admitted that he was a bad dancer, but the girl reassured him, explaining that her tribe did not have any special dance traditions, but she had recently learned them from others and was sure that they could cope together. Diaz and Aruna danced slowly. She gently pressed herself against him, resting her head on his chest, and he gently held her hand and waist. He looked around in surprise, noticing how other couples began to move to the beat of the melody. The girl gently pressed herself against him, closing her eyes and smiling calmly, as if she completely trusted her partner. A little time passed, and the merriment gradually began to die down. The dancing and feasting came to an end, leaving behind a special atmosphere that only such celebrations can provide. Diaz noted to himself that it was already late, and together with the others, he headed off to pack his things to end this eventful day. Diaz got everyone's attention and explained that he wanted to hand out necklaces as a reward for their help in the battle. He asked everyone to approach calmly, assuring them that there would be enough necklaces for everyone. Klaus and the others suggested that they hand out the gifts on the day of the ceremony. Diaz thought that he had actually wanted to do it right after the battles were over, but since everyone was so busy, he hadn't had the time. The creatures happily examined the necklaces that Diaz had given them, and they proudly told each other that they had received them personally from him. The old woman, holding the jewelry in her hands, looked touched. The girls with ears also happily examined their gifts, sharing smiles. The little animal with glasses exclaimed in surprise that even for him there was a necklace, and gratefully accepted it. Diaz offered the girl a necklace as a reminder that she was part of this domain. She was surprised to realize that the gift was meant for her too. Meanwhile, Sine and Ihan joyfully presented another gift, congratulating her. Aimer sent a letter wishing her happiness. Francis and Francois prepared a valuable fragment of Mimu's horn, and the dog people collected beautiful stones from the meadows as gifts. One of the heroes thanked them for the gift and was surprised that they had given him halite, a rare mineral. Another hero wondered if it was possible to find halite in these parts. While the heroes were examining their gifts, Diaz remembered that he wanted to give them a gift too, and carrying a large stack of bed linen, he asked to accept his gift. Diaz gave bed linen, which greatly surprised those present. One of the heroes gratefully accepted the gift, admitting that he did not know how to thank him for it. The older woman praised Diaz for his good choice, and another explained that the embroidery on the linen contained prayers for a safe birth and a blessing for the child. At this point, Diaz, taking the bed linen, said that he would take it to the yurt. The elders suggested leaving the remaining concerns to the youth and asked everyone to disperse carefully. Because of the long discussion about bed linen, one of the men decided that he did not want to rush things and finish everything before sunset. The ceremony came to an end much sooner than the participants expected. Although one of the men was in charge, he noted that it was over unexpectedly quickly. At this point, he was called to help with the remaining work and reluctantly agreed. In the forest near the cave, a group of beast-like creatures reported to their commander named Kumis that they had managed to get some traces from the village. One of the subordinates suggested that they could follow the cart if it was heading to the village, and otherwise simply plunder it. Kumis noted that the village seemed to be in the Netros Meadows, and that was where the cart was currently heading. He also added that the village was inhabited by rich people who had bought tons of various goods from the beastmen. Kumis, standing in the center of the cave surrounded by his subordinates, declared that the strong have the right to rise above the weak. His people supported him with shouts, admiring their leader. One of the subordinates, full of faith in Kumis, was sure that their leader would certainly punish those who dared to stand in their way. A cart was driving along the road, and the boy was worried about whether they had chosen the right path. One claimed that the direction was correct. Meanwhile, the beast became wary, noticing them, and was ready to defend itself if they turned out to be bandits. Summer came, replacing spring, and with it the hero's life changed. He recalled how everyday worries became habitual for him. He helped with the farm work and worked with other villagers. The hero reflected on the fact that Fransu was expecting a child soon, and now she spent almost all her time in the yurt. He noted that she was not bad, she just preferred to rest. Arune mentioned that such behavior was not typical for Mimu, but Francis saw it differently. Francis himself went out to the meadow every day to get soft grass for Fransu and carefully brought it back. The hero admitted to himself that he also wanted to be near Fransu, and, having finished training and household chores, tried to spend the evenings with her. At that moment, someone called him, interrupting his thoughts. The villagers reported that they had guests, and with them came many Memu sheep. One of the villagers hurried to explain that these were not bandits, but peaceful guests, and that they were accompanied by about 6 Memu. Fransu expressed a desire to meet the guests personally, and invited Diaz to go with her. Fransu reminded him that since the guests had brought 6 Memu with them, the Lord himself should meet them personally. She also noted that anyone who treated a Memu well deserved respect, and the other man agreed with her. As Diaz and Fransu approached, the woman asked him if he knew Ace and Eli, pointing to the approaching people. Diaz was very surprised to see them. Diaz saw the approaching young men who joyfully shouted, calling him father and brother. He was stunned by their appearance and could hardly believe his eyes. He happily noticed that they had grown up and expressed how happy he was to see them. Diaz asked, "Where are the others?" The young man explained that they were all fine, some of them had opened their own business, and the rest had gotten married. Ellie, seeing Diaz, screamed loudly, calling him father, and rushed to him. Diaz was happy to see that Eric had joined him, whom he was also happy to see. Eric exclaimed that it was she, Ellie. One of those present asked Eric worriedly if everything was okay with him. Eric said he was fine and thanked him for his concern. Diaz noted to himself that the children were very kind. He also thought that Eric's appearance was a little alarming. At this time, Uncle Ben appeared, which greatly surprised Diaz. When he saw Ben, he exclaimed that he thought he had died long ago. Uncle Ben was outraged that Diaz, although he had grown up, was still the same person with sawdust in his head. Aruna was surprised to see that Diaz had children, and admitted that he didn't know about it. I asked how long ago this happened. At this time, the girl declared that she was his wife, which greatly shocked those around her. One of the characters noted that she looked younger than him, and that their union was generally illegal according to royal laws. The girl responded by declaring that she didn't give a damn about their royal laws. The girl apologized for her rudeness, explaining that she had not meant to be impolite. The other girl also admitted that she had gotten carried away and apologized. The man began to tell Aruna about the children, but was interrupted by a strange phenomenon, a sudden burst of energy. One of the characters became wary and loudly asked who was there. Hugus and his squad crept up, but they were spotted. He complained that he was tired of killing, accused the enemy of greed, and demanded that they surrender. When Hugus tried to talk to his opponents, he noticed that they had disappeared. The companions explained that they had used concealment magic and suggested that they leave immediately. One of the women said that Hugus is a former knight who betrayed the kingdom and became a bandit after being nearly killed by his own comrades. One of the girls said she had an idea. His subordinates reported that they had failed to find any opponents and suggested retreating. At this time, Hugus noted with irritation that it was hard to be a coward, and suggested that the people choose between life and money. At this point, Diaz, introducing himself as the lord of these lands, stepped forward and challenged Hugus to a duel. Diaz confirmed his name and proposed the terms of the duel. If he lost, he would serve Hugus, and if he won, he would demand the surrender of the entire gang. Hugus was surprised to learn who was in front of him, and thought about the offer, while his subordinates tried to warn him, calling it a trap. Diaz goaded Hugus, suggesting that he drop his sword and fight him fairly, otherwise it would seem that he was afraid of him. Hugus scornfully agreed, saying that he was indifferent to the sword, and would show who was boss himself. Diaz goaded Hugus, suggesting that he drop his sword and fight him fairly, otherwise it would seem that he was afraid of him. Hugus scornfully agreed, saying that he was indifferent to the sword and would show who was boss himself. Hugus came at Diaz with a fury, throwing punch after punch and yelling for him to take it. Diaz stood firm under the barrage of attacks, breathing in concentration. At one point, he deftly dodged and landed a powerful counterpunch that caught Hugus off guard and made him ask in surprise what was going on. During the battle, Hugus, out of breath, wondered why such a strong hero as Diaz lived in the deep province and played the role of a simple lord. Diaz calmly explained that Hugus was mistaken. Even the strongest people cannot live alone. He added that strength is measured by the desire to protect friends and family, and it is the support of loved ones that helps them live on. While Hugus tried to comprehend what he had heard, Diaz prepared to deliver the decisive blow. Diaz, gathering his last strength, unleashed a series of powerful blows on his opponent, furiously repeating to himself that he had to work hard. It was as if he was trying to prove not only his strength, but also his determination, putting all his fury and tenacity into each blow over and over again. The hero clenched his fist and shouted at himself to continue working, giving it his all. He kept punching his opponent, as if convincing himself that only through persistence and perseverance could he achieve victory. When the hero demonstrated his strength, the opponents were stunned. One of them admitted that he was indeed very strong, and the others decided to retreat, realizing their powerlessness. Meanwhile, the hero's family rejoiced at his victory. One of the women said admiringly that she felt goosebumps from the way he protected them, and another proudly noted that this was exactly the behavior she expected from her husband. The women discussed not fighting for Diaz's sake, to which they all agreed. One of them asked where their mother was, expressing a desire to meet her. She was told that they had no mother, as they were all orphans. Then one of the girls said that in the shelter, to express their love, children were taught to call their adoptive parents Daddy. When asked about the possible danger, they assured that they would not let Daddy disappear without a trace, although the interlocutor noted that the situation could still be risky. One of the girls said that Diaz would never have lost if the competition had been a matter of strength. Diaz, being an orphan, worked hard and lived a full life, which made everyone around him admire him. The guy said that everyone always loved him. Then she explained that soon all the orphans came under his protection. One of the characters said that Diaz gathered all the orphans together and created something like an orphan guild, where everyone helped each other. He taught them to write, read, and do honest work. The girl added that thanks to Diaz's efforts, the orphans began to behave more calmly, and the townspeople began to treat them better. She also mentioned that the orphans began to be trusted with better work, and they were able to become decent people. The characters said that they first saw Diaz as a leader, then as an older brother, and then as a father. They became a special family because of him. Diaz also spoke of a man she called Uncle Ben. Diaz recalled Ben teaching him many things in his youth. He was a priest at the temple and her brother's father. He mentioned that one day this man disappeared, and her parents told her that he had died, although she said he was very much alive. The girls asked with interest what Diaz's parents were like and whether they looked like him. One of the interlocutors explained that Diaz's parents were calm and kind people, not at all like him. He also added that they lived in the temple, performing various duties. Uncle Ben intervened and, upon hearing his words, objected to him not to talk nonsense to the children, explaining that Diaz's parents were in fact the head priests. When the interlocutors learned that Diaz's parents were the chief priests of the temple, they were surprised. One of them asked for more details, and Diaz agreed. When asked about the temple, he said that in the past, Saint Dia did not want to obey the king and founded his own temple to spread knowledge among the people. The first king recognized his merits, and the saint passed on his knowledge and sacred objects to the people so that they could restore the country and bring order to its lands. Diaz said that after the death of Saint D, temples were built where priests taught people the commandments of the God of the earth. The teachings remained full of mysteries, and the appearance of God was not described anywhere. He explains that in the capital of the kingdom and in the 4 directions of north, south, west, and east, huge holy temples were built. Their size was so impressive that their importance was not even questioned. He also mentions that Diaz's parents were the chief priests of the Western Temple, thus emphasizing their high status. At the same time, the hero admits that today the situation has changed. The priests have greatly lost their influence and position in society, as they have sunk in their level. The other participants in the conversation react with surprise, with one exclaiming that the Great Temple has now become a place where random people, the rabble, gather, while another confirms that this is indeed the case. It is also mentioned that internal discord within the temples began before the narrator was born, hinting at a long-standing crisis within the religious institutions. The characters recalled how the priests were divided into supporters of the ancient and new teachings. The hero's parents and uncles supported the ancient teaching, but the new one turned out to be stronger. After the campaign to the Holy Lands, the parents disappeared, and the old teaching was completely destroyed. The man said he was shocked to learn how the main character spent his days eating human flesh. He recalled that he began looking for information about the first family and found the only son of the chief priests. Initially, he wanted to scold the hero, but after seeing that he was living peacefully, started a family, and even found a wife, he reconsidered his attitude and admitted that everything was going well for the hero. The man said that if everything was really as he was told, then the souls of their ancestors could rest in peace. He expressed hope that the girl would be able to take care of her husband, who, in his opinion, would bring her many problems. He also asked her not to be so formal and to simply call him uncle. The girl responded by saying that it was a great honor for her to be this man's wife. The woman loudly declared that it had been decided 20 years ago that he would marry at Ellie. She was indignant, reminding him of his old promise to give her a ring when she grew up. Diaz was surprised and tried to understand what they were talking about, and the girl standing next to him irritably introduced herself, saying that her name was Ellie. Ellie screamed indignantly, accusing her interlocutor of betrayal, and another character awkwardly explained that he had once promised to buy her a ring if he had money. One of the men doubted the veracity of Ellie's words, and the second confirmed that he had indeed behaved strangely from the very beginning. In the end, the girl noticed that this man had the soul and heart of a woman. The girl happily informed her father that the new girls were now their sisters, and that his wife was very nice. The new girls were confused and asked again if they were really older sisters now. At this time, someone was trying to attract attention to themselves, shouting so that they would not be ignored. At the same time, active work was underway in the village. Soldiers worked diligently on the orders of the elder, and a report was submitted on the new residents and buildings. About a month after the battle with Diana, the royal capital began to discuss the changes in society. One of the officials studying the documents thoughtfully noted that there were new movements after the restoration of order. The speaker reported that His Highness Maiza was focusing on raising funds rather than rebuilding his faction. He added that there were no significant changes yet among the other factions, but there were some disturbing activities, so vigilance was needed. In the royal capital, the fate of Diana was discussed. One of those present noted that she showed no signs of remorse and would be transferred to the temple. Speaking of this, he thought that he had no other choice. He also explained that he supported His Highness Richard because of his reputation and relationship with Diaz, although he had doubts at first. However, it was now evident that Richard was tolerant and better behaved than expected. The interlocutor added that he had confidence in the other gentleman's ability to cope with Mise. In the royal capital, one of the advisors reported that the intelligence unit suspected that His Highness Misa might have a connection with the Empire. Although there was no proof yet, they considered it highly probable. The advisor noted that they had not yet included this information in the official report. The leader then instructed them to complete the investigation properly, emphasizing that he did not want anyone to be hurt or suffer losses because of this. His subordinate agreed with the order and confirmed that everything would be done according to the instructions. 5 days had passed since Isa and the others had arrived at the village of Eluk. The girl, seeing them in royal dresses, noted with admiration that the outfits suited them very well. The girls agreed, but noted that, despite their magnificence, such dresses were not at all suitable for work. It was difficult to move in them and inconvenient to do everyday things. Everyone enjoyed life in Eluk village in their own way. Aruna and Eric got along well. The woman with broad shoulders noticed that the dresses did not suit her very well and admitted that she envied the others because they looked much more attractive in them. One of the women loudly declared that she would never accept the girl as her father's bride, considering her too young for that. She accused the girl of lacking maturity and demanded a more drastic reaction from her. The girl, in turn, calmly explained that she realized her inexperience, but her feelings for Diaz were deep, and she was ready to devote her entire life to proving it. The woman, seeing the girl's calm, wondered if she was offended by her words. The girl explained that, as a woman, she understood the feelings of her interlocutor perfectly well and did not consider what had happened to be her fault. She emphasized that they were all united by love and care for Diaz, and that is why they should support each other. Her interlocutor, touched by her words, could not understand why so much kindness was shown to her. From that moment on, they became closer and began to help each other in everyday affairs, discussing emerging problems together. Irai informed his brother that they had decided to return to the city as they were convinced of its well-being and gave him gifts. The brother understood their decision and said that it was natural, everyone had their own home and job, so returning to the city was quite natural. He added that any parent would let their child go if they saw that he was confidently standing on his own feet. Irai admitted that they would like to stay longer, but circumstances forced them to leave. Diaz said that Irai had also become a good adult. He added that if he had thrown away his obligations and asked to stay here, he would have lost his temper and would have beaten him half to death. Irai admitted that at his age he did not want to be treated like that. His brother warned him to be prepared. No matter how many years passed, he would still be their parent, would scold them if something happened, and would always take care of them as a father. Diaz thought about how he wasn't going to reciprocate Eric's feelings. He knew that if he accepted those feelings, he wouldn't be able to be a parent to him anymore. Diaz knew that not only Eric, but all the other children needed him as a parent, and for that, he had to stay where he was. So he was determined that he would never do anything that would break that bond. Eric screamed for his father, running up to him and crying. The man hugged him tightly. He recalled that even in the tribe's village, they said that good souls like Eric found good people and lived happily ever after. He was sure that Eric would eventually find a good partner, and if advice was needed, he would definitely give it. 2 girls happily asked to be petted too. The girl, hearing the noise, came up and asked what had happened, as she had heard a strange cry. The man, hugging the children, told them not to push and to wait patiently for their turn. An elderly man, watching what was happening, asked if they were saying goodbye to Diaz, reminding them that the day after tomorrow, they would be returning to the city. The girls anxiously asked if it was true that everyone was leaving. The man tried to calm them down, saying that he was staying, as was Maya, so they shouldn't be sad. The older man also encouraged them, reminding them that they would definitely meet again one day, and asked them not to cry. Then explained that he had decided to stay in the village to spend the rest of his life looking after the sheep. He also added that he would keep a close eye on the man so that he would not make a fool of himself, since he had no intention of returning to the temple, and considered his previous journey to be in vain. To this, one of the people present asked in surprise whether Uncle Ben really did not intend to return to the temple. One of the women said that she would also stay in the village. She explained that she had given everything she had in the store, so there was no point in her going home. There was nothing left there. The woman also added that there were too few people in the village who knew how to negotiate, and she could not leave them without help, taking on this responsibility in the future. She liked the image she had put on, because her abilities were real, not for show. The narrator pondered the future of the village, expecting it to become even more vibrant with the arrival of new residents. He noted that 6 Mia, sheep-like creatures, had arrived, but wondered why exactly they had come. The characters recalled how, a few months ago, they had lived peacefully in their territory until the kingdom's people captured them and held them captive in terrible conditions. When the Mias heard that they were going to be executed, they decided to escape. Thanks to a meeting with a traveler who helped them, they were able to get to a new place. Then a problem arose. There was no reason to refuse the Mia's emigration, but the question of who would become their chief remained unresolved. One of the characters admitted that he did not know about the tradition according to which Francis was supposed to become the chief. The heroes noticed that among the arriving Mia, there seemed to be a male leader. They had to decide which of the 2 candidates would become the new chief of the Mia village. The characters realized that the Mia had their own strict rules, and they could not give in so easily. One of the heroes thought that it might be easier to have 2 leaders for 2 different herds, but he understood that everything had to be decided according to their traditions. The people gathered to await the beginning of the trial between the 2 Mia to determine the new leader. One of the observers admitted to himself that he understood the method of selection, but at the same time he was worried about the process of determining the leader. One of the observers noted to himself that what was happening seemed to him like an unusual but powerful song. The Mia, standing opposite each other, began to make loud sounds that sounded brave, strong, and as if leading somewhere. It seemed to him that in this singing, the animals tried to put their thoughts about the future of the herd, as if each of them were proclaiming their vision and declaring their intentions. He thought that this was how the Mia chose their leader. The observer noted that the Mia continued to sing, and it became clear to him that they were trying to convey something to the entire herd through their singing. He realized that the Maya wanted to show how seriously they thought about the future of their community. In his opinion, the decision to choose a leader was made not by the beauty of the song, but by how much effort, thought, and aspiration each Mia put into his singing. In this way, the herd had to feel which of the 2 candidates was most suitable for the role of leader. As the observer watched the scene, he thought about how the leader would be chosen. The one who would receive the majority of support, the herd would recognize as their leader and would begin to obey him. He was surprised that Francois, the wife of one of the candidates, was not in a hurry to support her husband Francis first. It seemed natural to him to expect such a step from her. However, he realized that Francois was well aware that being a good husband and being a good leader are 2 completely different things. That is why, he reasoned, she must choose a worthy leader who can take care of the future of the children and support her husband in the difficult life of the herd. As the herd continued to sing their songs, people watched them, pondering the gravity of what was happening. One observer noted that the choice of leader would indeed have an impact on the future of the entire herd. The flock of sheep continued to sing, although their voices were becoming quieter from fatigue, and the volume was noticeably decreasing. The sun was already setting, and the observers realized that the sheep had been fighting for a very long time. Francois and the others had not yet been able to finally decide who would be the leader. Meanwhile, some of the sheep were beginning to get so tired that they simply stopped singing. The first to move were the sheep on the side of the bighorn ram. One of them took the first step, then another, and then a third. The observers noticed how Francois, in this situation, finally began to act, joining the movement. A chorus began from Francis. The observers realized that the situation was probably not going to change. They thought that Francis would be uncomfortable if his wife suddenly went over to his side. Francois probably thought so, so she decided to wait for the final outcome. Everyone was watching what was happening. It was clear that the ram had not yet given up. Even when his own voice was lost among the others, he continued the competition, straining all his strength. His tenacity was amazing. He did not retreat, despite loneliness and fatigue. Everyone noticed how one of the choir stopped singing and tuned into Francis's side. He realized that everyone was singing for him now. The girls watching the scene happily realized that this meant he had won. Francis was shocked, but happily surprised by this turn of events. The people shouted joyfully, calling Francis their leader. Everyone was delighted with his victory. They said that they had never seen anything like it before, and praised the sheep for their intelligence and obedience. One of the girls noticed that Francis had succeeded, and he stood aside, watching the results of his labor with a slight smile. After a lively bustle, when the sheep crowded together, the heroes noticed that one of them had disappeared. The girl with the horn wondered where that fat ram named Maya had gone. At that moment, the sheep actually separated from the flock. Diaz, watching the sheep, noted to himself that what had happened was impressive. He thought that this act was refreshing, because despite the struggle, the sheep recognized its opponent and joined in the song, showing nobility. Francis noted that the ram did not give up and fought to the end, showing no malice towards his comrades. At the same time, he noted that he really liked the position of this meet. Despite the loss, he did not show anger towards his comrades who did not choose him, and, most likely, was simply inexperienced. Francis thought about the fact that he had not yet given names to all of his sheep, and suggested to one of the rams the options Azim or Tanmazu. Diaz suggested the ram a new name, Zerbalto, thinking it sounded good. The ram, judging by his reaction, agreed. Then Diaz announced with a smile that from that day on, the ram would bear that name, assuring him that with such a cool name he would look even better. The girls watching the event noted that they liked Diaz's decision, and one of them said that she liked her father for such actions. As the flock of sheep bleated happily, the man, who had been away for a while, returned to the group. His daughter asked where he had been, to which he calmly replied that he had gone to the toilet. Aruna, concerned, asked if he had washed his hands properly afterwards, which brought a small smile to her father's face, to celebrate Francis's recent victory. After the celebration, everyone gathered in an open area next to a large tent to celebrate the event. During fun and laughter, the man decided to name the rest of the sheep. He was surprised to learn that all the sheep were female, and were also Zerbalto's wives. The girls explained that since they were girls, they should have chosen beautiful names. The wives were named after Zerbalto, as they themselves wished: Zermila, Zermia, Zerfana, Zergu, and Zeradia. The wives were afraid that Francis's choice as the new leader might damage their marriage. However, they eventually came to the conclusion that he might even have more merit than Zerbald. This did not make them fear him, but rather respect his integrity. They wondered if Francis's victory over Zerbald would mean a change in their lives. At this time, they watched him and remembered what he might be thinking about when he sang his song. As strange as it may sound, they now had 8 honeys. Francis was to lead them as the new leader. That day, Eldan had just returned from the royal capital and was on his way to meet a man. At the mansion of the lord of the Kazakh territory, he met a stranger who introduced himself as Juha. The man, with a smug smile, said that he was the best soldier in the kingdom, the most handsome and cultured man. Eldan looked suspiciously at the man who called himself Diaz's ally. This self-proclaimed hero, Juha, quickly raised Eldan's doubts during interrogation. Normally, Eldan would not have even spent time on him, but he learned that Juha had been caught for disgraceful behavior. He was poor, vulgar, and had been behaving inappropriately, drinking alcohol and causing scandals in other people's lands. Juha claimed to be a shadow hero who had fought alongside Diaz in the previous war and expressed a desire to have an audience with the lord of these lands. Upon hearing this, Eldan decided to meet him just in case. During their conversation, Eldan cautiously inquired if it was true that Juha had served alongside Diaz. Juha confirmed this, although he looked unconvinced. When the conversation turned to his appearance, he began to boast that all the women he had met admired his manly face, although Eldan had not even asked him about it. Juha claimed to have served with Diaz, but admitted to often arguing with him over women and alcohol. Eldan suspected that Juha was deliberately behaving this way to achieve something, and realized that he had originally intended to be idle, but changed his mind after seeing the thriving city. Juha noted that it was hard to imagine spending so much on a children's playground, especially in the city center. He suggested that the construction of the park was a decisive factor in the development. Juha explained that culture begins with games and gradually blossoms, and added that as a cultured person, he could not help but appreciate the value of such a park. Therefore, he decided to serve Eldan. Juha admitted that he had not expected to be taken seriously if he had approached them directly, so he had resorted to deception. He eventually met with Eldan, which he considered a good move. Eldan noted that it was a risky move, given the possible charges, and added that it would have been better if Juha had made his intentions known up front. Juha noted that most lords would not meet with a man like him, and suggested that this may have been why Eldan came up with the idea for the park. Juha noted with a grin that Diaz had once bought him for free, justifying it by the desire to end the war, and asked what price Eldan would have set for him. He pointed out that Eldan was different from Diaz. Eldan, in response, thoughtfully felt uneasy, because he had to hire Juha at an exceptional price, although he tried to convince himself that this was only a temporary measure. 7 days have passed since Irai and Isa left the village of Iluk. One of the heroes wondered if the guild had received a letter with their request for help. It turned out that the letter proposed to establish trade, which in itself would be good. He recalled that he had heard from his father that the so-called bloodless should soon arrive here, creatures that are beastmen, but lost their beast nature for an unknown reason. The hero pondered his plans. He was troubled by the idea of allowing the bloodless to trade in a kingdom that did not recognize them. To solve the problem, he came to the conclusion that it would be worthwhile to create a branch of the guild in the neutral territory of Kazdex. This would allow the guild's employees to act as intermediaries in any transactions, and trade could be conducted without legal complications. He was sure that such a measure would bring great benefit to the guild, and that the bloodless would immediately begin to act after this. Aru Natian said that she was going to cook goose eggs for dinner, because some of them had no soul. Usually she mixed them with soup, but this time she wanted to try boiled eggs, because she heard that they were also delicious that way. He also envied her ability to use magic to determine whether an egg had a soul, and recalled that Aru Natian had once used this magic to find out that his soul was female. Sine and Aahan said that the newly hatched chicks were very cute and followed their parents. They noticed that Diaz was so engrossed in the process that he himself began to run after the chicks, which caused confusion among those watching him. One of the characters thought to himself that if he worked without a break, he would become physically and mentally ill. At the same time, he reasoned that if caring for the chicks was considered caring for children, then Diaz's actions could be called fulfilling his fatherly duty. Aru Natian remarked that she did not mind if someone played after a job well done. Meanwhile, another character reflected on the fact that Aru Natian was very hard-working and wondered if a hard-working girl could be called courageous. He also wondered how Aru Natian and the others assessed the concept of courage. Tian's manifestation of masculinity and asked for details. Aruna. Tian replied that it was actually a short story. Aruna added that her family was poor, and as the eldest in the family she had to work, so her activities were not unusual for her. She explained that she was not called courageous in earnest, but rather in a joking manner, because she, unlike most girls, participated in hunting and patrolling. Aruna laughed and admitted that thanks to this job she met Diaz, and now she has no regrets. Another character asked if she could tell why their family was poor. Aruna said that the reason for her family's poverty was one man, whom she called a parasite. She explained that this is in the past now, but at that time her family suffered greatly. The girl added that her father was an ordinary man with ordinary courage, and in principle could have provided for the family, but this did not happen. She admitted that the word parasites is not enough to describe how terrible her older brother was. Aruna said that her family became poor because of her older brother, who spent money on women and got into debt. She added that now, thanks to Diaz, their family no longer goes hungry. The interviewee noted that it was good that Aruna was able to talk about it. Aruna said she couldn't thank Diaz and Mora enough for their help. She explained that Mora was the chief of the Oni tribe, a very caring woman who sympathized with her situation and tried to connect her with Diaz. Aruna added that perhaps the help was meant more for her than for Diaz himself, and mentioned that Mora had given Diaz a precious pair of animals, Francis and Franza. The heroine thought that Aruna's situation was similar to their own when they were orphans, and perhaps that was why she could not hate Aruna. One of the women remarked that Aruna resembled those who were saved by a prince on a white horse, and explained that this was a metaphor for the sudden appearance of a person of destiny. One of the heroines dreamily thought about the quote, on a white horse, imagining him as noble and strong. She expressed confidence that this was indeed true. Another girl noted with a smile that her father seemed to have considerable courage. The heroine admitted that she got carried away in the conversation and forgot to boil the eggs. The other woman thought that she could no longer hate her and was surprised at how quickly they became good friends. She decided to show the girl how to boil eggs properly, although she noted to herself that she was not going to do it again. In the end, the heroine firmly decided to pull herself together and help her father with Aru Noi-chan. When they had some free time, one of the girls noted that dinner was ready. While they were resting, Aru Na-tien took her bow and headed to the clearing. She warned the others to move away because she was going to practice archery. Concentrating, she pulled the bowstring and aimed at the wooden target. Aru Na-tien was training her archery with concentration, accurately hitting a wooden target. She found free time after her household chores and worked hard every day, never missing a training session. Watching this, the woman praised her in her mind for her diligence and youthful persistence. Then she called out to Aru Nu-tian, attracting her attention. The woman asked in surprise why the short bow was so powerful. Aruna explained to her that it was due to the materials and manufacturing method. Their bows and the kingdom's bows were completely different. The woman quickly guessed that different materials were used for different parts of the weapon. Aruna confirmed her guess with approval. The woman, carefully examining the bow, noticed that the bones and horns were glued to a thin piece of wood and was delighted by such a well-thought-out design. Aruna explained the construction of their bow to her interlocutor. She said that a hard material, such as horn or bone, was glued to the compressible side, and the stretchable side was made of a soft material like animal tendons. The girl explained that the handle and the places where the bowstring was attached were reinforced with appropriate materials. Aruna also added that the shape of their bow was the result of many years of invention and adaptation, as they often shot from horseback. She emphasized that the material and shape were changed depending on the strength and height of the user, so no two bows were the same. In the end, she suggested trying to string the bow. The woman tried to draw the bow, but noticed that it was too tight and almost did not give in. She exclaimed that it was impossible to cope with such tension. Aruna calmly explained that this bow was made from earth dragon materials, and that in order to use it, magical power had to be put into the string. Aruna added that this situation was common, since the only person who could string this bow straight away was Daius. The girl explained that dragons and high-ranking monsters not only have unusually hard skins and shells, but also muscles and tendons, and their movement is possible thanks to magical power. Hearing the mention of the Earth Dragon, the interlocutor was shocked and could not believe what she heard. Aruna explained that when you draw a bow, you have to let a certain amount of magical power flow through your body, which weakens the material and allows it to move. She said that when you shoot, the magical power is removed, and that's how you get so much power. The interlocutor was surprised and doubted whether all this was too difficult. After all, you still have to ride a horse, aim, and at the same time put magical power into the shot. The girl noted that although this requires practice, in reality, everything is not as difficult as it might seem at first glance. She added that Celia and Aiken managed to hit a flying bird with an arrow while riding just 5 days after starting training. Aruna explained that her tribe took to using a bow naturally, and that the children quickly picked up shooting. She suggested that Ellie try shooting while riding a horse to gain an advantage in battle. She admired the children's skill, even though they were not very strong yet. Their shooting was frighteningly accurate, especially when they used the wind to adjust the arrow's flight. The conversation was interrupted when someone shouted, asking where Aruna was. When Aruna and the others heard the unfamiliar voice, they became wary. One of the characters noted that such behavior was unacceptable for the Oni tribe. Aruna recognized the man who had returned and thought with a smile that it would be better if the animals ate him. At this time, the man, full of rage, shouted that he was going to save her, accusing the Lord of daring to approach Aruna in his absence. The hero reflected on the traditions of the tribe to which Aruna belonged. He noted that in their culture, The youngest child became the head of the family, and the older siblings supported him. He also recalled that, having started their own families, the elders left for other settlements. The hero saw the engagement of Aruna and her younger siblings, but was not very worried about it. He also noted that until that moment, he thought that Aruna's family consisted of only 6 people. Diaz called the children, reminding them that it was time to return for dinner. At that moment, a frightened puppy ran up to him and said that something bad had happened. Aruna attacked the strange man with the horn who suddenly appeared. Diaz, noticing the commotion, anxiously asked what was going on. Ellie explained that a strange man had appeared. Then he guessed that it was probably Aruna's older brother. At this time, Aruna was furiously beating her brother, despite his attempts to justify himself and explain himself. Diaz admitted that he was surprised by the appearance of Aruna's older brother, whose existence he had previously known nothing about. Yuri was surprised by his ignorance, since she had assumed that he had at least heard about it. He assumed that Aruna was too ashamed to talk about her brother, or was afraid of ruining the marriage. He added that he did not see Aruna's brother at the wedding ceremony, and Aruna did not mention anything then. Meanwhile, Aruna's brother desperately begged her to listen to him. Diaz tried to persuade Aruna to listen to her brother, explaining that otherwise Sanaya and Aiken would see her in such a state, which would be undesirable. Aruna was very scared, which worried the 2 girls who approached her and asked what was wrong. Diaz noted to himself that the mention of some names was too painful for her. Aruna, shaking with emotion, silently lowered her hand, unable to hold back her tears. Diaz watched her with obvious sympathy, understanding how hard it was for her. Aruna's brother, consumed with anger, accused Diaz of having corrupted his sister, who used to be modest and sweet, but now, in his opinion, had turned into a cruel woman. He shouted that he would never forgive Diaz and called him a wicked lord. Diaz, confused, asked again about modesty and sweetness, not quite understanding what he was talking about. At this time, he thought about how much the brother and sister were similar in appearance. So much so that, if Aruna were a man, she would look exactly the same. Diaz thought that the relationship between Aruna and her brother Zorg was strained. Although Zorg genuinely loved his sister, Aruna disliked him for his lack of masculinity. Diaz believed that despite the dislike, Aruna still had feelings for her brother as a family member. He also speculated that Aruna's changing character could be due to her brother's influence. Zorg returned home after a long absence and learned that Aruna had married a much older lord. His relatives told him about it, and when he heard the news, he was furious, thinking that his sister had been sold for money. Certain that Aruna would never agree to a forced marriage, he left his parents' home without listening to explanations, driven by emotion, with the intention of bringing her back. Zorg desperately tried to convince Aruna to listen to him, but instead he only made the situation worse. He did not expect Aruna to be angry, because he was acting for her. Expecting to resolve everything with a private conversation, he found himself in a difficult situation, and those around him began to wonder what was happening. The woman, watching this, was surprised by his behavior. The woman asked if Zorg was jealous of her father, to which he sharply replied that she should not talk nonsense. He admitted that he was simply surprised that Aruna had a lover, since he had expected to find her a worthy partner himself. At the same time, he accused him of hypocrisy, saying that he had previously oppressed his family, and now suddenly cared for them, which looked suspicious. Zorg, with his head down, apologized to Aruna, admitting that he regretted what had happened, though he knew it was too late to say so. Aruna responded by exclaiming that there really was no point in apologizing now. She reminded him how his family had begged him to stop, and even the chief had asked, but he had continued anyway. In response to this, Zorg tried to justify himself. He explained that the woman told him that she was sick, and assured him that she would return the money later. He did not understand why her soul rating was also blue. Aruna accused Zorg of making it all a lie. She reproached him for running off to another woman despite her warnings. Aruna reminded him of how many times she had told him that the woman was deceiving him, emphasizing that she was definitely blue. One of the characters asked Aruna if it was possible for a soul evaluation to be blue for someone with bad intentions, since he believed that the result should be red for evil intent. Aruna explained that soul evaluation was just a form of magic, and any magic can be tricked or distorted. She added that there are spells that can interfere with the assessment, and if the opponent has a better command of magic than the one conducting the test, he will be able to deceive it. She also emphasized that if magic is used carelessly, false results can be obtained. The characters discussed how Asa had the ability to use magic, and could resist its use. They noted that her brother had been tricked by someone who was well versed in magic. It was also said that using magic requires caution, as there are those who can trick it. One of the characters added that he knew the location of the expedition group and was aware of their actions. Zort realized he was wrong about the corrupt lord, but he didn't know what to say. After that, Arna and Zort didn't exchange any more words. At Arna's request, the case was closed. She reminded him that they needed to have dinner before sunset, and decided not to worry about this guy forever. The characters discussed how it was getting late, and that the man should stay overnight. He replied that he was used to traveling at night, and that there was no need to worry about him. However, the others noted that the meadows were dangerous at night because of the monsters. They invited him to spend the night in a newly built yurt, suggesting that it would be cramped but fun. In the end, he thanked them, and Arun refused to live together. The characters were in a state of tension. The next morning, as they set out, one of them noted the fine weather and decided to take Zort with him just in case. Zort asked to be left alone in an irritated tone, wondering why they were paying so much attention to him. His companion noted with a slight smile that Zort was acting without malice, and explained that he could not help but care for him, since Zort was a member of Aruna's family. Despite all his words, Aruna continued to worry about Zort. When Zort left, he carried 2 packages containing a bow and arrows made by Aruna's hands. Zort examined the package that had been handed to him. He noticed that the bow had been made with his frame in mind, although Aruna had claimed that she was going to throw away the failed prototype. Considering that everything had been carefully wrapped in cloth, Zort concluded that Aruna had actually put a lot of care and love into it. He thought that she probably still had warm feelings for him as a brother. Zort waved his hand and said to hell with it all, and noticed that Diaz looked strange, and asked why he was blue. His interlocutor remembered that Diaz had not had magical powers since birth, and concluded that this meant he was not capable of deceiving, which seemed surprising to him. Diaz confirmed that he had been like that for as long as he could remember, and Zort then asked, somewhat confused, if that made him feel pathetic. Diaz remembered his childhood. He thought about the time when other children around him played carefree, mastering more and more magic, while he himself could not use it at all. This caused him great emotions. He cried in front of his parents, sometimes took out his anger on them. However, thanks to kind and warm parents, as well as a strict uncle, Diaz gradually came to terms with the fact that he did not have magical power. Perhaps he simply matured earlier than others. Diaz reflected on his approach to life. He decided that instead of envying others, he would do everything in his power. He realized that there was no point in wasting time on something he could not achieve, so he focused on physical training. Thanks to this, he was where he was now. His interlocutor noted that even if a person had no magical power at all, he could still do without it. Zort admitted that he felt pathetic. He said that people around him despised him for something he couldn't control even if he tried. He felt like they were laughing at him. He considered himself weak even now. However, he noted that Aruna and another woman didn't laugh at him for his magical powers, and that was what mattered to him. When 5 wind dragons appeared in the sky, the heroes were surprised. One of them thought with alarm that it was difficult for him to cope with even one such creature, and now there were 5 of them. He exclaimed that this was a real joke of fate. Zort shouted, asked his name, and told him to return to the village where he had someone to protect, because that was more important. Diaz thought about the situation and realized that he couldn't just leave, even if he wanted to leave Zort alone. One of the heroes explained to the other that wind dragons first aimed at the eyes and ears of their prey to deprive it of the ability to defend itself. Because of their lightness, the dragons could not kill their prey with one blow, so they gradually wore it down. The hero with the bow noticed that the target was approaching, and told him to watch carefully, because it was a wind dragon. The heroes realized that their weapon was ineffective and were surprised by the strength of the bow. They were told that it was made of the material of the earth dragon and that special arrows were needed. One of the heroes decided to figure it out later. One of the heroes hit the enemy with a well-aimed shot, piercing his body. He happily informed his comrade that he had managed to eliminate one of the opponents. After one of the enemies was destroyed, the remaining opponents began to move faster. The hero noted that the loss of a comrade made them become more serious. One of the giant dragonflies sped up and headed towards the hero. Seeing this, he tensed up and prepared for battle, noticing the enemy's sudden movement and reacting to the threat. The characters noticed that the enemies had become even faster. One of the heroes, tense and collected, repelled the furious attack of the dragonfly-like creature. At this time, another character exclaimed to himself that the furious attack of Windy Arachnon had begun. His chest was cut open, causing him shock and pain. At this time, strange insect-like creatures appeared in the sky, rapidly approaching. The man screamed in despair, remembering that the clothes he was wearing were made by Aruna especially for him. At that moment, monsters appeared in the sky. One of the characters tried to say something, but was stunned by the sudden appearance of a huge horned creature, which was rapidly approaching. After a powerful blow that shook the ground, the protagonist remained unharmed. He noted that his eyes had already gotten used to the speed of the enemy, and he wondered doubtfully if this was the limit of his capabilities. Meanwhile, the other character was confused and shocked by what was happening. In this scene, one of the characters, worried about the enemy approaching, shouted at his ally to retreat immediately. The protagonist, having assessed the situation, calmly noted that although the enemy was a little tougher than expected, he could handle it. He then confidently struck the insect-like enemy, demonstrating his strength and confidence. The heroes discussed why the dragonfly dragons were no longer attacking. One of them noted that if the attacks continued, there would be problems. The second suggested that they were afraid to approach, knowing that they would be killed. Then the first wondered why the enemies did not attack from the air with fire, since they were dragons. The heroes pondered why the enemy dragons did not use fire from the air. One of them explained that these creatures had weak flames that were ineffective at a distance, as they were adapted to close combat. They also suggested that the dragonflies were attracted by the smell of human blood, which is why they did not retreat. The characters agreed that they could not let the enemy escape, because if they attacked the village, they would cause enormous damage. The heroes discussed how to fight flying enemies if they did not descend from the sky. One of them admitted to letting his guard down, but promised to improve. Another suggested throwing a battle axe at the dragon, hoping that it would work. His comrades doubted the effectiveness of the idea, but he insisted that it would at least distract the enemies. One of the heroes told the other to trust him. Then he stood up with his battle axe and began to run. His comrades watched in amazement as he threw the weapon into the air with incredible force, hoping to hit the flying enemies. One of the warriors shouted and threw his battle axe into the sky, aiming at the enemy. His comrade watched in amazement, not believing that the throw could reach such a height. An axe, accurately thrown into the sky, hit one of the flying targets, causing shock and admiration among the observers. One of the characters, watching what was happening, could not believe the success and called the thrower an incredible fool, not understanding how he managed to achieve such a result. The heroes noticed the approach of new enemies, giant insects flying from all sides. One of them said anxiously that they were coming, and everyone immediately prepared for battle. One of the fighters rushed towards the enemies, his eyes wide with tension and determination. Iaz attacked the insect with fury, demonstrating his strength with a powerful blow. He was full of determination and concentration. Meanwhile, the other hero, wasting no time, knocked one of the enemies off course with a well-aimed throw. However, one of the monsters still came close and grabbed the fighter in the back, which was an unexpected and dangerous moment for him. One of the fighters found himself in a life-threatening situation. The insect grabbed him and stuck its sting in, striking. At that moment, his comrade, without losing his cool, took aim, deciding to save his friend and strike accurately. He reflected on how rare their achievement was. After all, usually a wind dragon could only be seen once a year, and not everyone managed to do so, and they were lucky to meet 5 at once. He admitted to himself that he would never have thought that he would become one of those who hunted dragons, like real men from the tribe. Now, by saving his friend, he felt that he would change the opinion of the whole village about himself. He tried to understand why everything was happening so strangely, because his idea of dragon hunting was completely different. He considered this method stupid and clumsy. It seemed to him that it was somehow wrong. When his partner began to treat the defeated creatures roughly, he became indignant, demanded to be more careful with them, and reminded how much they cost. Diaz sincerely did not understand what was wrong with him. During the conversation, one of the heroes admitted that he became who he is now thanks to meeting A.R. Una. He believed that he owed her a lot, not only for her support, but also for the fact that she did the housework every day. Out of respect and gratitude, he did not even dare to say anything to her. His interlocutor noted that this was not very royal because A.R. Una had sewn a shirt and pants for him with her own hands. One character notes that Diaz's name, behavior, and everything else seems strange to him. Then Arna appears and, noticing Diaz's wound, asks him anxiously what happened. She asks him to show her the wound. Diaz reassures her, saying that clothes are not a problem, they can always be replaced. Another character notes that the wound does not look deep, but still needs to be disinfected immediately. Aruna noted with pride that she had expected such courage from her husband, adding that it was a small price to pay for destroying the wind dragons. One of the characters happily informed Aruna that he had also slain a dragon, using the bow and arrows she had given him. Aruna thanked him for delivering the materials, and explained that since the two of them had killed the dragons, half of the spoils belonged to her interlocutor. At that moment, Aruna's brother responded her. She said irritably what he needed. Diaz told Aruna she could be a little nicer to Zorg. In his opinion, Zort had no one to show his courage to, so he wanted to be recognized. She believed that if he really thought about family, he should first go to the Oni village and take care of his younger brothers and sisters. Then he would become the real support and head of the family. In this case, he should find a suitable partner in the village, because if he needed someone to rely on, it was definitely not her. Zort, despite the wind dragon being weaker than the green dragon, still fought the dragon, and it left an impression. He noticed that the 2 boots Zort delivered were worth a lot of money, and perhaps that was what influenced Aruna. Aruna did not show it openly, but she was pleased by Zort's courageous behavior, which was probably why she was so gentle with Diaz. Aruna suggested throwing a party, turning to Diaz with a smile. At this time, the villagers gathered around the fire, and the atmosphere was filled with music and joy. It seemed that the whole village was ready to celebrate the event. During the party, all the villagers were enjoying themselves. Diaz noticed how the atmosphere was filled with joy and fun, and Aruna, as always, was the center of attention, charging everyone with her energy. He thought that today's party was especially successful, and he was pleased that everyone was enjoying themselves. Diaz reflected on the party that had just taken place and realized that for everyone it had been more than just a celebration of defeating a dragon. Aruna, in turn, looked at him with a warm smile, fully sharing these feelings. Later, when Diaz stood up, one of those present asked where he was going, and he replied that he was going to the toilet. Diaz noticed a sheep standing far from the others, and was surprised by its presence. He thought that Francis with Franzua and the others should be at the party, not here. He asked the sheep if it had wandered here by chance, or decided to live in this place, but he still doubted it. He could not remember seeing it before. Diaz tried to understand what the sheep was trying to tell him, but admitted that he still did not understand the language of the me. He suggested that they go to the square where everyone was, assuring her that she would definitely be heard there. The sheep, in irritation, tried to convey her thoughts and was angry that he could not figure it out himself. In the end, Diaz was surprised that his plan to secretly leave the matter had failed. Diaz was in complete shock when he suddenly heard the ram speak. He couldn't believe his ears and exclaimed in surprise, not knowing how to react. Meanwhile, the ram calmly approached him and handed him a small bag, which completely confused him. Diaz could only whisper in confusion, trying to understand what this object was. The ram told Diaz that he had proven himself by killing a dragon in human form twice. He explained that he was acting on orders from his master, and that for his bravery he would give him 3 leaves of a plant called Sanjivani and 1 seed. The ram also warned that if Diaz tried to sell these gifts for profit, they would quickly wither. Diaz was stunned to hear such words, especially the references to master and children, whom he was supposedly protecting. Diaz felt dizzy and tried to understand what was happening to him, thinking about the word Sanjivani. At that moment, A.R. Una came to him and asked if he was okay and if he was hungry, noticing that he was far from the toilet. He tried to explain that he had just spoken to a ram, but A.R. Una decided that he was simply overtired, since he had fought wind dragons and was injured. She advised him to rest, at least for today. Diaz doubted the reality of what had happened. It seemed to him that it was all a dream or a hallucination. However, clutching the bag in his hand, he realized that it could not have been just imagination. At the meeting, the dignitaries discussed the restoration of the empire, but came to the conclusion that despite all their efforts, they had not found even a hint of a solution. One of them proposed an idea, but immediately warned that it could have negative consequences. It was suggested that the possible plan would harm Diaz. A.R. Yuna asked Diaz how he was feeling, and he admitted that after the battle with the wind dragons, he constantly felt weak and unwell. The girl said that he was tired and told him to rest from all work today. Diaz tried to object, offering to do some cleaning, but she insisted that he rest. Then, with a smile, she added that if he stayed home, he would still want to work, and suggested that sometimes he should not go out anywhere. The meeting discussed the threat from Diaz. One of the participants suggested using people dissatisfied with him to eliminate him. It was noted that discontent was brewing among the factions, especially among the supporters of Maze. In the end, it was suggested to get rid of the conspirators to avoid exposure. The officers discussed their attitude toward Diaz. One of them recalled that he had been an enemy of the general's father. The general replied that Diaz had indeed been his father's enemy, but that he had been their benefactor. He expressed doubt that he would cooperate only to harm Diaz. One of the men said that his father suffered greatly because of the strategy proposed by Diaz, and even considered suicide after the battle. He had to use many traps, which was contrary to his principles. In response, the general reminded that Diaz saved his father, despite the fact that he went against the enemy and exposed their plan. The heroes approached the lake, and one of them remarked admiringly on how beautiful it was. Diaz mused that although the lake was not suitable for permanent residence due to the changeable water level, it was still a pleasant place to visit from time to time. One of the characters recalled how Diaz fought his father fairly in battle, without resorting to meanness. He used all his power and attacked head-on, as befits a warrior. At the moment of their clash, the hero's father died, but retained his dignity, and the narrator himself still remembered the expression on Diaz's face when he fought like a loyal comrade. Diaz explained that Aruna had arranged the day off for him, and he was going to rest. He also allowed the group to go waist-deep. The others were surprised, and one of the characters, watching Diaz, wondered if he was okay, noting to himself that the water was cold. The interlocutors discussed the unstable political situation. One noted that of all the princesses, only Isabel is active. It was suggested that the Maze faction should be eliminated if they are Diaz's enemies. One of the participants emphasized that he is not taking revenge because of grievances. The girls rushed into the water with joyful squeals along with the dogs. The men discussed how Maisie should focus on taking the throne rather than on petty matters. One of them complained that without a meeting it was impossible to get even a modest budget, but another assured that everything was under control and there would be no problems. In another room, they discussed how it would be easier to get rid of the entire royal family, but one of those present objected that this was impossible. The heroes were enjoying a quiet day. One of them was fishing. A girl was sitting nearby, watching what was happening. Not far away, a man was feeding a dog, and a couple of sheep were peacefully nibbling grass by the water. One of the conspirators was indignant that their efforts during the war had been undervalued, and that they were not being properly rewarded. He said that he would start with Kadesk, who would arrive in the capital and not even greet him. The second interlocutor suggested doing nothing for now, but simply waiting and watching, since someone in the kingdom would eventually start acting. The third participant recalled that at the previous meeting they had discussed the impossibility of killing the royal family, but agreed that perhaps they should reconsider the issue. Richard noticed that there was some movement between the Empire and Maze, and asked Nariyisa to continue. One of the interlocutors was surprised that Richard was aware of the situation, and suggested that Maze was also connected to the Empire. Richard said that if something was happening unnoticed, it was especially important. He added that they would not suffer a major defeat, but they would not be able to win if they remained tied to the West, allowing the Empire to accumulate resources. One of the girls happily announced that she had completed the Aruna horn, and the other one enthusiastically noted that it was very similar. Meanwhile, another girl was enjoying the pleasant feeling of drifting in the cold water after diving into the sand. cooled by the evening breeze. One of the men said that all this would not end just like that. Later, another was told that he would now have to monitor the miners and help them depending on the situation. He, in turn, noted with concern that this would be hard work. The young man shouted with delight that he had caught a big fish. The girl next to him urged Klaus to try harder. Meanwhile, the other man watched silently, pondering the situation. The man reported that, as planned, they would leave for Diasetono early in the morning and asked them to prepare everything necessary. The old man remarked that Eldan Sama should not be in such a hurry, especially after several days of rest. One of the characters asked if anyone had caught a fish, but received a mocking answer from Uncle Ben, who called him a fool. Then another man explained to him that he was jerking the rod too early and added that it should only be lifted when the fish were actually biting. In response, the hero realized his mistake. One of them enthusiastically says that he wants to visit the village of Damasadono as soon as possible and cannot wait to leave. Another man remarks that he has too many government affairs to attend to and must attend to them first. He honestly admits that he would like to go too, but cannot. The third character says that it is none of his business. The man thinks anxiously about his master's condition. He feels helpless and bitterly admits that he can only watch his master suffer. He recalls the legend of Sanjivani, a mythical medicine that is supposedly found on the mountain of the gods and can cure all diseases. He thinks that if they had this remedy, his master could recover. However, he doubts that even the gods would give this medicine to Eldan Sama. When it was time for dinner, the girl called everyone to the table. She said that food would help Diaz regain his strength. The children asked if he had caught a fish. The others discussed the strange leaf he had brought, suggesting that it might be the valuable specimen. The hero, entering the tent, wondered why the chief had called him. He was already tired of listening to lectures and mentally asked him not to do it anymore. The chief, seeing him, noted that he had changed his opinion of him. He said that he could not forget what had happened before, but admitted that the extraction of 3 wind dragons was a worthy job. As a token of gratitude, he handed him a gift, offering to accept it. Diaz tasted the berries and noted that they tasted simple as always. He asked if they had been picked from Mora's tree. The girl replied that she had picked the berries herself and expressed bewilderment at the adult's strange reaction. Meanwhile, one of the elves explained that Diaz was so strong that it was harder for him to notice changes in his body. She asked him to be sure to let her know if he felt unusual. One of the characters handed another a dagger with rings and explained that it was a certificate of a candidate for chieftain. He noted that the number of rings showed that he was in 3rd place. He also added that if it weren't for the money problems, he would have made him chieftain right away. So far, he said, everything was going too badly, and so the matter was limited to just the candidate status. The woman reminded the man that they were a family and spouses, so he should not ask her for forgiveness. The man was surprised at first, but soon agreed with her, thanking her and admitting that she was right. The chieftain confidently declared that there was nothing shameful in the fact that the main character had killed 3 dragons, because it only confirmed his strength and courage. He added that with these merits, with due determination and experience, the hero would certainly become an excellent leader. The young warrior clenched his fist with determination, declaring that this was the chieftain's character. The chieftain, standing opposite, watched him calmly. At this time, others, the heroes, obviously pleased with the events that had just happened, were cheerfully discussing that it was time to go back, since it was almost dark. Diaz was asked if he had a good rest today, to which he replied with a slight smile that he had not had so much time to rest for a long time, and thanked his interlocutor. He added that from tomorrow he would try his best again. On this page, Diaz suddenly falls unconscious, shocking those around him. Diaz wakes up in bed after passing out. He is surrounded by a worried Arna and the children, and she is glad that he is awake. According to Arna, he had a high fever all night and suddenly passed out on the way home from the lake. Diaz still looks tired and is trying to figure out what happened. Diaz was injured during a battle with wind dragons. It is believed that infection caused his collapse. The poison may have entered his body through a plant or insect. This caused him to develop a high fever and lose consciousness. Arune, feeling guilty, admits that she did not notice the deterioration of his condition and still sent him on a long mission. She takes this hard and says that all the blame lies with her. The woman tried to console the young girl, who blamed herself for what had happened. She said that everything was not as she thought. If the disease had manifested itself during work, everything could have ended much worse. Thanks to timely rest, his condition was noticed immediately. The woman also reminded that the girl had not slept all night, caring for the patient, and now she needed to rest. She apologized with tears in her eyes. Two girls approached the sick man with a cup in their hands and carefully offered him the medicine, asking him to drink it. The man at first thought that even a sip of water would be beyond his strength, but seeing their efforts, he gave up the idea of troubling them. He thanked them and, despite his weakness, made an effort and began to drink the potion. The man was surprised by the taste of the drink offered to him. It seemed strangely sweet to him, but at the same time refreshing and easy to drink, even in his weakened state. He noted that usually medicinal infusions had a sharp smell and bitter taste, but this remedy turned out to be completely different. The girls explained with a smile that it was made from the leaves they took from Diaz. He thought to himself that he did not understand what kind of leaves with such a taste were, and why they were taken for medicine. Diaz felt himself slipping again. He felt hot and knew the medicine was working, and he wanted to sleep a little. Although he tried to resist disturbing the girls, fatigue got the better of him. They, in turn, wished him a good night's sleep. He soon fell asleep, but after a while someone started calling him, hoping he would hear. When Diaz woke up, he felt a surprising relief. The fever that had tormented him earlier had completely passed. He even noted to himself that he felt better than usual. After examining his wound, he realized that it had not yet closed, but apparently would soon heal itself. Arum, worried about his condition, asked what had happened to him because he had recently been in a fever. Aryna sternly asked Diaz not to make her worry, noting that he had gotten off too easy after such a serious condition. She wondered if he was recovering faster simply because he was Diaz. Then she asked if he had eaten any herbs or something similar. To this, Diaz replied that he did not eat anything, implying that everything was fine on his part. He also noted that the wound was healing unusually quickly, which surprised him. The heroes discussed how Diaz had recovered so quickly. One of the characters remembered that Senai and Ishin had given him a medicinal infusion. Someone apologized for being careless and not checking what exactly had been drunk. At this point, another character reported that news had come from the neighboring territory, and the Duke of Cassidex would be arriving soon. He added that if Diaz was still sick, something had to be done immediately. However, it became clear that Diaz was feeling well. Someone ran to tell everyone in the village that Diaz had recovered because they were very worried about him. And Runa was still worried about Diaz's condition and asked him to let her know if he suddenly felt unwell. Diaz thanked her for her concern. At that moment, a luxurious carriage drove up to them. One of the arrivals regretfully admitted that he wanted to visit them earlier, but was unable to because of many things to do. He apologized for arriving only now. Eldon greeted his old acquaintances and apologized for the sudden visit, explaining that he had not been able to contact them in advance due to a busy schedule. They told him that he and his friends could come at any time. Eldon admitted that his mother had actually insisted on the trip. She also wanted to see Diaz. He said that although he had cited important matters, it had still been difficult to get away. The narrator noted internally that he had rarely heard Eldon complain, and remembered that Eldon's mother, despite her strength and strictness, had a soft side. Eldon explained that he had come on official business and wanted permission to stay for a few days. He added that he wanted to ask Diaz about a few things first. Diaz replied that Eldon could stay as long as necessary and expressed confidence that the guests would not cause any inconvenience. Permission to set up camp and provide food was also discussed and was agreed to. In this scene, Eldon added that he had one more request. He said that he wanted to ask for an important favor to visit Diaz's village. His statement was very emotional and caused a strong reaction from those around him. The hero says that he has long wanted to see this village in person and could not fall asleep without a tour. He says that he arranged a small tour for another character named Elden. In the next frame, one of them, apparently impressed, loudly thanks, but is asked to speak normally. Then the older character explains that everyone is busy with dinner and other things, so first, they will head to the field. The younger hero curiously asks what is with these fields, and looks at the ground with interest. One of them explained that no one knows why the crops grow in circles, and there is currently no explanation. He added that over time, the villagers simply stopped thinking about it and accepted things as they are. Like, that's life. The scene then moves to a moment of peace. One of the characters gently touches a cow, enjoying the simple joys of village life. One of the characters noted that all the animals looked good, and that was the main thing, in his opinion. He also added that they had good facial expressions and beautiful fur. Another character confirmed his words, noting that the animals looked well-fed, well-groomed, and happy. That was exactly the feeling he had. After that, the group slowly continued to walk around the area. He turns around sharply and looks in surprise at the horse, whose coat, in his opinion, resembles that of a royal mare. He is clearly worried, but decides not to say so out loud. On his face, expression tense, and he tries to remain calm. Another character asks what's wrong, but the man quickly waves it off, pretending nothing happened, and walks away, loudly declaring that he didn't notice anything strange. In his mind, he decides to pretend he didn't see anything. Diaz notes that Sine and Ahan are worried about the place. He recalls that it was a small field at first, but over time it has grown, and now he is not sure what exactly is being grown there. Another character explains that the fields seem to be doing well, so they are allowed to do whatever they want. The animals happily tell that they have fun every day and are glad that they got to the village. I bow. One of them thanks Eldan for everything. Eldan notes that it is nice to see everyone in a good mood and in good spirits. Then a man approaches him and tells him that the construction of the Skylia is finished. Diaz thanks him, but at some point he feels unwell and, staggering, sits down on one knee. Aruna asks with a worried look if everything is okay with him, and Diaz explains that most likely it is just fatigue, because there is no heat and his heart does not hurt. The characters continue tasting the drink. One of them, having tried it, noted that the taste was reminiscent of concentrated good black tea and admitted that he had never tasted anything like it before. The elf girls happily confirmed his impression, and he thanked them and added that it raised his spirits. At this time, Diaz and Aruna stopped them. Diaz apologetically informed Eldan that the girls may have given him something strange and asked for forgiveness. However, Eldan reassured him that he was fine and that he had drunk the drink deliberately. He explained that he could tell if there was poison by the smell because he had a special sense of smell. He also added that he knew that Sinai, Sama, and Aiken, Sama had always cared about his health, so he took it as a kind gesture. Another character recalled that he had once tried a similar tincture called Sanajiban, and was sure that it was not poisonous. The heroes continued to discuss the mysterious herb from which the drink was prepared. One of the characters, surprised, suggested that it could be the legendary herb Sanjivani from the time of the gods. He said that if this is indeed the case, then they are incredibly lucky. Eldan, however, explained that most likely it is an ordinary herb with a similar name, because the existence of real Sanjivani is unlikely. One of the characters recalled how he had once prayed for the real Sanjivani, but admitted that it was more like a legend or a fairy tale, since no one had ever found anything like it. He said that the feeling caused by this remedy seemed special, and it was this feeling that became synonymous with Sanjivani. It was assumed that the person who gave this remedy to Diasama could call him that because of these feelings. The girls replied that they had done so with permission. He noted that they both simply wanted to help him, being concerned about his suffering. Thus their action was dictated by a sincere desire to ease his pain. While Ardiaz was sleeping, the girls asked permission to take the leaves and use them. He confirmed that he had given his permission and gave them the leaves. They then prepared a medicinal tincture together and later discussed it with Ama and Grandma Maya. The hero muses that the girls may not be to blame, since they seem to have received his permission. He also notes that earlier they promised to use medicinal herbs only in Aruna's presence, since they could be dangerous. At the end of the scene, he asks the children if they are ready for bed, and suggests turning off the lights. Diaz reflects on Sine and Aichen, noting that while they may look energetic now, they have actually suffered the loss of their parents to illness. He understands that they still have feelings for their families and painful memories. He also thanks the children for their support and says that despite his recent decline, he is fine now. The girls smile warmly in response. A man holds two girls close to him, sadly reflecting on how pathetic he feels. He tells himself that he must protect everyone, but he fails. Despite his inner turmoil, he smiles as he hugs the children, as if he draws comfort and warmth from them. He felt that despite everything that had happened, he was truly happy now. It seemed to him as if invisible but strong bonds connected him to those around him, and this feeling brought him deep inner warmth. The man, surrounded by his dear family, tenderly embraced his loved ones, realizing that the family ties that bound them together could not be broken. He called them family, emphasizing the depth of their connection. In the morning, a man named Eldon was lying in bed and making strange sounds, as if something unusual was happening to him. One of the people watching this worriedly wondered if this was connected with the fact that Eldon had taken some medicine. Meanwhile, Diaz felt lightness in his body and thought about how he had returned to his youth when he was full of strength and could do the impossible. One of the people present, alarmed by what was happening, hurried to call for help. Eldon suddenly became energetic. According to Kamalots, everything was fine. Another character wondered in surprise whether yesterday's medicinal infusion was really so effective. At the same time, they said that Eldon needed to take medicine every day, otherwise he would feel bad. But that morning he got up and started running as if nothing had happened, without taking it. Everyone around him watched in surprise at his unexpected surge of strength. The characters discussed Eldon's condition. One of them noted that he had simply overdone it and was out of breath, and although the illness had receded, it was still too early to talk about a full recovery. It would take time. Others doubted whether the medicinal herb was really real, since its effect was too fast. The characters discussed Eldon's condition. One of them noted that he had simply overdone it and was out of breath, and although the illness had receded, it was still too early to talk about a full recovery. It would take time. Others doubted whether the medicinal herb was really real, since its effect was too fast. A large tent was set up in the center of the clearing, where the participants of the meeting gathered. One of the heroes invited those present to come closer, after which the man and the woman headed to the table where they were already awaited. The meeting decided to discuss important issues, including the king's words. One of the participants thanked everyone for sharing valuable Sangiovania with him, admitting that he knew no other way to express his gratitude. One participant explained that the situation with Sangiovani was complicated. He said that the medicine had already been used and only the seeds were left, adding that he did not want anyone to think that he was profiting from it. The characters discussed that now that they knew about the effects of Sangiovani, they had to admit that it would be difficult to deal with the situation without malice. One of the participants noted that it was not they who had used the medicine but others, and that the seed had probably not sprouted because of the hay. It was suggested that it was better to leave the decision to those who had used Sangiovani, since they had acted out of goodwill. The characters decide that it is best to forget about the existence of the Sangiovani, as there is no telling what could cause it to wither. They decide to leave the decision about the plant to Sanai and Aiken, promising to help them if necessary, but not to expect gratitude or record it officially. One character warned that if the existence of Sangiovani became known, it could cause unwanted attention and conflict, so he hoped that the others would keep it a secret. Another, pondering the possible benefits of the plant, gave the example of a dying man whose life could be saved by Sangiovani, and wondered if this would change their policy of silence. They came to the conclusion that it was impossible to save all the sick, even with the help of Sangiovani, and it was too heavy a burden for one person. One of them noted that it was fate to receive Sangiovani, as was its being in the hands of Sanai and Aichen. He expressed confidence in the good intentions of the children and decided to leave everything to fate. Diaz thought that if someone was destined to be saved, they would reach Sanai and Aiken by fate. Even if the children made mistakes, the adults would accept it as inevitable and acknowledge that it was fate. Eldon said that he wanted Kamalos to tell all the villages as soon as possible about the need to keep everything secret. Kamalos said that he understood and promised to follow this decision. After that, they began the meeting again, and one of the participants said that he had come to convey His Majesty's words about the rights of the Duke, including the right to take a new surname. He added that he decided to forget everything he had said before. Diaz asked in surprise if he was really being offered the title of Duke, and admitted that he never thought he would become a noble with a family name. The others also reacted with bewilderment and confusion. He tried to explain that he was only a commoner and did not have a family name, but was told that he should be listed as a noble of the Kingdom of Sansarive. It was also noted that Diaz should already have a family name. During the conversation, one of the heroes reminded Diaz that he must have a last name if he had territory. The other participants in the discussion were surprised that he never called himself by his last name. In the end, it turned out that his last name was Neutros, and Diaz himself remembered this with surprise. The characters continued to discuss the situation with Diaz's last name. He admitted that he had not thought about it before, since he was suddenly thrown onto the plane. One of the participants in the meeting reminded that Diaz had to accept the status of a nobleman, as His Majesty had indicated, and that under those conditions he could not change anything. Finally, he was asked to read aloud a letter explaining his status and situation. One of the interlocutors explained that Diaz had been granted the title of Duke, the right to choose a new surname, and a tax exemption for 3 years. He was also given a document with a seal confirming his status and a letter stating His Majesty's words and details of his orders. They noted that obtaining this title must have required considerable effort, hinting at ulterior motives. The conversation suggested that due to his mistakes and the struggle for the throne, the king found himself in a difficult situation and might soon abdicate. In such a situation, it would be advantageous for him to enlist the support of the Duke, including Diaz himself. According to the interlocutors, the monarch could have specifically granted Diaz the title in order to obtain an ally with the right to oppose even the royal family. At the meeting, the participants discussed the situation with the fund that was to be handed over to Diaz. One of the interlocutors explained that time was needed for re-preparations due to the losses incurred earlier. He also added that the king had asked him to provide mutual assistance. Diaz, in turn, said that he did not need either the fund or the people, and that the help provided by the king was quite sufficient for him. Diaz discussed what if he had come to the village with the king's gold and men, then perhaps she would not have met Ari, and many things would have turned out differently. One of the men remarked that he was glad with how everything had turned out, and that he liked life in the village of Iluk. He also suggested that she might have had personal motives connected with William. The hero expressed a desire to protect the villagers and build its future together with everyone. The characters discussed the importance of independent action. One of them said that, despite their gratitude to Eldan, they must do everything with their own hands. Another emphasized that he must manage people and finances himself, so he accepted the duties of the lord of these lands. Aruna felt the sincerity in Diaz's words. The interlocutor assured Diaz that he understood his feelings perfectly, but pointed out that he was mistaken in 2 points. He noted that their relationship had never been one-sided, and recalled that many resources and victories had been achieved thanks to Diaz. Diaz responded by thinking that he was probably talking about Sanjibani. The speaker explained that the state loan is a credit to the country, and the more a nobleman has, the higher his status. He added that this mechanism strengthens the right to vote in the country. He assured that he will have the right to vote in the budget in support of Diaz, and therefore no losses are expected. He also noted that an alliance with him will give an advantage to the king, strengthening his influence. The meeting discussed that the government loan did not require repayment and would not cause losses to the king. One of the participants noted that the aid was not selfless, and therefore Diaz should not be modest. The girl proposed a compromise that would take into account the wishes of the Duke of Kassadek and her father's desire to grow the village on his own. During the conversation, the woman emotionally recalled the poor condition of the road to the village of Iluk, emphasizing that it was completely unsuitable for carriages. Her interlocutor was surprised, but those gathered noticed that even Duke Kassadek's carriage had difficulty passing, which confirmed the need for repairs. One of the participants suggested building a large road to connect the village of Iluk with the nearest town. He explained that the current route was too difficult to pass, and building a road would ensure the development of the region. Others supported the idea, noting that with a road, resources, and labor, any plans could be realized. It was decided to use a government loan, since there were not enough of their own funds. Eldan agreed to the proposal to build a road, noting that it would improve logistics. He added that it would be easier for him to visit. Others joined in the discussion, also suggesting a guard post and a rest area with a well. All of this reminded observers of Diaz's style, and one of them noted that it was quite impressive. The characters decided to immediately go and see a suitable place for the project, expressing their agreement with the plan. One of the participants in the conversation mentioned that he tried to make fresh tea, as promised in the letter. A conversation about Juha began. The participants noted that he was not always easy to work with, but his teachings were of great value. One of the interlocutors emphasized that Juha, despite some carelessness, is a talented person who inspired and taught them a lot. The characters discussed Juha. One of them noted that he liked his desire to avoid war and put peace above all else. Another was surprised that a military scientist could hate war. They were told that Juha considered war the most ineffective thing in the world and urged to avoid it. Otherwise, humanity would be defeated by monsters. It was said that he believed that avoiding war through diplomacy was the highest form of military science. Due to his abilities, he served on the royal council and insisted on a quick peace, but was later accused of incompetence, for which he was forced to resign. Also, one of the characters received a letter and was asked to provide a last name to receive a response. One of them noted that they had been given the right to take a new surname and advised them to choose a beautiful and meaningful name that would be passed down from generation to generation. Other members of the group were also going to take the same surname. One of the heroes was so overwhelmed by the responsibility that he could not think of a worthy name. At this time, the other characters made fun of him, noticing that he seemed to have lost his courage. Diaz considered the importance of choosing a family name, knowing that it would not only represent his family, but would also become the name of the territory he governed. He noted that the family name had to be appropriate for passing on to his descendants. At the same time, he recognized that being granted a family name was a rare and significant privilege. Diaz sat at the table trying to think of a last name, but he admitted to himself that nothing was coming to mind. He thought that perhaps it would be better if someone else did the thinking for him. At that moment, Uncle Ben entered the room, apologizing for disturbing him. Uncle Ben said he had come up with a new name. He explained that he had consulted with Arn, Oy, San, Sine, and Ihan before making his decision, so he asked them not to object. Diaz was surprised and wanted to know what name had been chosen before it was officially written into the documents. The old man recalled that he had already told Diaz not to use formal speech with him, since he was already an adult and worthy man. He wrote on the document the chosen surname Meabadal, adding that it suited both Diaz himself and the land he governed. The new name, and then wondered what the words Meabadal meant. He was told that when combined, Meabadal meant, quote, hero who protects Maya, and that the word Badal was an old word meaning brave or heroic. The old man added that the name Diaz Meabadal sounded good. Diaz asked why the word Mia was chosen for the family name. He was told that it was important to establish good relations with the tribe living on the land, and that the name hero who defends Maya would be perceived positively. It was also noted that the old name of the plain meant unnecessary, and the new name sounded much better. Diaz wondered if there was some hidden meaning behind the choice of the surname. It was explained to him that using the name Meabadal for a branded fabric could be very beneficial, as it would easily associate the product with the territory. Ben admitted that he had thought about it, but admitted that it would be a long time before he could bring the idea to life. The old man said he wanted to build a beautiful temple and expressed gratitude if Diaz would keep the family name until then. The narrator noted that the uncle was often consulted in the village and expected that sooner or later he would want to create his own place, a temple, or something similar. His sermons in the form of parables were well received, and his advice based on experience was respected. The old man explained that in the future the temple would be dedicated to Maya, as she was a messenger of God, and the herb Sanjikavani was considered a gift from the gods. He noted that if Maya really spoke the divine language, there was no doubt about her authenticity. Therefore, in his opinion, it was logical that the name of the messenger of God should be included in the surname of the ruler of these lands. The old man acknowledged that there was a long road ahead and expressed his intention to remain temporarily in the role of advisor to everyone. He added that he hoped for the sake of the interlocutor's parents he would become a worthy lord and justify the new family name. He considered the family name itself to be good. In his opinion, it had meaning, sound, and was connected with the worship of Maya. The woman asked Diaz if he had completed the registration of his family name. He confirmed that all that was left was to hand over the documents to the king. He also added that a banquet was planned for the evening in honor of his title and new family name, and that Eldan and the others would remain on site to celebrate in style. Diaz asked if they had a patronymic equivalent and if it was related to the family name. The woman explained that their culture did not use family names, so she found it difficult to understand this custom. but she thought the idea of naming the plane Miabadal was a good one. The girls who were listening to the conversation quickly caught on and clarified that they were talking about patronymics. The girls happily announced that they, Diaz's children, alternately calling themselves Sine and Ikan. Diaz explained that a name that indicates whose child a person is called a patronymic. The woman added that if there is a great-grandfather, his name can also be used, and in the case of marriage, it indicates whose wife or husband the person is. She praised the girls for how well they had done, and they, happy, exclaimed that they had indeed succeeded. The characters discussed how passing on a family name to children meant officially recognizing them as heirs. They also mentioned that whoever takes the family name must act like an aristocrat. The woman wondered if she could take the name of a noble family, and whether Sinai and Iken could become heirs. The man said he had no objection to adopting the surname, but stressed that the decision was up to the girls themselves. He added that aristocratic behavior was very complex, and he did not think it right to impose it on the children. The woman smiled and noted that they would eventually understand how annoying it was. During the party, one of the guests thanked Diaz for the invitation and said that he was having fun. Diaz replied that he was glad to hear it. Later, the man noticed that the children of Sinai-chan and Ihen-chan sometimes glanced at him and Kamlots, as if something interested them. Diaz suggested that Sine and Ihen were happy because Eldon and Kamlots, who had been ill, were starting to recover. He also noted that the children had lost their parents to illness, so they were especially touched by the recovery of others. The man agreed, saying that he now understood their smiles. He added that he was impressed by how friendly the human dogs were with other races. The hero admitted that he had not previously known about the problem of small species and expressed gratitude for the help. He suggested that perhaps the environment was suitable. Another hero reflected on his inexperience and realized how much he still had to improve. He also noted that he was grateful for the opportunity to be around others and felt happy with the scene before him. Eldon admitted that he could not express his gratitude with money or words because he had been given new opportunities for the future and he felt overwhelmed by the realization. He said that he had always wanted to end discrimination and conflict, but somewhere deep inside he knew that he would not be able to achieve this in his short life. When he saw how different races united and smiled together, he felt humbled and decided that he would work even harder to spread such harmony throughout the world. The hero approached Diaz with a request for help and support, noting that he wanted to meet him not as a representative of the authorities, but as a person. He admitted that he needed him. In response, another character promised to do everything possible to help, showing seriousness of intentions and willingness to support. The heroes gathered for another lesson on aristocracy. One of the characters noted that he himself still had a lot to learn. The teacher began to explain that the aristocratic system was created to govern the country and stimulate competition, presenting an example of a hierarchy from a baron to a duke. The lesson continued to explain the structure of the aristocracy, focusing on the title of duke. The hero was told that the duke was the highest rank among the nobility, possessing special privileges, especially the right of territorial discretion, which allowed one to freely buy, sell, or develop land. This right was of great importance, as it contributed to economic growth and the strengthening of power. During the lesson, the hero suggested applying the theory in practice. He pointed to the map and said that he wanted to sell part of his territory, asking to name a suitable price. He emphasized that he was not doing this out of gratitude, but for his own reasons, causing surprise in the interlocutor. During the discussion, one of the participants noted that the wood used by Diaz and others came from the village of Aruna. When he asked where Arune and the others got their wood from, the interlocutor began to suspect that it might have been taken secretly. When it became clear that the timber had likely been used without permission, the girl apologized for her silence. She offered to sell the necessary amount of timber to avoid problems in the future. In response, Diaz noted that he would prefer to receive compensation and mentioned the possibility of buying the land to avoid bureaucratic red tape. Diaz explained that he understood the need to buy the forest, but emphasized that being a duke is difficult. You have to consider the interests of both parties. He added that you can't just dispose of the land as you wish, if someone lives there. The girl admitted that she didn't know the price of the land, and Diaz wondered about the possible price they could offer. Diaz suggested using the materials from 2.5 wind dragons as payment, asking if that was enough. This surprised the interlocutors, but one of them admitted that, in terms of real value, it was more than enough, although it was an unusual solution. At the meeting, Eldan called it a training session and asked to discuss formalities, but Diaz was not ready for negotiations and felt useless. In the end, he decided that in the future, such matters would be better entrusted to Elil, who successfully collected the materials to pay for the timber. Eldan, having completed the negotiations and training, went home satisfied with the result. Laura apologized to Diaz for not telling him about the wood, but he replied that he was not offended, understood the situation with the Oni tribe, and believed that he should not interfere if Eldan himself did not explain anything. Diaz stated that he would resolve territorial issues with the ogres in an honest manner. After this, the village returned to its normal rhythm, but the calm proved deceptive. The girls actively demanded adventures and trips into the forest, creating many problems. The narrator described that preparation for winter included collecting salt, hunting, and storing food. He noted that there were important rules, not to disturb other villages, and to be careful when hunting. This should begin with the appearance of migratory birds. The two girls enthusiastically asked to be let into the forest, but the man explained that the registration of rights was not yet completed, and he needed some time. He noted that the girls could not wait and were full of determination, because they once lived with their families in the forest. The girl made everyone happy by announcing that she had received permission to enter the forest, and stressed that they had no time to waste as autumn was approaching. She added that they would have to harvest every day, and might even need Maya's help. Aruna happily informed them that they needed to be prepared, because from tomorrow on, they would have to go into the forest every day. Everyone was happy, anticipating the harvest, and the adults noted that now was the time to work and stock up on supplies for the winter. One of the adults explained that the forest was full of not only food, but also poisonous plants, mushrooms, insects, and monsters. Therefore, he emphasized the need to be careful and follow the rules. Despite the worries, he acknowledged that the girls would be able to cope and walk safely in the forest. Diaz tells Aruna about forest mushrooms, mentioning that there are edible mushrooms in the forest. He explains that he knows a lot about forest foods because he was an orphan as a child and had to survive off the elements during the war. The girl next to him is surprised to hear this and mentions that there are many forests in the east of the kingdom. The narrator then reflects on how working in the forest requires knowledge. One must be able to identify edible mushrooms and other foods. The man in the picture turned out to be a good companion and advisor to the pregnant human dogs. As a former priest, he used his experience to help others, including Franza, who was about to give birth. The heroes were gathering edible mushrooms in the forest. One of them said that he knew a lot about forest food because he was an orphan as a child and survived on the forest during the war. The girl was surprised and admitted that she herself did not expect to eat mushrooms. They discussed how to cook mushrooms: fry, boil, dry. The heroine was trying to determine which mushrooms were edible and decided to use soul purification magic to distinguish edible from poisonous ones. Her companion noticed that she was too distrustful of mushrooms. When she pointed to one of the mushrooms, he quickly stopped her, explaining that it was poisonous. He added that although the mushrooms were similar, they could be distinguished by small signs. One with a fluffy umbrella was edible. The heroine suddenly realized that she was now receiving knowledge from Diaz and began to see him as a reliable person in a new way. Although she had previously believed that she knew more, she now felt respect and gratitude towards him. Meanwhile, the girls continued to search for food together and find a walnut tree. The children were gathering nuts, and one of the adults noted that they had only collected about 30% of the fruit, leaving some behind. He was surprised that Sine and Lycan already seemed to understand the rules of preparing for winter, and wondered if they even knew about the rule against overharvesting. One of the heroines explains why it is wrong to harvest too much. It upsets the natural balance, prevents new plants from growing, and endangers the animals that depend on these fruits. If the animals die of hunger, it will affect people too. Children try to follow the forest rules, and adults clean up trash and prepare for winter, trying to take only what is necessary from the forest. The heroine explains that today's outing was supposed to be just an inspection and study of the rules, but there is still a lot of work to be done. Firewood preparation, hunting old animals for meat. Hunting rules are also discussed. Females cannot be touched during the breeding season, so preference is given to old individuals so as not to waste young meat in vain. The characters discuss preparing for winter, the man noting that the forest is rich, and with hard work, enough food can be prepared. He mentions using powder to attract animals, which requires tracking. The girl praises his masculinity, emphasizing that without a strong head of the family, winter becomes an especially difficult time. The woman admitted with relief that she used to be very worried about the lack of supplies and could not sleep peacefully in the winter. But now, thanks to her husband's efforts, she felt safe and even called this winter the happiest in recent years. At this time, the man was thinking that the supplies had not yet been checked, and preparations for winter had only just begun. The man thought that he had to live up to the expectations placed on him, and not let them down. He continued to work with determination, trying not to give in to the pressure. At this time, other team members were also busy gathering resources in the forest. Diaz was examining the dug-up potatoes, wondering whether he should leave some in reserve. Two girls approached him and asked if he had really found potatoes. He kindly invited them to look at what he had found. The girls began to carefully examine the find, sniffing the tubers. The girls explained that it is not the taste that is important, but the strength of the potato, its ability to grow. Weak tubers should be eaten, and strong ones should be transplanted to other places to spread the harvest. The girls said that if you plant too many potatoes in one place, they will lose their strength. It is better to spread them out, then the harvest will be bigger and the tubers will grow strong, like trees. Diaz noticed that the girls had mentioned trees before and wondered if they grew better when there were fewer of them. The girls replied that it was important to be moderate so that sunlight could pass between the crowns. He then concluded that perhaps there were too many trees. Diaz noticed that there were a lot of mushrooms in the forest, but they were not very tasty. The girls explained that because of the density of the forest, good trees could not grow there, and medicinal herbs would become thin. Then Diaz said that next time, he would cut down some suitable trees to clear the space. To this, the girls shouted that you can't just cut down suitable trees, you need to choose between those that are in the way and those that are weak. The hero laughed when he was told that in the forest, Senai and Aiken were teachers, because they were the ones who explained which trees could be cut down. The girls were surprised to hear that they were called teachers. Then the adults suggested trying everything again, praising the girls for their efforts. Aruna noticed the strange mushrooms and wondered if they had been there recently. Suddenly, one of the mushrooms began to move and transform, which startled her. She realized that these were not ordinary mushrooms and tried to defend herself from the sudden attack when one of the mushrooms emitted a cloud of spores or smoke. The hero screamed, attracted by what was happening, and with anxiety in his voice, called out to the girl named Aruna. He saw her lying motionless on the ground, and next to her was a creature that looked like a huge mushroom, which caused confusion and horror in everyone. The girls warned Diaz to stay away from the mushroom, explaining that it was a recent species called a, quote, magic gas mushroom. He emphasized that it was important not to get caught in its powder. At that moment, the mushroom began to emit a cloud of spores, and Diaz, without hesitation, rushed to attack. Diaz charged at the mushroom, cutting through the cloud of spores with a powerful blow. The mushroom tried to resist, releasing more gas. Diaz, focused and determined, swung his sword to deliver the finishing blow. After the battle, the companions ran up to Aruna and worriedly inquired about her condition. Fortunately, it turned out that she was not hurt. Then one of them explained that they were attacked by a magical gas mushroom, a poisonous forest monster that sprayed toxic powder. Diaz worriedly asked if the mushroom was poisonous, to which he was told that everything would be fine, although AR would not be well for some time. At that moment, she began to come to her senses, weakly uttered Diaz's name. Aruna, in a semi-delirious state after being poisoned, looked at Diaz and said that he was like a prince on a white horse. Diaz asked in surprise if she really thought he was a prince. Aruna, under the influence of the poisonous powder, began to say that Diaz was very courageous and did not know the limits. The others noticed that after inhaling this substance, a person can begin to delirious and behave strangely. Aruna, still under the influence of the powder, acted strangely and spoke incoherently, claiming that she was not of royal descent. Meanwhile, the girls sang a mysterious song about a jealous leaf king. The stranger heard an old song and was surprised that someone else was singing it, thinking that the performer had magic. The girls said that it was not their magic. One of the characters put off thinking about it for later. At the camp, they noticed that Arune had recovered quickly, and someone said that they were not worried about the strange events. Diaz asks curiously if these are the same mushrooms that were picked yesterday. The girl confirms that she fried and salted them, as Diaz advised. Everyone enthusiastically tries the dish, expressing pleasure at the taste, but Aruna, one of the girls, still feels uneasy. The protagonist notices that she has been avoiding his eyes since they returned from the forest, and he wonders why this is happening. The next day, the protagonist was sitting in a yurt, looking at a map or a crop chart, lost in thought. The sheep were lying quietly next to him. He was thinking about something when one of the sheep made a sound, as if asking what was bothering him. The protagonist pondered Elle's proposal to build a road. She wanted to connect the east and west to create a trade flow through the village. The protagonist noted that there was already a road in the forest, and if the plan was followed, the path would go through the center. Elle hoped to develop the village by selling local goods and expanding her influence. He wanted to improve life for everyone and develop the settlement, but he did not want to harm the Mia sheep and the meadows where they graze. He understood that these pastures were irreplaceable and did not want to cause significant damage to them. He was also sure that the Oni tribe was also striving to develop their village. While he was thinking about all this, the sheep began to actively express their attention to him, interrupting his thoughts. Diaz was still thinking about his plans and didn't quite understand what the sheep were telling him. He thought they were trying to tell him that it was important to think about yourself before caring about others. He decided that the crossroads themselves weren't bad and began planning how to divide them, thinking about his next move. The protagonist was thinking about a possible lack of money, but the sheep seemed to be behaving in a way that suggested there was nothing to worry about if everything was thought out. He was distracted by being told about a meeting and an upcoming dinner. Diaz was asked to be careful with the valuable map. One of the council members agreed with his plan, but noted that the opinions of other representatives, especially Aruna, were also important. Diaz asked if there was anyone else whose opinion could be sought. The girl added that Aruna would speak for her village and that the decision should not depend on just one person. Zort noted that thanks to the other, he was able to try the food prepared by Aruna and was surprised at how delicious a dish made from mushrooms could be. He also mentioned that he can now distinguish edible mushrooms from poisonous ones. Diaz said that he wanted to talk to Chief Moru, but was unable to do so yet. Those present expressed surprise at how quickly Zort appeared, and the dog confirmed that the chief had previously asked him to contact Diaz as soon as possible. Aruna's brother noted the achievements of the interlocutor. He received a family name, became a duke, is engaged in the construction of roads and the development of the village. Diaz, along with another hero, said that the idea of the roads was previously discussed with the residents of the village of Iluk. They planned to build a crossroad between the villages to improve the flow of people and goods, turning this place into a trading center and warehouse. The characters discussed a road construction plan. First, they wanted to build a route from west to east, and later to the north and south. One of them noted that if they started the construction themselves, the Oni tribe might object. He was going to get permission in advance, although he did not expect it to be easy. The interlocutor said that she did not intend to create conflicts, and they wanted to establish good relations with the tribe. Another character suggested that there was still some tension between them. They continued their discussion, and one of them admitted that he did not know what to do with the issue of roads, because it raised the issue of who owned the land. He tried to understand the situation, but he was having trouble. The other advised him to start with the simplest thing, to tell him directly what he wanted to talk about, without complicating the speech. One of the heroes suggested a way to divide the plain equally between the village and the Oni tribe. He explained that despite the division, the center with roads would be common. His interlocutors thought about it, since with such a division, it would be difficult to build a road to the north or east-west. Diaz explained that visually, the Oni territory appeared to be divided into 4 parts, but this was not the case. He suggested that they use the roads as they saw fit to avoid disputes. It was also said that they planned to make an accurate map of the area from the air, and, with the help of their pigeon friends, mark the boundaries with white pegs. One of the heroes asked if the others approved of the proposed plan, and was told that everyone had been consulted and no one objected. He clarified that even Aruna agreed, which was confirmed. However, there was concern that those who had lived on this land before might think that the Oni tribe was taking half, To this, another character asked in surprise if they had quarreled. The hero admitted that he could not think of anything better, so he proposed the simplest and most understandable way to divide the plain in half. He explained that until the kingdom falls, one half will belong to the Oni tribe. He also noted that he has the right to freely dispose of his part. Zord expressed the opinion that if he were the chieftain, he would not even discuss the situation, and would simply accept the offer. Another noted that in the event of a war with the kingdom, they would have no chance of winning, and gaining half of the plain was already more than they could expect. He also added that from a certain point of view, one could say that they conquered the entire plain. One character muses that if Aruna's children were to one day inherit this land, the blood of the tribe would pass to her relatives. He suggests that perhaps this was her plan all along. It is also mentioned that after Diaz and Aruna's wedding, it was decided that such a transfer would occur. The character reflects that it is now clear to him why Aruna shared resources and allowed them to live together. She had it all planned out from the start. He understands that as chieftain he will be bound to another tribe as if it were his own. He asks to know more about the Duke and the laws of the kingdom so that he can then negotiate other terms. One character declares that he will put everything together and defeat the old woman. The other one is mentally happy that everything is working out for them. The scene then shifts to the city of Melangal in the western part of the Cascades territory. A group of people, their faces hidden under hoods, meet in a secluded place. One of them, turning to another, demanded payment for some services. His interlocutor, without objection, took out a bag of coins and handed it over. Then a man with long blonde hair appeared who was addressed with respect, calling him Maisa Sama. In an alley, a cloaked man, introduced as Narius, a confidant of the first Prince Richard, watches the actions of a certain Maisa. He ponders her actions, assuming that she has begun to act. He notes that even if people start dying, there is nothing he can do. The man mentions that they are in an illegal place where trading is prohibited, and warns that if Maisa's goods appear on the market, it could lead to mass poisoning and complete chaos in the city. Several interlocutors share rumors that Eldin Sama has begun training in horse riding and fencing, which was previously uncharacteristic of him. One of them notes that Eldin looks more regal today. They also say that the economy is improving, and one of the characters suggests that Eldin may have decided to become a duke. The characters discuss how life in the city has changed. Even gourmet food has become commonplace. The inhabitants seem happy, and the city has become more lively. One of the interlocutors admits that, although he does not like the city, he feels comfortable here because different species live in peace, and the environment is safe and welcoming. The man with the mug considers the situation. He respects Eldin and acknowledges his merits, but he must carry out Prince Richard's orders to destroy the city. He doubts it, because the city has become safe and prosperous, but if Eldin continues to spend the Empire's funds, damage will be inevitable. A man notices a rhinoceros woman with her children, and is surprised that they are walking at such an hour. At first, he thinks they are a family, but then he realizes that they are of different species. He is surprised at how calm and safe this city is, that even at such a late hour you can see such things. He watched the different species interact peacefully and mentally acknowledged that he couldn't fight it. He felt like he had given in to the atmosphere of this city. Although his mission was still important, he realized that he could not change the situation now. The man read a document from which he realized that someone was smuggling contraband into the city. He ordered his assistant to leave and wondered who was behind this. He was amazed that this unknown person was capable of threatening the city itself. The tribal chief explains that he is there to fulfill the remaining terms of the agreement to hand over part of the plain. They are not going to formalize the process, but when they are ready, they will make it official. He adds that in the future, they will either create their own country or end up under Diaz. The elder asked if all the villagers had agreed except Diaz and Aruna. After receiving confirmation, he asked for proof. After checking, he noted that everything was in order and reported that the interlocutor had been promoted and was now the second candidate for the post of chief. The elder announces a redistribution of duties. He assumes leadership of part of the expedition group and entrusts the interlocutor with leadership of the security. This is due to the expected increase in the flow of people after the completion of the road and the possible increase in problems, including the unstable behavior of the dragons. Strengthening the security is necessary to reduce the burden on the expedition team and ensure safety. The elder discusses the future relationship with the new ally and emphasizes that in case of a threat, the guards will provide assistance. He notes that the allies gave up the land voluntarily, which speaks of their intelligence, but in case of an attempt to take advantage of this, one should be on guard. One of the warriors admits that the elder still remains a strong and insightful leader. During training, Eldan collapses from fatigue, but insists that he is still able to continue. His companions are concerned about his condition and advise him to rest, reminding him not to overexert himself. Eldan, despite being tired, decides to continue training, believing that otherwise he will never catch up with Diaz. Diaz sneezed, and they started asking if he was cold. The girls start making fun of him and offer to warm him up with a runa hymn. Aruna said sheepishly to stop joking,